Chapter 8:14. It's nothing serious. You're just short of breath. Sit down and rest. I'll prescribe you a calming decoction. The imperial physician came. The imperial physician was stationed in the east and west cities. He would visit patients for free and teach students. He would study according to the medical books provided by Li Yi. The clerk of Xingshu grocery store ran out and found him. He woke up after a few injections. The imperial physician explained his condition. He held a piece of paper in one hand and wrote on it with a brush in the other. The paper was suspended. Ordinary imperial physicians could write like this. Otherwise, how could they control the needles? They had to have some basic skills. Father, how are you? Two young men came in. One was Jianghu and the other looked stout. Sell the store and the land. Sell everything in the store to raise money. Shopkeeper Jiang was in a better state. He gritted his teeth and said. He looked much older in an instant. What? Is it the gold Buddha? I'll go find someone. I have someone in my family. Jianghu turned and stared at the young man who came to redeem the store. Haha. The young man laughed. So, give me money. Can you? Shopkeeper Jiang looked at the young man. His eyes were full of loneliness. 5 days. I'll only give you 5 days and the interest will be 1 cent per day. I'll take this. The young man stretched out his hand and pointed at the glass bottle. Pooh! Shopkeeper Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood. The imperial physician continued to treat him. Don't worry. It's good that you spit it out. I'll prescribe you a medicine for stopping vomiting blood. Li Dongzhu's new prescription is very effective. The imperial physician was still in no hurry. It's okay. There's medicine. Thank you, imperial physician. Shopkeeper Jiang's mental state improved a lot after he spat out a mouthful of blood. He cupped his fist and said to the person who redeemed the store, Thank you for not killing me. Some things are not over yet. Last night, someone tried to set a fire and hurt people. Think about it. The young man carefully picked up the bottle and left with his men. Not long after, Jianghu came back with the medicine and drank it with water. Father, I'll go and beg Li Zhongyun and Uncle Jiang. We can't take this lying down. Jianghu's eyes were red. Don't go. Don't go. If you don't go, you can live. If you go, you'll die. You think they don't know who's behind us? You can't take this lying down? Do you know how much resources, financial resources, and manpower they used? What were they after? He wanted to vent his anger on behalf of Zhuangzi's people. I should have thought of it long ago. I should have thought of it long ago. I should have thought of it when Zhou Gui kept selling vegetables. Shopkeeper Jiang was filled with regret. How could he have coveted that 100 mu of land? Father, we have to know who did it, right? Jianghu had an unspeakable grievance. He had been bullied, but he didn't know who did it. Don't, please don't. You know who the other party is and you want to take revenge? He couldn't. Remember this lesson. I won't dare to do it again in the future, sigh. Right now, what shopkeeper Jiang wanted the most was a pill for regret. After eating it, he would return to that day. He would definitely not think about that 100 mu of land. Ouch. Jianghu punched his leg hard and turned around to leave. What happened in the Xingshu sundry goods store in the East Market soon spread to the palace. Yao Chong and the others went to the political affairs hall again. They had to wait for 2 days before setting off. Now they were in a leisurely state to recuperate. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat well or sleep well. They were even more worried that they would die there. They didn't want to live long enough, especially when they knew that Li Yi was there. They were too old. They were more than 90 years old. Li Yi couldn't save them. They had to accept their fate. If they died of illness, it would be such an injustice. Everyone see? Li Yi didn't leave any traces when he made his move. Yao Chong said to the others. Actually, he was saying this specifically for Song Jing. He wanted Song Jing to remember that if he wanted to find trouble with Li Yi, he had to do it from an official point of view. Otherwise Li Yi would fight back. It would be better if they were more cautious. Song Jing thought from shopkeeper Jiang's point of view. How can they be cautious? Don't they want to earn money? The warm paste was indeed useful. The other party also gave a deposit. There was nothing wrong with the holy water, lotus throne, sky mirror, and golden Buddha. Who would know that Li Yi had mobilized a large number of overstocked goods from other places to sell in Chang'an? The goods themselves weren't moved to target the Jiang family. It was a coincidence. Lu Huaishan didn't think that he could avoid it. If he was in the same position, he would also be hit. Bai Go said with a smile, Xingshu grocery store has been tricked. If it had carefully avoided the warm paste and holy water, Xiaoyi would have continued to attack. Who can see through his tricks all the time? Sui shook his head. I think this is the limit. He can't have other ways. That's because you don't know him. Wei Zhigu said, he always loses to the common people. He always takes advantage of others. How did the Golden Buddha disappear? Lu Yochio considered the technical problem. The Golden Buddha was fine when it was sent, but it was gone 2 days later. Asking you'll know. Yin Xijin didn't want to use her brain to think. She looked at Baigu. Baigu had a good relationship with Li Yi. If he wanted to hold a banquet, he only needed to write a poem. I'll go in a while. I'm curious. What's the matter with the Golden Buddha? Baigu agreed. He wanted to go to the Li family Zhuangzi for lunch. He wanted to ask if the braces should be removed. It was uncomfortable to wear them. They helped to deal with the government affairs. Baigu said goodbye to them and took the car to the Li family Zhuangzi. When he arrived, he saw Li Longji's family of 3. The little girl clenched her fists and hammered the mud. Li Yi made the mud into a small bowl and threw it over. The bowl was affected by the air pressure. With a bang, a hole was opened in the top. The little girl threw the bowl a few times and began to make it. She didn't know how to do it, so she hammered it with her fists. The other children in the palace couldn't play this kind of game. Children were not allowed to play with mud because it was dirty. Parents of ordinary families also wouldn't let their children play like this. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi played with them. It was to train the children's sports ability. It wouldn't cause harm to the children. If the clothes were dirty, they could wash them. The children in Zhuangzi played like they did in the palace. They washed the clothes every day. The older children even played with glass balls. The glass balls made by the Li family Zhuangzi were not used to press the cloth or to seal the ball. There were 3 other uses for glass balls. One was to use the pressure rolling principle to flatten the cotton cloth. One was used in sealing valves, which was called ball sealing. The other was to blow out light bulbs. Colored glass balls were used to blow colored light bulbs. Now, it was made to play with glass balls. There were also pieces of paper that were used to fan piaggi with paper shells. It was used to train the children's calculation ability, body coordination, concentration, finger muscle training, and so on. Baigu cupped his fists and asked Li Yi, where did the gold Buddha go? In the Aqua Regia. The Aqua Regia I mixed can melt gold and return it to its original state. It's too corrosive. The lotus platform looks very sturdy, but it's actually dyed with wax. The mirror on top is slightly slanted, so the gold Buddha is heavy. The wax below is thinner. In the end, the gold Buddha will fall down with the mirror. The silver behind the mirror will be corroded and become glass. Li Yi knew what Baigu wanted to ask, so he directly said it. It was very simple. What Aqua Regia can make gold disappear? Baigu was surprised. Yes, the gold is still there. It can be retrieved. Li Yi shook his head. Are there any more scriptures on the Buddha? No, but I have a microscope. Master Fong engraved it with a microscope. His skills are good. Chapter 8:15. Is Aqua Regia easy to make? Baigu thought about the operation. It's not easy to make, and it's made at the last minute at the door. Some of the gas is discharged first, it's poisonous. I only had a short time to communicate with shopkeeper Jiang. What if something goes wrong? See if the Jiang family knows the rules. If not, I'll tell you the next step. If you have Aqua Regia, can't you open a gold and silver shop and steal gold and silver? Baigu's thoughts wandered. Old Bai, let's work together? I'll make it, and in the name of washing gold, I'll make Aqua Regia on the spot. I can collect some by washing. Am I such a greedy person? Baigu stared. Li looked at him without saying anything. There was nothing to say. The ability to carve very small scriptures can make a lot of money. Baigu changed the topic. Isn't it better to just print money? The engraving is finer and the ink particles are adjusted. It's harder to imitate than the current exchange coupons. What's for lunch? I want something good. Baigu realized that his IQ had dropped. Yes, printing money with engraving was better than selling Buddha. The reared loaches spit out mud. How about the main dish, fried loaches? There's also forest frogs with oil. Soak it in a good sauce and stew it. It's suitable for drinking wine. As for rice, fried meat with cowpeas, it's juicy and can be soaked a little. If you want to eat pancakes, we'll make soup. If you want to eat noodles, we'll make braised food. Li actually didn't know what to order. Usually, when the cafeteria made it, he would go take a look and see what he liked. Baigu came. No matter what, he was still the Minister of Revenue and the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door. He was also a disciple of Ziwei. Although the most powerful one was Song Jing, who was the premier. Was the deputy premier not valued? Some deputy premiers were also members of the standing committee. The main dish, rice, is not bad. Empress Wang said to her son. Rice. The little guy agreed. Rice it is. Gu didn't think about other things. He actually hadn't eaten forest frogs. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't eat much either. They had been raising them and only started to eat them this year. They didn't sell it to the outside world at all. They didn't even have it in heaven or on earth. The good stuff was all in the hands of the Li family Zhuangzi and the royal family. Only direct members of the royal family could eat it. At noon, everyone went into a single room. The palace maids and eunuchs helped to remove the bones from the toad. At the same time, they used chopsticks and knives to cut the toad into small pieces. The little guy held a pair of small chopsticks and tried his best to pick up something to eat. When he was tired, he knew how to change the spoon. Since the spoon was also tired, he threw it away and used his hands to grab. Every time he successfully ate something with his chopsticks, he had to look at the others. Everyone immediately gave him encouragement and praise. Children can use chopsticks at this age? Gu tried to recall when his own children used chopsticks, but he had no recollection of it. Normal children can't do it. It depends on their development. If they use chopsticks too early, it will become a psychological barrier for the child, especially if the hand muscles are too tired. In Zhuangzi, people usually started to use chopsticks when they were 2 years old. They were still relatively clumsy. Jiner's body is developing well. It's mainly because his parents are talented in sports and have good nutrition that he started to use chopsticks. Seeing the little guy use his hands, Li Yi explained with a smile. What the little guy ate was fish meat. As the main bone was not picked out, the little guy could spit out the bone by himself. It's too dangerous. What if he pricks his throat? Should he use a steamed bun or drink vinegar? Gu was worried. I used tweezers to pick it out. There's no situation where the bone can't be taken out. Li emphasized his identity. Since he was a doctor, he accompanied the child to eat. Did he need to deal with the bone in the traditional way? Give me 2 pieces of fish too. Gu didn't want to say more. He wanted to eat the fried fish. A palace maid went out and brought back only 2 pieces of fish. There was no more. Old Bai, you're in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. It's time to limit the evil money. I'm not afraid to tell you that if the Jiang family finds trouble with Li Linfu or Jiang Jiao, I'll use the evil money to buy their things. This is my backup plan. Li told him the plan. If the Jiang family used the evil money to buy vegetables, he could use the evil money to buy the Jiang family's things. It was the rule of the Jianghu. Why are you telling me this? Gu was nervous. You go and impeach them. Say that Jiang Jiao has too much power and should be removed. Isn't Her Majesty punishing whoever has more power? Isn't that right, third brother? Li urged Gu and asked Li Longji. Yes, Bai Zaifu should be impeached. There's also Song Zaifu and Su Zaifu. Li Longji was angry. He was satisfied with Li Yi's methods. He directly forced the other party to sell their family property. He was angry because the other party dared to send people to burn the greenhouse. If they burned the greenhouse today, would they kill people tomorrow? Was this still the capital government? Was this still Chang'an? He was gratified that his eldest daughter was teaching the children of the common people around her and even gave them good food. When they encountered trouble, the common people worked hard. They protected their children and ran away. Some even reported to the 16 guards and the winged knights. The common people had done everything they could. Li Linfu looks good. Gu wanted to save someone. Li looked at Gu and smiled. We're all colleagues. You're new. I praise the newcomers all day long. Some people always say that you don't do well enough and pick on you. Who do you think is good? Of course it's Li Linfu is such a person? Gu quickly reacted. He wanted to say that of course it was because he was good, but he suddenly felt that it was wrong. Old Bai, if you don't like eating sickle fish, give it to the little guy. The little guy is eagerly watching. Li didn't answer Gu's question. He used his chopsticks to point at the fish. Here. Gu picked up a piece and placed it on the little guy's big plate. It was actually a flat plate. The little guy threw down his chopsticks and spoon, picked it up with his hands and began to eat. After taking a bite, he found that there were thorns. He spat it out, pinched the row of thorns with his small hands, pulled them off and threw them away. Then he used his small hands to eat the meat. He wasn't stupid. He knew where the thorns were, so it was easy to handle them with his hands. The last time Guangping came, you packed 50 pieces of fish. Gu picked up his piece of fish. See if there's any left? Bring 51 pieces for our Bai Zaifu. Li ordered. Evil money does have a great impact on people's lives. How do you deal with it? Gu wasn't embarrassed at all. Li lowered his head and pondered. The best way to eliminate counterfeit money was, of course, electronic money. However, as the main body of a country's credit, physical money couldn't be abolished. Then, I feel that the actual situation can be divided into 5 steps. The first step is to promote the use of paper money as soon as possible. The second step is to spread it to remote areas. The third step is to cultivate people's ability to identify counterfeit paper money. The fourth step is to gradually abolish the monetary function of Kaiyuan Tongbao and other silk. As for the fifth step, it is to recover the evil money within a certain period of time, especially in the form of taxation. The imperial court will bear the losses. Li put away his smile and answered seriously. What should be done is related to national affairs and can't be taken lightly. Chapter 8:16. Li didn't cut all the money in one go. The imperial court in history also didn't cut all the money in one go. No, they cut all the money in one go. Then, the people had too much evil money in their hands. People stopped trading in the east and west. Those who had good money in their hands were unwilling to spend it. In the end, the imperial court subsidized them. Then, they allowed people to use the evil money to offset the payment. This showed that the imperial court was powerless. The current situation was that the evil money didn't explode in the capital government. Everyone used the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. Evil money had an advantage. It was a case of bad money driving out good money. The Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons had an advantage. It was the reverse. Good money drove out bad money. The exchange coupons were easy to carry, difficult to fake, and stable in value. If the imperial court issued the Tang dynasty's banknotes now, the people wouldn't dare to accept them. The imperial court's credibility couldn't be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the eyes of the people in the capital government, the more power the Li family Zhuangzi had, the better. The imperial court said to store coal. When the people heard it, they just listened. If it was the Li family Zhuangzi who said to quickly store coal, the people would immediately bring coal home if something happened. With such credibility, there was no way around it. The Li family Zhuangzi got it after years of hard work. When he asked everyone to raise bean worms, everyone raised them. Those who once scolded the Li family Zhuangzi for buying people's hearts and said that they were indebted to the Li family Zhuangzi now didn't dare to say anything. You still want to spend evil money to buy things from Jianghu's family. Bai Gu glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. Everyone was writing. If they go to Li Linfu Jiangjiao and Yuan Chenyao, I will use them. If they don't, then we will hand over the middleman who burned the greenhouse. And it. Li wanted to leave a way out for Jianghu. Sell what should be sold. In the end, he still had some savings and could start over. If he didn't accept it, then he would fight to the end. The rules were there. The rules weren't set by others. For example, if I slap you, you can only slap me back. If my slap doesn't hit you, you can't slap me back. You can only take out your knife if I take it out. Otherwise, even if I beat you to death with my fists, you're not allowed to take out your knife. It's your fault if you take it out. There was no such rule. At the very least, such a rule would not work in front of Li Yi. What Li Yi was particular about was that when you wanted to cheat him of 1 yuan, you had to be prepared to be cheated of 100 yuan. When you fight me with your fists, I think you are a threat to me, so I will stab you with my knife. Why do I have to be passive when you want to violate me? Is there such a principle between countries? Between countries, the only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger. Those who steal will be put to death, and those who steal from the country will be put to death. Alas! Bai Gu glanced at Li Longji and knew that someone was about to be taught a lesson. He changed the topic. Xiao Yi, what areas of the Ministry of Revenue need to be improved this year? At the beginning, Bai Gu was quite embarrassed and kept asking about Xiao Yi, making him seem incompetent. But now it didn't matter. If he was incompetent, so be it. Xiao Yi was not a normal person at all. It's about the officials and auditing. They must be independent and not be affected by the local government. It must be under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. It must be under the direct jurisdiction of Her Majesty. I will write a book on accounting and auditing. It will involve some rules and methods. It will target falsified accounts, 2 sets of accounts, 3 sets of accounts, accounting principles and statistical models to supplement and correct them. It's quite simple. Can you falsify them? I'll tell you now, yes. But it's very difficult to falsify them and the cost is too high. It's not difficult to do a series of issues related to financial subsidies and the achievements of local officials, as well as the term of office of local officials and adjustments. Li Yi brought out the method of linking the central government's finances and achievements, including the issue of tenure. At the beginning, his accounting was not perfect. When asking for financial subsidies, a set of accounts was submitted. When the higher-ups took a look, indeed, this place should be subsidized. When the report was submitted, it was a loss. After that, the officials' achievements were reported. Profits, the local GDP and the GNP of the GNP had increased substantially. This way the local officials' achievements were outstanding, and the two sides were calculated separately. Once the two sides were put together, a problem would be found. Did your place make profits or lose money? Are you trying to cheat the government of subsidies? Coupled with the messy employment index, production price index, purchasing managers index, etc., some people want to take advantage of the loopholes. But do you think the country's auditing system is just for show? See if the government wants to investigate you. If they want to investigate you, I will show them everything from the beginning to the end. What the Tang dynasty lacks now is a professional auditing department. Li Yi is going to give you a book to teach you how to do it. Xiaoyi, you write the book first. Don't talk to me. I want to have a good meal. Bai Gu felt a headache. Just give me a general idea. Li Yi was very helpless. I haven't said anything yet. You want to investigate my Zhuangzi's account? Zhuangzi will throw you a quarterly, semi-annual and annual accounting audit report. Can you understand it? I'm going out. Bai Gu felt a headache. He went out and stood at the door to breathe in the fresh air. Go out. The little guy took the unfinished fried fish and followed him out. He stood next to Bai Gu and continued to eat the fish with his hands. Looking at Bai Gu's appearance, he learned to breathe hard. The palace maid hurriedly carried him in. If he continued to breathe, his stomach would catch a cold. The little guy dug out another piece of fish with his hands and sent it to Empress Wang's mouth. Empress Wang opened her mouth and ate it. She even bit her son's finger. The little guy smiled and dug out another piece of fish for Li Longji. He was also bitten and laughed happily. Bai Gu finally calmed down and told himself not to think about Li Yi's words. It was effective. He came back. After the meal, he took the extra copy of the eunuchs and palace maids and brought back the 51 pieces of fried fish. This old man discovered something. Take a look. He was ready to go home. After finishing the government affairs, he threw down a stack of papers and left to share the fish with his family. Everyone didn't understand. They asked how the golden Buddha disappeared and why there were so many pages of content. Everyone watched with curiosity. Long Zhe did it on purpose, right? Does this have anything to do with the disappearance of the golden Buddha? Yao Chong was the first to put it down. He stopped looking and sat there rubbing his temples. It's too bad. Li Yi taught him again. He promised that he didn't understand. Lu Huaishan was very sure that this was not something for people to read. Why is it so difficult to learn something now? Wei Zhigu gave up. No, it was disgusting. How will everyone live in the future? Song Jing wanted to know the most, but he found that there was something new behind every matter. Jianghu finally saw Li Linfu. He cried and told the situation to Li Linfu. Li Linfu didn't know about Xiaolan and Zhuangzi. His rank wasn't high enough and he didn't know about Li Yi. He also didn't know that Princess Yongmu ran out. After listening to Jianghu, he calculated and felt that it wasn't a big problem. At least, he didn't hear about any powerful people behind the scenes. This is easy. You go back first. I'll arrange it, he said to Jianghu. Chapter 8:17. Most of the people didn't know about the forced purchase. They took advantage of the cheap prices to see what their families needed and began to buy. The people in the village counted the good things and felt that there were too many of them. They temporarily set up a grocery store and ran to the warehouse in the south of Chang, and to ask for wholesale prices. The people were not stupid. In the past, they waited for peddlers to come and sell. Now that the traffic situation had improved, they were willing to come out and buy. Zhou Gui didn't rest well last night and spent the night outside, including Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan and the others. Zhou Gui was a man, so he caught a cold. Princess Yongmu and the other women and guards didn't catch a cold. They were healthy, ate good food and exercised. Some of the villagers who helped Princess Yongmu last night were also in poor health. They sneezed, had runny noses, had a fever and coughed. These people helped with the idea of repaying the kindness. Some ran to the 16 guards and the winged knights, mainly to the Chunming Gate in the east of the city. When they ran back, their bodily functions were reduced. They were in a state of excitement and didn't feel much. When things calmed down, their adrenaline hormone production decreased and they fell ill. Princess Yongmu received the care and protection of real people for the first time. She suddenly realized that the people of the Tang dynasty had such a side. They were afraid, but they didn't want their benefactor to be hurt. Call the imperial physicians here. We won't sell anything today. Put the vegetables in the greenhouse aside first. After we treat everyone, pick some vegetables and send them to eat. Princess Yongmu never cared about vegetables in the greenhouse. She had little concept of the people's livelihood or the money in life. When she was in the palace, it was others who bought things. She never worried about daily necessities. She was always a step behind the people's livelihood. In her heart, the neighbors around her were good to her, so she should repay them more. The guards took the carriage to find the imperial physicians who treated people for free outside and found 5 of them. The imperial physicians weren't happy at first. One was enough. Why did they have to call 5? The people there didn't treat them. When they arrived at Jianghu and saw Princess Yongmu, they didn't have any other ideas. Hurry up and see the doctor. Give me the prescription. Remember the name. I'll go find the medicine, Xiaolan said to the 5 imperial physicians. The imperial physician did not interact with Princess Yongmu at all. As an imperial physician, he naturally understood the rules of the palace. They checked the illnesses of a large group of Princess Yongmu's neighbors, wrote prescriptions, and left in a hurry after leaving medical advice. Xiaolan took a stack of bags to the roadside outside and found a person who had participated in the arrest last night. She handed it over and said, "Get some medicine." After receiving the order, the other party rode back to the Li family Zhuangzi and handed a stack of prescriptions to Li Yi. Li Yi called over 30 imperial physician apprentices and pointed at the pharmacies that sold cheap medicine. It didn't take long for the medicine to be wrapped up. Together with the pots used to boil the medicine, they were sent to Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi in a carriage. At the same time, there was also a large amount of braised meat and smoked chicken. The braised meat was mainly duck meat and it was a little spicy. The smoked chicken was smoked chicken and none of them were small. Princess Yongmu brought people to each house to deliver the medicine, and then the pots and food. "Little Miss Li, you're too polite. You've been taking care of my family's children, and this is what I should do. How can I not care when you're in danger? In the future if you have any problems just let me know. I don't have any other skills but I can help you hide. If something like this happens again, my family will chase my eldest son out to report it." The neighbors spoke politely and happily took the gifts. If you want to thank someone, you have to thank the Hu people around. Also, your family's guards are amazing. Your maids can even wield swords and crossbows. "Little Miss, tell Auntie the truth. Which family's child are you from? Do you have a husband?" Some of the women were very nosy and asked about Princess Yongmu's situation. Yesterday they knew that Xiaolan and Zhuangzi's guards had been dispatched, and there were Hu people who had bought a large piece of land nearby to help. There was also the winged knights. "I think so." Princess Yongmu suddenly became very shy. "Which family is he from?" With our little Miss's appearance, figure and family's ability, an ordinary auntie would not agree. The woman looked as if she was helping her make the decision. "It's fine as long as he's good and treats me well. I don't really care about anything else." Princess Yongmu found a topic to talk about. "At least he has to be able to feed you. Look at your maids, guards and horses. How much do they eat in a day?" The auntie even helped to consider. "I can feed him. He has some money." Princess Yongmu nodded. "He's someone sent by the Jiang family, right? I heard that he's called Jianghu or something. Jianghu is turned to ashes and he's related to the court officials. You have to be careful." Another auntie came up and looked around like a spy before speaking in a low voice. "It's Huang Hui." Princess Yongmu corrected. "What Huang? Let him turn to ashes and bully us. At worst we'll all go and complain. The chicken smells good. What's it made of?" The warm-hearted auntie wanted to stand with Princess Yongmu against the common enemy. Then she smelled the fragrance of the smoked chicken. It's smoked with pine wood and jujube wood sawdust. There's star anise in it. There are other messy things. Just smoke it and it's like this. Xiaolan suddenly interrupted and did not let Princess Yongmu say the recipe. Until now, Heavenly World did not get the recipe. They could only send the ready-made smoked chicken and roast it with sawdust. "It's the Li family Zhuangzi smoked chicken? It can't be? I heard that Heavenly World uses the smoked chicken there. The taste is different from other places." The auntie suddenly thought of the Li family Zhuangzi. The taste was special and the chicken was about the same size. Ordinary people did not have this ability. "If you say so then so be it. Little Miss, let's go to the next one." Xiaolan pulled Princess Yongmu away. Princess Yongmu found that she almost exposed her secret. She quickly adjusted. She had not completely changed. She had to continue learning. "Dongzhu, Little Miss, I just got the news that the Jiang family's grocery store is finished. They owe money to the broker and owe others 3,000 yuan. The old man vomited blood and fainted twice. Zhou Gui ran over and reported the good news. Princess Yongmu smiled indifferently. In Zhou Gui's view, he felt that 100 flowers bloomed. He quickly lowered his head. Xiaolan chuckled. "Isn't this normal? They didn't make us regret it in 5 days. They will regret it. Little Miss, you see they used a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. The Jiang family should feel honored. If it weren't for you, would that person do it himself? Princess Yongmu looked sweet. Xiaolan, don't talk nonsense. We never bully people. Yes, it's always the Prime Minister who is magnanimous and wins people with virtue. He doesn't have the slightest bit of anger. This is called ability. Xiaolan looked happier than Princess Yongmu. Was Li Dongzhu who did it? Zhou Gui couldn't help but think. Smart, he figured it out. Why are you so talkative? Which Li Dongzhu do you know? Jianghu asked for it. If you walk in the dark too much, you will eventually meet a ghost. Xiaolan glared at Zhou Gui again. She found that Zhou Gui was much worse than Songda. If it were Songda, he would definitely not be so smart. Zhou Gui fell to his knees. I know I was wrong. Don't chase me away. Get up. Why are you kneeling as a man? See if there are any vegetables in the greenhouse. Pick them and send them to the neighbors. We're not selling vegetables today. Xiaolan looked down on Zhou Gui even more. The Li family Zhuangzi's people didn't like to kneel. I'm up. I'm not kneeling. No, I'm not standing properly. Zhou Gui wanted to say that he was kneeling to Li Dongzhu. He was too ruthless. The key was that no one could see it. Chapter 8:18. Zhou Gui went to arrange for people to pick the vegetables. He had confirmed that his little Zhuangzi had a direct connection with Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi didn't directly use Zhuangzi's name to make a move. He must be taking care of Xiaonyang here. If Li Dongzhu used Zhuangzi's name to make a move, people would die. Holy Mother, the ancestral graves of my family are emitting green smoke. I actually found such a master. Xiaonyang, I didn't find a good manager. He's too stupid. He's not even as good as Li family Zhuangzi's third-level manager, let alone Songda. Xiaolan was annoyed. This Zhou Gui said everything without any subtlety. Li family Zhuangzi's third-level manager was just an ordinary person at the beginning. It was all because Li Lang taught him well. Xiaolan, you're hungry. Eat something. Princess Yongmu was cultured and treated her subordinates well. She learned from Empress Wang. I'll eat when we get back. I'm really hungry. It's cold and I'll get sick if I eat with a stomach full of cold wind. Xiaolan swallowed her saliva. The smoked chicken sent by Li family Zhuangzi was hot, and the smell wafted out. She knew that the bones of the smoked chicken were soft. Then the meat would peel off the bones and the skin would leave the meat. I'm hungry too. Bear with it. Princess Yongmu smacked her lips and continued to send things to the neighbors. Yesterday the neighbors didn't know about Zhuangzi's strength. When they found that the situation was bad, they ran over to help. They arranged for themselves to be on a small hill. A group of people held kitchen knives, sickles, bamboo poles and wooden sticks. There were also earth baskets and rattan baskets as shields. It was enough. What else could they do? Xiaonyang, do you think they'll give us the blank account book? Xiaolan was very ambitious. Zhang family village gave Li Yi a blank account book. If the same thing happened to Li family Zhuangzi, Zhang family village would organize the armed forces in the village to fight. She also wanted a blank account book as it represented complete trust. With it, she could impeach the county magistrate. It was even more useful than the all-people umbrella. They will hand it over when Li Lang comes. Princess Yongmu didn't ask for too much. Of course I know. In the entire capital, which commoner doesn't listen to the Li family Zhuangzi? Lil, miss, do you think Jianghu will find someone to take revenge? Xiaolan's eyes were filled with anticipation. She was the kind of person who wished for the world to be in chaos. Li Linfu didn't know what was behind the revenge that Jiang Jiao mentioned, so he went to find Jiang Jiao. Uncle, your distant relative was bullied and was forced to vomit blood. I'm going to make a move. Li Linfu appeared to be very respectful to Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao's expression darkened. Don't move. I'm going down. You have to do your job well. Uncle, you? Li Linfu was shocked. Jiang Jiao wanted to go down? What would he do if he went down? Xiaolan's Zhuangzi is Princess Yongmu's. The one who took action was Li Yi. Li Yi didn't expose the Li family Zhuangzi, which was already giving face. My position. Jiang Jiao knew the situation. The one behind this was the Li family Zhuangzi, his relative. He didn't lose unjustly. At least the other party left him a way out. However, 16 people went to Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi to set the shed on fire and were caught. There was no evidence for this, but did His Majesty need evidence? You said that you went to set the fire and were caught. If you weren't caught, were you going to kill someone? Kill the eldest princess. Li Yi was targeting Jiang Hui's family. How arrogant he was before was how pathetic he was now. He didn't chase them to death. His Majesty's consideration was naturally different. He was a duke and could say that he didn't know. But if you don't know this and that, what do you know? Li? Tianyun Trading Company and the pawn shop were done by Li Yi. There's also a warm invitation? Li Linfu was smart and instantly connected the dots. Don't provoke him. Li Yi has set the rules. If you dare to provoke him, he'll kill you. Jiang Jiao warned again. It was definitely not a coincidence that he could sit in this position. Otherwise, how could he have such a good relationship with Li Longji? He could see that Li Yi was holding back. Otherwise, he would have sold the Li family Zhuangzi at a low price and said that he didn't want to give it to Xingshu grocery store. The consequences? 100 mu small places Princess Yongmu's? Li Yi personally took action? How could this be? Li Linfu also understood. He didn't dare to spread the news. He knew that if he did, his family would be exterminated. Anti-corruption has always been from the top to the bottom. If the people below are anti-corruption, there's only one way to go, and that is to revolt. So, Old Song, you're now in charge of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel. Many people are waiting for you to carry out a strict investigation. A chicken or a duck is not a small matter to the people. You and I don't care, but the people are thinking about it. In the evening, Song Jing came to the Li family Zhuangzi for dinner. Like Baigu, he saw Li Longji and his family of 3. The little guy was having fun and didn't want to go back. Li Longji didn't think it was a big deal, so he stayed. They ate together. The little guy didn't scratch with his hands because it was too hot. He scratched with his hands. His little hands were scalded and soaked in vinegar, so he knew when he could touch and when he couldn't. He ate fried shrimps with rape. The rape was cut into small pieces by the palace maids with knives and chopsticks. He ate with chopsticks and spoon. His staple food was rice mixed with milk. Adults couldn't eat it because it was disgusting, but children could. There was also soy sauce mixed with rice and white sugar mixed with rice. There was a lot of white sugar in the rice. Children loved to eat it. If adults ate it like this, one bite was enough. As for lard mixed with rice, some adults could eat it. It was quite delicious. Song Jing ate fried rice. It was left over from lunch. He fried it with eggs. When it was almost ready, he added green onions. He didn't understand some terms and came to ask. Li Yi explained it to him and told him about the strict investigation. Song Jing looked at Li Longji and his family eating with Li Yi. He finally understood the gap between him and Li Yi. When the little guy used chopsticks to put a shrimp on Li Yi's plate and looked up at Li Yi, waiting for praise, Song Jing understood. This was the future crown prince. He needed Li Yi to teach him, right? How much knowledge would Li Yi teach him? Scriptures, books in the Li family Zhuangzi was probably the beginning. Then there was arithmetic, geometry, physics, chemistry, politics, economics, finance, diplomacy. If any child could learn Li Yi's true teachings, it would be the emperor's learning. Song Jing raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. There are also difficulties below. That's why the local government is allowed to withhold taxes. If you need to be greedy, then be greedy. How can you take the money and not do anything? Especially the people's affairs. You can't even take care of the people's welfare. If you can get it yourself, who else can you take care of? If you have the ability, then do it yourself. If the people have a good life, then you are good. If you don't believe me, I can do it. Li Yi knew more about the local government than Song Jing. He had bribed people before. At the same time, he also cooperated with others to promote and donate to the people. Everyone was looking for a balance. Whoever broke the balance was hateful. Take the money that should be taken and do the things that should be done. The people didn't care if you took the money or not. They all knew what was going on. The road to the county was being built in the village. The people were waiting. You said that you would spend 1 billion and you would split 200 million with others. You would use 800 million to fix the road and make it sturdy. Who would care about your 200 million problem? But you were greedy for 800 million. The road was ruined and the people couldn't walk. If you don't die, who will? Is there a specific model? Song Jing knew new terms and knew how to say model. The same everywhere. The central government, no, the imperial court will coordinate. The local government will carry out strict investigations. Harmony is the priority. Li Yi said the word harmony. That's right. Harmony meant that the interests of the local government and the people were balanced. It was not that the people were not allowed to speak. Chapter 8:19. Long Zhe said that he brought home one more piece of fried ribbon fish than me. Song Jing digressed. Do you have teeth? He has 3 more teeth than you and he's still wearing braces. His braces can be removed. It's fine. Li Yi didn't compromise. Why should I give you 52 pieces of ribbon fish? Are you as close to me as Baigu? How many times have you seen me? When I went to Luoyang in Hunan, Old Bai was very supportive. When I came back, he was still catching locusts. As for the conflict of tax revenue, it was an official against an official. If old Bai didn't talk to me about money, I would look down on him. Today, the Minister of Revenue could compromise with me. Tomorrow, can you compromise with others? Your various ministers came to me because of their own matters and wanted to gain benefits for the imperial court. Even if you fell out with me, I still looked up to you. You came to Zhuangzi and gave up the benefits of the headquarters because of my power. Don't blame me for falling out with you. Li thought like this. Take Wei Zhigu from the Ministry of Works for example. You came to me to talk about the Ministry of Works and gain benefits for the Ministry of Works. You oppressed me and we fought. The more you fought, the more I admired you. You suddenly knelt. Did you kneel on behalf of the imperial court? I'll take care of you. A gentleman's fight was about reason, justice, and national affairs. If I don't fight when others fight with you, you won't know what's going on. I'll teach you. Xiao Yi, sometimes you don't give me any face. Song Jing wasn't angry. He didn't dare to be angry. Old Bai is more attentive than you. Old Song, be more down to earth. I don't lack things. You're not as good as Old Bai. Old Bai is always thinking about my money. What are you thinking about? Li made it clear. You're not as good as Bai Gu. Bai Gu is in the right position. There's nothing wrong with asking me for money. Why isn't Yao Chong targeting me? Why is Lu Huaishan silent? Because he's not in that position anymore. Song Jing was stunned. He looked at Li Yi as if he was looking at a stranger. Then he stood up and cupped his hands. Dr. Li, I admire you. Don't say those useless things. Old Song, you have 2 ministers. If you're too busy, just throw one to someone else. Li Yi still didn't give him any face and directly asked for power. If it didn't work, he would let someone else take over. All right. This year we'll govern from top to bottom. Song Jing wasn't aggrieved. He didn't want to be insulted by a teenager who wasn't even 20 yet. He gritted his teeth and wanted to get things done. How could they not be convinced? Didn't you see the little guy put some prawns on Li Yi's plate again? Li Yi actually ate it calmly and laughed happily with the little fellow. This was the future imperial preceptor. Others couldn't compete with him even if they wanted to, because they didn't know how to. This time, Li Yi's actions against Jianghu's family had taught everyone a lesson. It was a lesson about power, technology, and the relationship between economic supply and demand. No one knew how many tricks he had up his sleeves because the Jiang family couldn't withstand a wave of attacks and directly fell into the pit. Song Jing had to admit that Li Yi could teach the future crown prince whatever he could teach. On the other hand, he didn't know what Li Yi could teach. Li Yi, if the crown prince of a country was taught by you, what would you teach him? Song Jing didn't know why he couldn't control himself and asked in front of His Majesty and the Empress. First, I'll teach him the way of using people, then the way of balance, then the way of administration, and finally the way of attack, Li Yi said casually. Song Jing was stunned. He thought that Li Yi was going to teach according to Zhuangzi's teaching method. How did he turn back? Was it still using people, balance, and administration? There was no mathematics, literature, physics, chemistry, economics, and so on? The way of the emperor chooses people first, the way of the emperor is to balance, the way of the emperor is to follow administration, and the way of the emperor is to kill decisively. Li Yi was calm. Give me the crown prince and I will teach him like this. I won't teach the crown prince all kinds of messy things. Can he learn so many things? If I buy a refrigerator, I have to repair it myself when it breaks down. If I buy a car and crash it, I have to spray paint it myself? But. Song Jing really didn't know what to say. The skills you teach the students aren't like this, right? Also, don't you research new things and then benefit the country and the people while at the same time scamming people? Why did everything change when it came to teaching the crown prince? Li Longji, who was at the side, smiled. Sure enough, his current brother Yi will be different from ordinary people in the future. This is the real emperor's preceptor, not the crown prince's preceptor. Song Jing was convinced. It turned out that Li Yi had different teaching methods for different people. Is the matter with the Jiang family over? Song Jing could only change the topic. What's the matter with the Jiang family? Jiang Jiao should step down. Didn't old Bai tell you? His ability is not good. It doesn't matter if he occupies the position of duke. He has too much power. Also, arrange for Li Linfu to be the patrol inspector of each county in the capital. He will do a good job. Let him be in charge of supervising the 20 counties. Li Yi arranged Li Linfu's position in passing. Li Yi didn't think of dealing with Li Linfu. Li Linfu was very useful in opening up the Tang dynasty. Many scholars said that Wang Mang was a bad person. However, Li Yi felt that Wang Mang was wronged. The more one studied history, the more one would understand. Wang Mang was forced to usurp the throne. The country was already in trouble. He was pushed up by others. After he took the throne, he didn't do anything to the commoners. There were only natural disasters and man-made disasters. The Tang dynasty could exist because it seized power and lasted for many years. Wang Mang couldn't exist because the scholars needed to use him as an excuse. Li Linfu was very bad. Li knew that. However, he felt that arranging for Li Linfu to be an inspector in the capital was the best way for Li Linfu to be put to good use. If he couldn't be put to good use, then he would be useless. He believed that with Li Linfu's ability, he would definitely be able to clean up the corruption in the capital. He put him in the position of prime minister because he wanted to open up new sources including Yangguozhong. In order to make money, Li Longji tacitly agreed to all kinds of methods. Then he set up Du Fu. Du Fu had taken the imperial examination. Why should he be dethroned? Li Yi hadn't even seen Li Bai yet. Li Bai was in his hometown. He arranged for Li Linfu. Jiang Jiao had to step down. He was a duke, but he didn't have any achievements in administration. Don't you feel embarrassed to be a first-rank duke? Just because you met Li Longji when he wasn't in power, you could always enjoy glory and wealth? The key was your relatives. Is that so? Song Jing asked. Old Song, are you trying to play dumb? What is Jiang Jiao's position? What is his brother's position? What is the position of his in-laws? If you say another hypocritical word to me, I will impeach you. Li made things clear again. This old man. This old man will tell His Majesty that this old man's position has been threatened. Let Jiang Jiao step down. Li Linfu will patrol the capital. Song Jing compromised. Li Yi said it in front of His Majesty and the Empress. If he didn't agree, he would be the one to be punished. Didn't you see the future crown prince give Li Yi a shrimp? Uncle, don't be so angry. Song Zaifu is actually not bad. Empress Wang helped Song Jing. Yes, sister-in-law. I am very familiar with Old Song. When Old Song went back today, he brought back a big box of dried tussa pupae from the northeast. Old Song don't have any other ideas. Li Yi followed. What can I say? Give me a jar of chili sauce, Song Jing said. Chapter 820. On the 12th day of the first lunar month, Song Jing wrote a memorial to Li Longji, saying that Jiang Jiao had too much power. Li Longji did not write it himself this time. Li Yi gave him a copy of what he wrote in history. It was quite difficult to write this. In the morning, Li Longji gave Jiang Jiao an imperial edict. The content was, the generals of the Western Han dynasty were mostly nobles. Jiang Jiao did not have the right to speak, so he obeyed. This time he was not given an official position. He was given the position of a scout and entered the regiment. He himself was quite confused. It was good that he was not sent home directly. The edict had already said that he should go home and farm. In the end he could still manage some things. He thanked the emperor and went to report to Yao Chong. Li Longji found a new job for Li Linfu. Li Linfu was the crown prince Zhongyun. He was temporarily appointed as the patrol inspector of the 22 counties in the capital. This could be considered giving Li Linfu power. Could also be said that it was power. Let's see if he would take it. Originally, Li Linfu was very upset because of Jiang Jiao's demotion. If his uncle was no longer a high-ranking official, how could he be promoted? Seeing that he had other powers, he felt that the emperor still valued him and was secretly happy. There were not many things to do in the imperial court. Soon everyone finished talking and went back. Song Jing returned to the political affairs hall and found Su Yi and Bai Gu. Li Yi wants us to create trouble for him. What? Su Yi was the most puzzled. Who would ask others to create trouble for themselves? Bai Gu said gloomily, he thinks we are stupid. When we create trouble for him, he will teach us how to do it. Arrogant. Su Yi was also depressed. Think about what kind of trouble we can create. Song Jing was also not convinced and was ready to give it a try. Li Yi said in front of everyone. The ministers sat in their seats and did whatever they wanted. Chang, in City East Market, Rising Sun Grocery Store. The shop assistant was shouting with all his might. Prices have been lowered. Everything has been lowered. Prices are lower than other shops. 5 coins for 1. 50 mu of fertile land has also been sold. The people were watching and discussing. What's wrong with his family? The things I bought were expensive and I broke someone's pawned item. His family has always been cautious. How could this be? A few days ago, I heard that his family forced a small zhuangzi owned by a weak woman in the west of the city to sell 100 mu of fertile land and 80 mu of greenhouses for 2,000 taels. Could it be that the weak woman found someone? Weak woman? You don't know this, but that family has 20 guards who can fight and 8 maids. Then this method is really powerful. Let's buy it. It is indeed cheaper than the Skycloud trading firm. Everyone said as they took out their money to buy it. How could they not take advantage of the situation? Shopkeeper Jiang and his son Jianghu brought the property rights information of the shop and found a broker to Xiaolan's Zhuangzi. This shop in the eastern market is worth 2,500 taels. The price is 2,150 taels. Within 5 days another 1,000 taels will be delivered. Shopkeeper Jiang didn't see Princess Yongmu, but he heard the child learning pinyin, so he didn't dare to disturb him. He saw Xiaolan, the guards and the maids. He wanted to ask, "Why didn't you live in Zhuangzi in the beginning?" At that time, if I had seen your lineup, I would have said that even if I were to die, I would not have thought about your village. The guards were strong and he could see the bulging flesh on their backs from their necks. The maids walked at the same pace and they stopped at the same pace. Xiaolan looked like a girl who had been ordering others around for a long time. What about the people she served? He saw a big glass mirror in the living room again, the kind that reached the floor. "Why are you giving me your shop?" Xiaolan glanced at Zhou Gui and didn't touch the deed. "To compensate for the gold Buddha statues." Shopkeeper Jiang stood and didn't dare to sit down. "My family doesn't sell gold Buddha statues. How can you compensate for it?" Xiaolan continued to be aggressive. She was venting for Zhou Gui. "I know I was wrong." Shopkeeper Jiang lowered his head. Jianghu accompanied him with grief and indignation. "It's not that you know you were wrong. You didn't do anything to us. You admitted your mistake because you want us to let you go. My shopkeeper was forced by you and almost killed himself." Xiaolan's words were still harsh. Shopkeeper Jiang pulled his son and turned to Zhou Gui. He bowed. "Shopkeeper Zhou, we were blinded by greed. Please forgive us. After we close the shop, my family will move to another place to live. Why don't you slap us a few times to vent your anger? The Jiang family can't take it anymore." Zhou Gui thought of the days when he was scared out of his wits. He raised his hand and suddenly put it down. He knelt down in front of Xiaolan. "Get up and kneel. Kneel. You only know how to kneel." Xiaolan raised her leg and kicked him. Zhou Gui was kicked and fell. He stood up with a smile. "Change the deed with the broker. We want the shop and the 1,000 coins." Xiaolan helped Zhou Gui vent his anger and agreed. After changing the deed, shopkeeper Jiang gave the broker the money, cupped his fists and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay in Zhuangzi any longer. "Zhou Gui, take 250 coins and give them to the broker. 1 cent is the matchmaking fee." Xiaolan knew the rules. In a large transaction, 1 in 1,000 was the broker. Just now, the Jiang family gave 250 coins. The broker made a lot of money. "Wang Dongzhu, I don't want it. I'm staying to say that if you need a broker in the future, you can look for me. I'll do it for free." The broker smiled and refused. "You don't want money? What do you want from me?" Xiaolan didn't think that free was good. "My name is Song Ji. I've done a lot of business in Lantian County and now I'm in Chang'an. I don't want money from the Li family Zhuangzi." Song Ji's smile didn't change as he explained the reason. Xiaolan narrowed her eyes. "What does the Li family Zhuangzi have to do with my Zhuangzi?" "Yes, it doesn't matter. Why don't you give me 2 fresh cucumbers from the greenhouse? I'll eat them." Song Ji followed Xiaolan's words. "How do you know that the Li family Zhuangzi is the one who did it?" Xiaolan was curious. Vegetables were easy to deal with. Other than the Li Dongzhu, who else would have such means? Opening a bunch of warehouses just to scam a shop. This is not a small price. Song Ji said his judgment. "Yes, Li Dongzhu is naturally capable. Go to the greenhouse and choose." When Xiaolan heard Song Ji's words, she agreed. "Okay, today's vegetables are settled." Song Ji didn't say anything else. He glanced at Zhou Gui and turned to go to the greenhouse. Zhou Gui found a basket for him and accompanied him to pick vegetables. After entering the greenhouse, Song Ji spoke to Zhou Gui. "If you have anything, look for me. My name is Song Ji Broker. Not only will I not take your money, but I will also help you see the situation clearly." Because of the Li Dongzhu? Zhou Gui had heard of Song Ji Broker. It was said that there was nothing in Lantian County that Song Ji couldn't do. If he could still stand in Chang, and he was not an ordinary person. Whenever father and mother feel unwell, they always go to the Li family Zhuangzi to get free medicine. It's not that they can't afford medicine now, but they feel that the medicine from the Li family Zhuangzi can be taken quickly. Song Ji gave a reason. In fact, he wanted to maintain a relationship. With his current ability, even if the imperial physician didn't come out for volunteer medical treatment, he could still invite the imperial physician. He naturally didn't care about the money for the medicine, but he insisted on going to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for it. The Li family Zhuangzi would give out a lot of medicine every day. Usually, the Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't give the medicine to rich people. They would only give it when the people who asked for the medicine were under too much pressure. He was the special one. He wanted to be tied to the Li family Zhuangzi. When he found out about the Jiang family's matter, he guessed something and took the initiative to go to them. He didn't earn a single cent. The money he received was to be given to the broker in the East City. He was robbing others of their business. He just came to say hello. He ran an errand for nothing. He even had to tell the broker in the East City that he didn't have the money of the Zhuangzi. Chapter 821. It's time to eat. Hurry up and wash your hands. Princess Yongmu called a group of children to eat at noon. The number of people increased. There were 60 people and a few older children. Previously, some of the neighbors were worried. After this crisis, they were sure that this little Zhuangzi had a deep background. If he wanted to harm their children, he wouldn't have to find other means. The main dish for lunch was assorted fried rice. The chef of the Li family Zhuangzi made it. First he fried the eggs. The other things were diced carrots, chopped green onions, diced cucumbers, small pieces of cabbage leaves, diced pork lean meat with oil and blanched diced mushrooms. Then he used cooked oil to stir the rice that had been cooked last night and mixed the rice into grains. He put the fried rice in the pot, lowered the temperature of the stove and dried the oil bit by bit. At this time he added other things to fry and added a little salt. The rice was golden in color and contained a lot of oil, which was good for the absorption of carotene. Then he steamed eggplant with minced meat, stir-fried shrimp with celery, tofu, sea cabbage with black fungus, a bowl of shredded radish soup, and a fruit plate with watermelon and muskmelon. This was the lunch for the people of Zhuangzi. The children and adults ate the same food, but the portions were different. The neighbors' children had never eaten such food in their lives. After they were full, they strolled around and went to sleep. It was like kindergarten. Dongzhu, a day's worth of food is not cheap. Zhou Gui's heart ached. The neighbors' children were very good at eating. If you don't want to eat, then save it. Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him. I mean, when danger comes, people want to protect you. Do you think it's because you're good looking? What's the point of eating this? Have you been to the Li family Zhuangzi? Do you know what the people of the Li family Zhuangzi eat? Xiaolan didn't care about the money spent on food. She felt that although the neighbors didn't help in the end, their friendship couldn't be repaid with money. No. Zhou Gui shook his head. He had never been to the Li family Zhuangzi. Ordinary people couldn't enter now. There are still 3 days left. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. See more, listen more, and speak less. Xiaolan planned to have Zhou Gui learn from the various stewards of the Li family Zhuangzi. Don't act like you don't know anything. It'll be embarrassing if word gets out. Okay, thank you, Dongzhu. Zhou Gui was very excited to be able to go to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The matter with the Jiang family was settled, and they sent another 1,000 stallions. Through selling things at a low price, they paid off the broker's loan and moved away. No one knew where they went. Early in the morning, Princess Yongmu brought people and gifts to the neighbor's house. She said that today was a holiday and there would be no classes. Everyone would celebrate the Lantern Festival. There were some fireworks set off at night, but she was not coming back. She would only be back in 2 or 3 days. The vegetables in the greenhouse were directly thrown to the hired people. They could sell them and take some home themselves. It was the holidays. The group of people did not bring any gifts and took a detour from the southern part of the city to the Li family Zhuangzi. Zhou Gui and the Li family Zhuangzi were very excited. Their Zhuangzi was indeed related to the Li family Zhuangzi. They could go there now. When they arrived at Baqiao, they happened to meet the group of Nanku's big family. Zhou Gui was just about to move aside when a person ran over from the opposite side. Long time no see, it's been a few decades. Quick, beauty, come with me. The person started to talk nonsense as soon as he arrived. The palace maids, eunuchs, and winged knights also started to run with him. Move aside, I want to get in the car. The person pulled Zhou Gui to the side and got into Princess Yongmu's car. Zhou Gui, then their group went in first and Nanku's big family followed behind. When Tian, did you miss me? Li Yi tried his best to fit his identity and give Princess Yongmu a different sense of novelty. Yes. Princess Yongmu's personality changed a lot and became more lively. When they were about to reach the main courtyard, Zhou Gui finally reacted. That was Li Dongzhu? How could Li Dongzhu be like this? He was too different from the image he had in mind. Zhou Gui, Lian, follow me. I'm Sun Xian. Someone came over and greeted Zhou Gui and Lian's family of 5. Manager Sun. Zhou Gui hurriedly greeted. Sun Xian was the second manager of Li family Zhuangzi and was ranked among the top managers. Come. Sun Xn nodded as a greeting and led the 6 people to another place. The 6 people walked very cautiously and looked at everything curiously. It was the first time they entered the Li family Zhuangzi. On the other side, Li Yi first arranged for Princess Yongmu and the others to rest in the courtyard, then he went to find people from Nankou to discuss tonight's program. Tonight, there would be fireworks in the 2 cities, the south of the city, the west of the city, the imperial city, and the Li family Zhuangzi. They had told the commoners not to run around and that they would be able to see it everywhere. Zhou Gui and the others were led to take a bath and change into new clothes. They began to visit Zhuangzi. At first, when we came to Zhuangzi, we also felt that everything was inconceivable. Later we got used to it and became energetic. We looked different from ordinary people. Sun Xn noticed that Zhou Gui and the others had a sense of inferiority. They would lower their heads when they saw the villagers, even if they changed into new clothes. They felt that they were inferior and were not as good as ordinary commoners. Ordinary commoners had a fixed position and had an equal relationship with the villagers. They felt that the master they followed could not compare to the master of Li family Zhuangzi. Both sides were not equal because they did not know that their Lil Miss was the eldest princess. His Zhuangzi Miss seemed to be relying on the Li family Zhuangzi, which meant that their Lil Miss should be. When Zhou Gui thought of this, he suddenly felt that the Jiang family was lucky that they did not deal with them to death. If Li Dongzhu liked his Lil Miss, it was normal for him to kill them to vent his anger. Lian's family also had their own thoughts. They wanted to unite around their Lil Miss. When the time came, they would belong to the maternal family, which meant that their maternal family was weaker. In their hearts, Li Dongzhu liked their Lil Miss, which was why he gave them good things and helped them. If not for Li Dongzhu, their Lil Miss would be bullied to death by the Jiang family. Do your work well and learn more, especially literacy. Currently, there is no one in Li family Zhuangzi who is illiterate, including the families of the older students. Sun Xian's attitude was gentle. He did not dare to treat the other party as a weak maternal family that was easy to bully. After a while it was noon. Their family was invited to eat with Li Yi. 8 palace maids and eunuchs accompanied them. Li Yi, Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan sat at the same table. Don't eat too much for lunch. In the evening there will be a barbecue feast, a bonfire party and many places. You can eat while barbecuing. There will also be meat skewers and vegetable skewers. Li Yi was easy to get along with and said to Zhou Gui and the others. The 6 people were flattered. Just as they were about to bow, Li Yi turned around and said to Princess Yongmu, "When Tian, let's dance together tonight. It's very interesting. Dance around the bonfire." Okay. Princess Yongmu began to look forward to it. She felt that it was interesting to get along with Li Yi. What about me? Xiaolan was anxious. Let's dance together. Hold hands and dance around the bonfire. The dance steps are simple. And you guys? Li Yi took care of Zhou Gui and the others' emotions. He used a special way to talk to Princess Yongmu while not neglecting the others. In the past, when he was selling medical products, he could make everyone feel comfortable, even if he was tired. Chapter 822. Zhou Gui and the others indeed felt very comfortable. Even as a servant of little Zhuangzi, they were valued by Li Dongzhu. We're actually the same. We serve others. Like me, I serve the people of the Tang dynasty. Sometimes, people from the imperial court also come to ask me to serve them, like correcting teeth or something. So, there's no difference between us. We each serve the people we serve well. That's our ability. Like shining shoes, I think my skills are not bad, but they don't want me to do it. I'm scared. Haha. Li Yi talked with Zhou Gui and the others. When he said this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. They were indeed scared. Who would dare to let Li Dongzhu shine shoes? What about me? I heard it outside. Can I take off my braces? Just as everyone finished laughing, the door was pushed open. Bai Gu and 2 other people walked in. Old Bai, Old Lu, Old Li, why are you here today? Won't you go back tonight? Li Yi turned around and cupped his hands. He put down his hands and introduced, "This is the young and beautiful girl, Li Wenton. This is Xiaolan who helps Wenyan take care of Zhuangzi. The other one is manager Zhou Gui, Lian, Mrs. Li, Li Yuanyang, Xiao Yezi, and Li Ling." He turned around and introduced the 3 people who came in. I called you by your names. Don't lower yourself to my level. Otherwise, others won't understand. This is Liu Yochio, who used to be a political advisor. He's the Prime Minister's assistant. This is Li Riji, who used to be a political advisor. He's also the Prime Minister. The 2 of them are now scouts of the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty. They investigate the Tang dynasty's territory. This is Bai Gu, who is now the Minister of Revenue, Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door, and Prime Minister under Ziwei. The others didn't move. Zhou Gui and the others stood up and didn't know how to salute. Sit down. You're not under their control. They came to me, so I'll take care of it. Li Yi waved to the 6 people. The palace maids, eunuchs, Xiaolan and Princess Yongmu were all sitting. So what if you're the prime minister? Who cares about my harem? If I hadn't come in my capacity as the prime minister, it wouldn't have been a problem for me to greet you on account of your age. On the other hand, Bai Gu and the other 2 nodded slightly at Princess Yongmu as a form of greeting. She was the eldest princess and it was inconvenient for them to greet her, so they just nodded. Xiao Yi, have I worn enough braces? It's hard to brush it off and it's transparent. It's easy to lose it. Bai Gu sat down at Li Yi's table, which was lower than Princess Yongmu's but higher than Xiaolan's. Lu Youqiu and Li Yi sat down next to him. Li Yi moved his chair a little to form a line. Xiaolan stood up and stood behind Princess Yongmu. Let me see. As Li Yi spoke, Qing Song hurriedly opened his suitcase and took out a small mirror and a flashlight. Li Yi shone the flashlight and put the things back to be cleaned. Okay, you don't have to wear them anymore. You can keep the braces yourself. No one else can use the same braces as you. Li Yi found that Bai Gu's teeth were fine. 3 sets of tableware were sent over by the palace maids. The 3 of them were now guests. Old Bai, Old Lu, Old Li, are you here to ask about the Ministry of Revenue or the inspection team? I'm here to see my teeth. Bai Gu removed himself from the topic. The inspection team. Lu Youqiu expressed his intention. Li Riji nodded slightly in agreement. Li family Zhuangzi didn't even dare to breathe loudly. 2 former prime ministers and 1 current prime minister were like this when they came to the Li family Zhuangzi? No wonder Dongzhu didn't care when facing the Jiang family. Li Dongzhu spoke so casually when facing the Jiang family, who were high and mighty in the eyes of others. However, Zhou Gui was thinking about something else. Lil, Miss, position was not right. Why was Lil Miss in the main seat after the exchange? Li Dongzhu went to the side to accompany him? His own Dongzhu and Xiaolan ran to the maid's position. There was no one behind the others. Is it far? Li Yi asked. Hezhou, Changzhou and Xianzhou. Among them Hezhou has the biggest problem. Li Riji named the 3 provinces. They meddled with the iron mine? The imperial court didn't manage it? Li Yi thought of the names and directly pinpointed them to the Manshan iron mine. The iron mine was located in the middle of the 3 provinces. Hezhou was separated by a river. It was west of Changzhou and north of Xianzhou. The location was good. Bai Gu didn't look good. Alas, the local government organized people to secretly dig. There are many iron mines there, and the provincial government profited from it. It said that there are people who want to use the river to transport the iron ingots to Tubo and sell them at a high price. So the whole regiment is going to go out and arrest all the officials in Hezhou and take over completely like in Huazhou? Li Yi's expression was calm. He was used to it. Wasn't it normal for people to betray the country for profit? Xiao Yi, the people in the regiment are old. How can we protect them? If they are going to die, they should die on the job and not on the road. Bai Gu looked at the other 2 people and stated his intentions. As for how to deal with it, how many people to kill and how many to exile, everyone knows how to do it. What about their health after such a long journey? Everyone wanted to work, but that didn't mean they wanted to die. Bring more oxygen tanks for the regiment and medicine for emergency treatment. Before we set off, everyone should get used to it and eat cheese. After getting used to it, eat cheese for every meal. Cheese can be used to adjust the gastrointestinal flora. Cook your own food. Buy things and soak them in clean water. Whether it's vegetables or meat, don't eat the fish or prawns in the river. Drink boiled water. Don't drink raw water. Don't eat raw things including fruits. I'll bring you canned food. Remember to bring the bottles back. Li Yi became serious and thought of a solution. When they were outside, they were most afraid of not being able to acclimatize. Usually they would bring soil by the well at home. If they were not acclimatized, they would use water to flush the soil by the well to achieve a balance of flora. The 3 people looked at each other and were satisfied. With Li Yi's logistical methods, at least they wouldn't eat themselves to death. What about safety? Bai Gu knew that the 2 people were too embarrassed to ask, so he asked. Bring the winged knights. The winged knights aren't under anyone's control. It's impossible to bribe them. Just treat it as training. 1,000 people is enough. The thing that Li Yi cared about the least was safety. The winged knights could be mobilized at any time. The capital government didn't need 30,000 winged knights. If there was a crisis that required the 16 guards and all the winged knights, he would take action. He had saved a lot of life and had enough to defeat the enemy. Is there anything else you need to remind us? Bai Gu asked on behalf of the 2 people. When we investigate, we might not be able to find anything. Local protectionism. As long as the local officials unite, it will be very difficult to investigate. At this time we need a breakthrough. Find this breakthrough with security, promotion, and money. Tell them that if they provide evidence, their family will be sent to Chang'an to live. They will be given to the officials of Chang'an. Don't pursue the past. Gather the local officials together for a meeting. They are not allowed to leave. This way we can send people to investigate. Spread false news at the same time. For example, a certain official will be beheaded or his family will be executed. Also, Li Yi began to teach them how to find a breakthrough. Send them to another place and then attack their hearts. In the past, he had seen officials who he bribed get promoted more than once. Once the promotion was a transfer and not a political position, he knew that it was over. It was time to find someone else. For example, when it was not time for a change, suddenly transferring the first or second in charge of the city to the provincial government as a secretary would seem to have a bright future. In reality, it was to make it easier to investigate the problem. Once the person left and the position was not high enough, some things would be exposed in the city. Chapter 823. Li spoke slowly. No one was in a hurry to eat and listened attentively. The palace maids and eunuchs took notes quickly and cooperated well. Zhou Gui and Li An's family trembled in fear. What were they listening to today? Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes with a look of worship. Li Yi was a different person in front of her. One moment he was flirtatious, playing with her and always saying embarrassing things. The next moment he was giving advice and even the prime minister came to ask for advice. How did this person change so much? So interesting and so capable. How did you deal with the Jiang family? Bai Gu felt a headache coming on. There were too many schemes and they were all intertwined. Jianghu? Jianghu owes someone money. Li Yi hadn't asked about it recently. He was busy designing the primer for the bullets. The gunpowder for the primer required a new process. The ignition device was not as good as the firing pin striking the primer. He was using the laboratory to make the primer. How was he going to mass produce it? It couldn't be industrialized, so it was obviously not suitable. Xiaolan couldn't help but say, "He gave us the shop and gave us 1,000 yuan. The shop is empty. I don't know what to sell." She stuck out her tongue. She shouldn't have said that. I hope that after this incident, the Jiang family will understand the imperial court's policy. They are too bold to bully and buy things in the capital. Li Yi was thinking from the country's point of view. He didn't want to kill Jiang Hui's family. The 16 people who went to the shed were just there to light the fire. They didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, it would have been a different ending. Li Lang, is the shop going to be empty? Princess Yongmu didn't want to waste space. Wen Tian, do you want to make a lot of money or do you want to use it as entertainment? Li asked. What's the difference? Princess Yongmu was interested. If you want to make a lot of money, you can open a club. I have a business routine at night. I specifically look for noble and rich women, but it's more chaotic. What if you want to be happy? We sell women's accessories and clothes. The first floor of the shop will be demolished and rebuilt. We'll build 4 floors. The first floor was filled with cheap items, the second floor was slightly better, the third floor required members, and the fourth floor was probably a warehouse or a place to eat. On the third floor there are beauty dishes. On the fourth floor there are better products for members. As Li Yi spoke, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't start another business. Li Longji didn't even have a bath. The first Princess Yongmu understood. She didn't like it. She felt that the second option was fine, but, Li Lang, what should we do? Princess Yongmu chose the second option. I'll design it and Zhuangzi will produce it. If others want to learn from me, then let them. Every once in a while we'll. The genre. To be honest, it was both fun and profitable. It was just that the expansion of influence was very slow. It was not as good as the first type. If the first method works well, we can complete the wife's diplomacy. You just need to be innocent. You don't need to think about diplomacy. Li Yi felt that Princess Yongmu shouldn't be involved in more politics and messy things. He could handle it. Okay. Princess Yongmu was satisfied. She liked this feeling. She didn't have this feeling in the palace before. I'll go and support them. Bai Gu expressed his attitude. Let's go together. Li Riji and Lu Yochio quickly echoed. Men are not allowed to enter. Li Yi didn't give them any face. I have a woman in my family. Bai Gu glared at Li Yi. Yes. Li Riji and Lu Yochio echoed again. Okay, I'll give you a 20% discount. Princess Yongmu already knew how to do this. Remember to pay the tax. Bai Gu didn't care about the 20% discount. I still have to pay tax. Princess Yongmu was surprised. Yes, 30% tax, Li Yi agreed. Here it is. Luxury goods are 30% tax? Bai Gu couldn't take it anymore. What kind of joke was this? Where did the luxury goods come from? Everything is cheap. The goods imported from Zhuangzi are not more than 10% markup. How can it be considered a luxury good? Li Yi asked Bai Gu with a confused look. How much does Zhuangzi cost to ship the goods? Bai Gu didn't fall for it. He had learned to be smart. After deducting the research and development costs, the added value of Zhuangzi's goods is not more than 10%. Li Yi was still confused. How high is the research and development cost? Bai Gu asked. How much do you think it's worth to melt gold and then restore it back to its original state? Give me a number and I'll give you 3 times the amount. You can research it for me. Li Yi was reasonable. Wasn't the cost of my technology a cost? Bai Gu nodded. Fine. I got it. Just you wait. Don't let me catch you or I'll punish you to death. Bai Gu understood. Li Yi had taught him a lesson. He could only collect 30% tax from Princess Yongmu's shop. Li Yi would not compromise on this matter. Then he had to keep an eye on him from other aspects. Let's eat. Let's not talk about this nonsense. Li Yi didn't care and asked everyone to eat. Everyone didn't eat much. After dinner, Bai Gu and the other 2 didn't leave. They were celebrating the Lantern Festival at Li family Zhuangzi. It was very lively. Princess Yongmu went to rest and waited for the event at night. If Li Yi were to copy books, he would never be able to finish copying them. Zhou Gui and the others were arranged to continue to walk around Zhuangzi and look at the labor in various places. Bai Gu and the other 2 went to take a bath, dry their hair, put on loose clothes and put on a military coat. They went to the high platform of Zhuangzi's artificial canal to enjoy the breeze. Tang dynasty's iron and steel cannot be exported. Tubo and Turkic arrows all come from here. Every additional arrow is a threat to the Tang dynasty soldiers. Lu Yochio looked at the busy scene in the distance and talked about the Manshan iron mine. Private mining had just emerged. The biggest mine was naturally controlled by the imperial court. Those who wanted to make a fortune organized people to look for mines in the surrounding areas. Their idea was simple. As long as there was an iron mine, they would be able to dig it out in the surrounding areas. The fact was as they thought. There was indeed an iron mine. The Manshan iron mine was a mine. Li Yi pointed out the main mine. The output of other mines was not small for the Tang dynasty. Normally, when they excavated the mine, they would sell it to the imperial court or make their own tools to sell. The imperial court was not strict and could not absolutely restrict them. However, someone secretly reported that there was a local force that wanted to refine iron ingots and sell them outside. This was absolutely not allowed. The key was that the local officials were involved. The officials there had big and small problems to begin with. After an investigation, they found out the situation. The Tang dynasty's inspection team wanted to go there. The team went there. When they arrived, they cleaned up all the important places in the state capital and arrested all those who should be arrested. In addition to Lu Yochio and other ministers, there were also subordinates. The subordinates could also go to the county to take over the administration. Yao Chong and the others had taught a lot of people. When these people went together, they sorted out the local government affairs. They were worried that they would not be acclimatized. They were worried that someone would organize people to kill them when they arrived. They specifically came to Li Yi. The main reason was to ask Li Yi to solve the problem of acclimatization. They could find their own guards. In the end, Li Yi arranged for the winged knights. I hope the place is not so chaotic that it can't be governed. Otherwise too many heads will roll, Li Riji said. He was ready. Go. Kill until heads roll. Organizations that could mine privately would not be willing to submit. There were families in the local area, and the officials were in cahoots. In the past, when they encountered such things, they focused on conciliation and balanced the place. However, the scale of the mine now was too big. Bai Go looked into the distance and said, those who deserve to be killed will be killed. If Zhu Yi were to go, he would probably kill even more people. He is not soft-hearted, but the Jiang clan is a different matter. Chapter 824. I can't see through Li Yi. Sometimes he's so soft-hearted that he's still pleasant when others bully him. Sometimes he gets angry and directly exiles them. After arriving at Chang, Li Riji began to ponder about Li Yi. He knew that without the emperor's verbal order, he would have died. At that time he didn't have any thoughts. His life was over. In the end, the emperor sent someone to deliver a verbal order. Oh, there was still a chance. He wanted to enter the capital. So he came back to life. It was so magical. Later, he heard that it was Li Yi who spoke to the emperor, including Lu Yochio. This group was not bad. If one said that they had no power, they could deal with any official. If one said that they had great power, they could restrict each other. Looking at the people in the group, no one could compromise at will. They all had their own personalities. Li Yi's methods were good. He created a group that was above any official. The worst person in the group was a minister. However, with this group, the targeted officials couldn't bribe even if they wanted to, let alone show off their qualifications. The key was that this group would have people coming in one after another. Everyone who came in was not simple. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan, which of these two would compromise? Yao Chong was a senior official of several dynasties. Then Li Yi, who was almost 20 years old, became complicated. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking. When others bullied him, he would negotiate with them or even cooperate like Yu Huaid. Sometimes, when you didn't touch him, he would look at you for a moment and force you to make a report even if you wanted to die. He could kill people himself, and he wouldn't have any psychological burden after killing people. He would do his best to save people for a statement. Even if you were unpardonably evil, he would save you first and then judge you. When he made money, he was full of schemes. When he made a lot of money, he would donate it with a wave of his hand. He took the initiative to pay taxes to the Ministry of Revenue. When the Ministry of Revenue wanted to collect some taxes from him, he would think of ways to not pay. How can people be like this? Li Riji thought about it and said in distress. Bai Gu understood and laughed. Xiaoyi is indeed very interesting. Previously, when I came to ask him for money, he would fall out with me. Then, when I talked about the matters of the imperial court, he would patiently tell me. Even if you offended him in private and communicated with him as an official, he would still let go of his personal grudge and talk to you. Or if you suddenly fell sick, he would not want to see you die in front of him even though he had a personal grudge against you. That's why everyone has a good impression of him once he retires and joins the group. His attacks on the Jiang family could be said to be earth-shattering, but he suddenly stopped in the end. That's what makes him so terrifying. He doesn't decide life and death based on his emotions. Lu Youqiu wanted to comment on the matter of the Jiang family. Li Yi had completed his plan in just a few days. When he made his move, he did not give anyone any chance. At the critical moment, he didn't force the other party to his death, and at the same time he also brought benefits to the people. It wasn't that they couldn't do their best, but they had to assess the situation and achieve their strategic goals. They definitely wouldn't advance rashly. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi work too fast. When they are working, they never chat with others. Zhou Gui and the other 5 people walked around, and Lian discovered the situation. He felt that when they were working, everyone talked while working and it was lively. However, the people of the Li family Zhuangzi were very serious when they were working. Their hands were very fast. Even if they were next to each other, no one made a sound. And the people who didn't work also didn't go to the working area. They found a place to study and discuss work matters. It's like an army. Xiao Yezi gave his opinion. They are discussing how to improve the working process. Is this something that the people who are working should care about? Li Yuanyang heard a few words from the villagers and was very puzzled. How do you work? You should just listen to others' instructions. Why do you have to think about it yourself? That's why the villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi are different from others. They have a high monthly salary. They are all literate and can write. Zhou Gui sighed. In the past, he had only heard that the Li family Zhuangzi was very powerful. Today he saw it with his own eyes. He found that the information that was spread out was wrong. The villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi were very powerful. They indeed only worked for 8 hours a day. When they were working, their 8 hours of work was more than the 12 hours of other people. When they weren't working, they were thinking about how to work better. This was scary. The stewards were also different from what Zhou Gui thought. In the factory, the stewards were more concerned about the state of the villagers than scolding and urging them. When they saw poor quality goods, the stewards would think about the situation and not directly blame the workers. When they encountered a problem, they would think of a way to solve it. They didn't let the problem fall on someone's head and let them bear it. The workers and the stewards were working together to improve work efficiency and product quality. No one was doing it to cope. Zhou Gui was learning. He knew that in the future, his Zhuangzi would need to follow the same model. Everyone was working together. Let's take a break. The program will start in 2 hours. We have to participate. Sun Xian came over and said to the 6 people. Everyone went to the lounge and lay down to sleep for a while. In fact, Zhou Gui and the others couldn't sleep at all. They just lay there and let their imaginations run wild. It wasn't until someone came to find them and the program started that they washed their faces with cold water and were taken to the barbecue program. The water curtain still rose in the winter. The girls of Nankou began to perform. Each stage was free to play. True love is as vast as the grassland. Layers of wind and rain can't block it. There will always be a time when the clouds part and the sun shines on you and me. Snow flutters and the north wind whistles, the world is boundless. On the stage where Li Yi was, the people of Nankou were singing and dancing. The audience below the stage sang along. A cut of plum blossom stands proudly in the snow. Love my love, no regrets. The people of the Zhang family village and the imperial plantation all came. There were also many people from the residential area. There was also a water curtain where the captives were. They enjoyed it together. There was a bonfire, roasted lamb and meat skewers. The only thing that limited them was alcohol. Many people outside knew that they could see fireworks everywhere, but they still ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then the Li family Zhuangzi made a bonfire and roasted lamb for them. The 16 guards and the winged knights were depressed. There had to be people patrolling back and forth, and they weren't allowed to touch alcohol. Li Yi was wearing a long robe. He danced in front of a bonfire, displaying the heroism of a man. Xinyan suddenly joined in. She danced together with Li Yi. Princess Yongmu pouted and ran to change her clothes. She also changed into a beautiful robe and danced with Li Yi. Xinyan spun a few times. Her skirt flew as she turned and left. Princess Yongmu knew how to dance, but she was usually embarrassed. Now she had no choice but to dance. Her spot had been stolen. When she jumped up, the smile on her face didn't change. Lil, Miss can dance so beautifully? Li Yuanyang was stunned. The Lil Miss he saw was quiet and liked to smile. When she played badminton, he didn't have the qualifications to watch. Now he suddenly realized that the people of the main family weren't given for free. He didn't know that Princess Yongmu had a father who was the ancestor of the pear garden. His children promised to learn. Let's go too, Xiaolan called out. The 8 maids rushed over with her and danced around Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. Tao Hong curled her lips. Let's go. We all came from the same place. We are better than them. Thus, the other palace maids and eunuchs also ran over. The entire scene seemed very grand. Zhou was dumbfounded. What did the people his Lil Miss brought over usually learn? I haven't seen you dance before. Do you all know how to dance? Should I learn? Li Dongzhu, why are you jumping so high? Chapter 825. When the beautiful fireworks bloomed in the sky, the people in and around Chang and city stopped doing most of their things. Those who had fields at home knew that they had to get busy because today was Jingzhe. It was going to rain. Those who were waiting for the winter wheat harvest did not need to wait long. Those who did not plant winter wheat had to wait for the rain to start plowing the land. Farm manure had to be piled up. There was also some mineral powder that could be bought according to the situation of the land. The soil in Lantian County was good, so the people thought that it was just that place. After the newspaper introduced what kinds of crops were suitable for different kinds of soil, the people of the capital government went to look for soil everywhere. Some people in Lantian County wanted to organize people to dig up soil, but they were stopped by the county government. At the same time, they auctioned off the mining rights of the imperial court soil. Now the financial deficit of Lantian County had been made up. At the same time, it had become the richest county among the 20 counties of the capital government. In addition to the large amount of money handed over, there was also the county surplus. Goodbye. Remember to come and play with me when you miss me. On the morning of the 16th day of the first lunar month, Princess Yongmu was in a hurry to leave. She wanted to repair her shop. Li sent them to the bridge and waved goodbye. Baigu and others also left. He ignored them. But he packed a lot of things: oxygen tanks, first aid medicine and cheese. Of course, if the inspection team was going to set off, they also had to bring the soil beside the well. This time, the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty was going to fight a tough battle. It was useless to investigate secretly. The size of the team was obvious. Unless the old man dared to take the risk and separate from the team, he would go alone and find the people who were secretly digging in Manshan. Then he would ask the winged knights to quickly arrive and arrest the people. At the same time, he would get physical evidence and statements to prove that the local officials were involved. Once they failed, the old men would most likely die there. The local officials would say that it was done by bandits. Suppressing bandits. Princess Yongmu had a lot of fun yesterday. She was preparing to build her own shop. With the compensation of 1,000 yuan, she could build a 4-story building. If she dared to build a 4-story building, she would dare to build a 3-story building next to it. They would investigate together. Of course, building a 3-story building with bricks and wood would cost a lot. Baigu and others waved their hands. Seeing Li Yi ignore them, they got in the car angrily. When the car set off, Baigu was no longer angry. He said to the two of them, If we bring Xiao Yi with us, he'll be able to collect the evidence when we get there. He's very flexible. The last time I saw him, he didn't look like yesterday. He looked like... Lu Yochio was thinking about Li Yi's situation. He has the same age and experience as us. He's calm and steady. It's hard to treat him as a young man who's not even 20 years old. Li Riji gave the answer. That's right. Yesterday he didn't look much different from an ordinary person. He wasn't steady enough. Lu Yochio agreed with Li Riji's statement. Bai Gu glanced at the two of them. Xiao Yi wants to change. Who would like to be an old man all day long? The imperial court needs him to be treated like an important official, but he doesn't want that. For this investigation, do as he said. Gather everyone and lock them up. Also, make a promise to the officials below. Illegal mining is a small matter, but illegal trading in Tubo is a big matter. Lu Yochio didn't think about Li Yi's personality. He decided to settle the matter of Li Yi's Mianshan iron mine. Li Riji nodded. He also knew that the other inspectors were useless. If they couldn't catch anyone, they could only call a halt or order the imperial court to transfer a few officials away. Illegal mining couldn't be stopped. They had to be uprooted. The three of them returned to the palace. Yao Chong and others were waiting in the political affairs hall. Xiao Yi not only gave the item, but also gave the idea to the inspection team. His methods are good. Everyone please take note. Bai Gu repeated what Li Yi said. He's suitable to enter the bureaucracy. Yao Chong had heard of it and gave his evaluation. Too sinister. In order to achieve his goal, he's simply unscrupulous. Song Jing shook his head. Then I don't have to worry. Lu Huaishan was quite happy. Now we can consider the new provincial governor and military staff. Su Yi planned to transfer people. The first inspection team of the Tang dynasty was in charge of sorting out people and straightening out the administration. The others were sent and directly took over. Yao Chong suggested, choose reliable people. Don't ask for meritorious service, just don't make mistakes. Just keep the achievements. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Yin Xijin was anxious. She was afraid that the local iron ingots would have to be transported along the Yangtze River if the weather was warmer. Prepare today and leave tomorrow. We'll eat cheese on the way. I heard that cheese has a sour smell. Yao Chong showed a distressed expression. The cheese Xiao Yi brought for us is milk. It's very hard and has to be soaked. It does smell a little sour, but it has more of a milk smell. He said that he specially processed it. Bai Gu said as he took out a small bamboo tube. He unscrewed the lid and poured out the irregularly shaped milk. He smelled it and threw a small piece into his mouth. The others followed suit. They did not believe that Bai Gu would poison them. It's okay. Xiao Yi really put in a lot of effort. Lu Huaishan agreed. You don't have to worry about acclimatization if you eat this? Yin Xijin felt that the taste was strange. She had never eaten it before. Don't drink unboiled water and don't eat raw food. The fish and meat you buy must be fresh and soaked in water more to avoid being poisoned. Bai Gu had worked in the local government before. He knew that the local officials could be very impulsive sometimes. Especially the low-ranking officials, they did not know the specific situation. When the higher-ups said that the matter was serious and promised benefits, the low-ranking officials dared to take action. There were also some who did not belong to the government. They were idlers and did all the dirty work. Li also gave us a few big boxes. They are made of copper. Water is poured into them and there are valves at the bottom. When the valves are opened, the water will come out. It takes a certain amount of time for the water to come out. Li Riji introduced another thing to filter water. It could also filter part of the poisonous water and then boil it. The box was very heavy. When the lid was opened, they could not see what was inside. However, there was a manual. Yao Chong took it and read it. The device for filtering water is a copper box. There is an activated carbon layer, a layer of wheat flour stone, a filter layer of washed river sand, and a layer of replaceable cotton cloth at the bottom. If the water is poisonous, pour it in. After a while, it will be collected from below and then boiled. Ordinary poisons will lose their effect. Good stuff. Why don't we ask Li Yi to give us a few more? He has money. Bai Gu did not consider the cost at all. He did not have to pay anyway. Okay, with this, it will be much safer. Yin Xijin was also afraid of death. Dongzhu, it seems to be against the rules to build a 4-story building. It's too high. Princess Yongmu and the others returned to Zhuangzi and began to prepare for the repair of the shop. Zhou was worried. He meant that if the shop was built in the name of the Li family Zhuangzi, the imperial court would not pursue the matter. No, not at all. It's only 4 stories. If it's not troublesome, we can even build 6 stories. Xiaolan did not feel that there would be a problem. It was just building a 4-story building. What was so difficult about it? What should the imperial court do? Why don't we talk to Wanyan County first? Zhou Gui was still a responsible manager. He wanted to bribe them. Them? Why don't we consider the surrounding shops first? Building a tall building requires digging the foundation. It will affect the surroundings. Let's see if they want to build a new one. Xiaolan's thoughts were on not harming her neighbors. Brothers and sisters who were reading outside the station, if you have the ability, go back to Qidian to subscribe. There were also monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. The farmers bowed. Chapter 826. Light rain started to fall, and the people planting the greenhouses started to get busy. The greenhouses were made of silk, so the lighting wasn't good and the heat dissipated quickly. When the rainwater hit the cloth, it not only increased the weight but it also seeped down. The farmers started to put up straw curtains for the greenhouses. When the rain stopped, they would take down the straw curtains. The greenhouses couldn't be removed yet. They had to wait until May or June for the other vegetables to be produced. Only then could they earn more profits, especially cucumbers. Cucumbers required a high average temperature, and Li Yi's scientific estimate was 18 degrees Celsius. It seems like there isn't much chaos today. It's suitable to restore the people's livelihood and continue to build roads. Zhang Jiuling is in Guangzhou and isn't in a hurry to come back. Li Yi finished copying another medical book and felt that it was about time. There were many medical books and many of the contents were repeated. Some even had some changes. He didn't need to copy every single book. He just needed to combine the contents. Putting down the brush, he mumbled to himself as he thought about this year's matters. He knew that some history had changed. The surrendered households that were most likely to rebel had been moved to the side. There was one less war and many people were saved. Li Longji didn't run to Luoyang. He stayed in Chang'an. The positions of the officials were much different from in history. Zhang Shuo ran to Hunan, and Baigu didn't die. Wei Zhigu was still the Minister of Works, and Song Jing was still the Minister of Works. According to historical records, Guo Zhiyun attacked Tubo in the Jukka region in July, and it was very successful. Would he attack again this year? Would the Sulu tribe lead Tubo and Abbasid Caliphate to attack the 4 towns of the Tang dynasty? Yingzhou's commander-in-chief manor had become 4 commander-in-chief manors, and there were many surrendered households in Bingzhou. Should they keep the Celestial Army or continue to move inland? They had the seeds for Zhanqing rice. They planted it themselves. Hunan and Luoyang started to rent the land and collect taxes. Restore the original names of the Secretariat, Menxia and Huangmen provinces. This is a small problem. Also, restore the records no matter what happens. Zhuangzi doesn't need to do so. Yes, Princess Yongla to marry the Khitan king. No, we won't. If he has the ability, he will rebel. Actually, it's not a problem for me to copy out the books written by Qinyuan Hall. No, it's a waste of time. Let them do it. Dictionaries are ready now. Zihai is not in a hurry. Make more money to print dictionaries and rent them to the people. Rent them at a cheaper price. 1 coin a month. It was a new year. Li Yi was thinking about which historical things he could use and which changes he could grasp. He found that the historical data was getting more and more out of line. While he was influencing the capital office, the tax revenue from the imperial court had increased, and the situation was different. The ice sculptures in Chang'an melted, and the people helped to send them out. The streets had been cleaned up. Otherwise, the rain would turn into water and make it look damp. It was obvious that the sleigh would not be able to move. Fortunately, the roads to the various counties were paved with stones, so the main road was not so muddy. Everyone was waiting for the water in the water net to be able to move the boats, so that they could step on the boats and travel back and forth. The capital magistrate ordered the people to continue burning the Kong beds. The spring weather was humid and the cold wind was bone-chilling. They had to continue burning for a period of time to avoid getting sick. Yuan Qianyao was changed from the prime minister position to the governor. He didn't seem to be very negative, instead he became more proactive. At least he was still an official in Chang'an. His position was not low. If he dared to complain, he would be directly promoted to the provincial governor. The people in the capital office were waiting for the tea leaves. Once the tea leaves were ready to be picked, they would pick them and sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The people knew that the Li family Zhuangzi earned tens or even hundreds of times the money from the tea leaves, but they didn't feel that they were losing out. If the Li family Zhuangzi earned more from the tea leaves, they would definitely use the money to help build roads and improve the people's lives. In the eyes of the people, it was equivalent to selling the tea leaves and reaping benefits. In the past, when the people talked about building roads, they didn't think much of it. Whether the roads were good or not, they would still walk. When all the roads in the capital office were paved and all the villages were connected, the people finally realized that things were different. The speed of travel was much faster than before. After a large number of livestock were used, the time saved could be used to do a lot of profitable work. When the people were preparing for this year's good day, Li Qingqi ran over to Li Yi. Before the roads are paved, the last batch of fresh food is still fresh. Eat it sparingly. When the weather warms up and there is no more reflux, we can continue to transport frozen food from Dengzhou this year. We stored a lot of ice last winter. Li Qingqi came over to deliver frozen seafood, including oysters, scallops, and hairtail. There was no need for sea cabbage. Sea cabbage and kelp, which were the expensive kunbu, could be dried in the sun. Is the sea cabbage selling well? Li Yi asked about the most worthless thing. He ate shrimps and hairtail just to satisfy his appetite. It's selling well. The price is high. The newspaper said that eating too much can cause neck disease, so everyone bought it. You even said things like iron and zinc. The people believe you. Li Qingqi didn't know whether to complain or be happy. He sent people to the seaside to sell the sea cabbage and the price was high. In the past, he paid the people at the seaside to help him pick up the cabbage, but no one ate it. When the newspaper came out and the Li family Zhuangzi said that the cabbage was good, the people immediately ate it. The newspaper was not only published in the capital office. The people at the seaside began to pick up the cabbage themselves. They dried it and sold it. The businessmen ran over to buy the cabbage, and Li Qingqi sent people over to pay extra. If they were not familiar with each other, the people at the seaside knew that those people were inextricably linked to the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang, and so the price would be higher. Relying on the reputation of the Li family Zhuangzi, the people at the seaside gave a discount and limited price. They also said that if Li Dongzhu came in person, they would give all the cabbage to him. Brother Yi, the people at the seaside all said that they would pick up whatever you said was good, and then dry it to make more money. They said that they hoped that you would go to them. Once you go to them, you will be home. They can guarantee anything. You are now. Don't worry about not knowing friends on the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know you? Li Yi smiled and said 2 lines of Gao Shi's poem. Gao Shi had not written it yet. Good poem. I copied it. I know. Actually, if you can't eat seafood, spinach, celery, and mustard are also good. For the mainlanders, eating spinach is not bad, although it is a little high in oxalic acid. In addition, pig liver is also quite good. Li Yi recommended spinach. In order to let people eat spinach, there were cartoons made abroad. Write it in the newspaper. Pig liver is fishy. Unless it is sauced, braised, or stir-fried, ordinary people can't afford it. Li Qingqi felt that the best way to promote was through the newspaper. I have already published the recipe for the garlic sauce and soy sauce. What about chicken liver, duck liver, foie gras, and lamb liver? All are fine. The key is to keep up with the breeding. Without poultry and livestock, how can we eat? What's the plan for this year? Does the imperial court need to prepare in advance? Li Qingqi came to ask about this. In the new year, the people in the political affairs hall were looking at the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was the wind vane. Li Yi thought for a while and replied, "This year is mainly about the expansion of labor-intensive industries. The new textile equipment will have a certain impact on the textile market. Internal consumption and external exports will both be promoted. The local authorities will encourage mining and prospecting." Li Yi began to talk about the local construction of the Tang dynasty. The industrial development must be promoted after the city-occupying rice could be planted in other places. Chapter 827. I've brought food for everyone. It's Li family Zhuangzi's boiled meat slices with spinach and bean sprouts. One dish is enough for everyone. In the political affairs hall, Li Qingqi rushed over before lunch. He brought a lot of boiled meat slices. The political affairs hall didn't only have 3 people. There were also some minor officials. The staple food was fragrant rice. The people in the political affairs hall didn't need to eat the food from the imperial kitchen. In the beginning, the minor officials would bring their own food or get someone to buy it when it was time for lunch. There would be people at the door carrying a cart to sell the food. But ever since Li Longji became rich, he took care of the meals of all the officials. The result was that the Jiang family went to the officials to bully others. The officials didn't dare to do so as there were many bonuses and benefits. It was easy to bully others. But after the bullying, others would find a lawyer to sue the officials for free. King Song, have you gotten the answer? The 3 prime ministers of the political affairs hall weren't focused on eating. Let's eat first. We'll read it after eating. Otherwise we'll have a headache. Li Qingqi decided to eat as well. Let's read it first. Otherwise we'll vomit after eating. Why can't Xiaoyi speak properly? Bai Gu glanced at the boiled meat slices. There was a layer of oil on it to keep it warm. Alright, let's read. Li Qingqi took out a piece of paper. I'll read it. Su Yi took the paper and sat down in a comfortable position. The current situation in the capital should focus on agriculture and farming. Farming should drive aquaculture, and aquaculture should promote farming. Place vegetable baskets and rice bags first. Under the premise of satisfying the needs of the people, vigorously develop aquaculture. Pay close attention to the construction of water conservancy projects and rationalize the allocation of water conservancy resources. Coordinate with land transportation. Under the premise of improving water transportation, expand the functions of water transportation. Rationalize the distribution of water baskets and water mills. Arrange the distribution of water handicraft industries without trapping, blocking, or limiting water. Expand the scope of employment and increase the number of jobs. Create a model pilot project for small handicrafts and labor-intensive industries. Create a people-oriented industry with different types of work as the benchmark. Su Yi flipped through 6 pages and read for half an hour. Finally he finished reading. His head was in a mess. Song Jing and Bai Gu frowned. Indeed, they were having headaches. Why was it so long-winded? However, if you were to say something wrong or if there was a problem during the practice, you would definitely be able to find out where you did not do it well. I've already explained everything clearly to you. Why did something still happen to you? Bai Gu rubbed his temples as he looked at Li Qingqi and asked, King Song, is that what Xiaoyi told you? How is that possible? This was written by Brother Yi himself. It's much simpler to explain. He told me that we can't stop growing crops, including vegetables, and we have to increase our breeding. Then he would see if he could raise fish. Now that there were more seasonings and cooking methods, the fish was quite delicious. For those who don't have fields to farm, the water wheels on the river should not be too dense, so that there would be sufficient water for watering downstream. He will come up with a solution and everyone will follow suit. It's very simple and not difficult at all. Li Qingqi shook his head and told the 3 of them what Li Yi had said. It was indeed simple for the 3 of them to comprehend it in an instant, but what was the point of writing these things? Was he too free? As though seeing through the thoughts of the 3, Li Qingqi continued. Brother Yi said that the official documents had to be written like this. Otherwise it would be difficult to convict someone of a crime if something went wrong. It might seem useless, but every single word is actually useful. It would be difficult for the local officials to change it privately. It's difficult to even comprehend it, let alone change it. Song Jing was convinced that there was nothing wrong with it. Let's rest for a while before eating. Where's my oxygen bag? I can take 2 breaths. Bai Gu went to look for an oxygen bag. Su Yi and Song Jing also returned to their offices. A moment later, each of them returned with an oxygen bag and inhaled it. After inhaling the oxygen, they felt much more comfortable. Are these for the officials to see? For the various counties. Song Jing decided to print it and send it to the local officials. No, these are for you to see. If you continue to implement it, it will be your fault if something goes wrong. I've already explained everything clearly. Li Qingqi shook his head. The handicraft industry means the textile industry? Using the textile equipment designed by Xiaoyi to operate? Bai Gu asked for the details. Yes, it's written down. It's about supporting individuals, organizations, and departments that focus on technology research and development. On the basis of not making false reports, omitting reports, and concealing reports, we will reward the technical personnel, etc. Li Qingqi did not finish his sentence. He was afraid that he would have a headache if he thought too much. He took out the kimchi. It was not spicy cabbage. Spicy cabbage did not taste good with boiled meat. Kimchi tasted sour, sweet, fresh, and salty. It was crispy. Li family Zhuangzi made it according to the method of Sichuan kimchi. It was not spicy at all and tasted very refreshing. It was just enough to relieve the numbness and spiciness of boiled meat. It was not a problem to eat it directly with rice. It's almost done. We can eat it now. Bai Gu did not want to rely too much on oxygen. Li Yi had said that they should avoid inhaling if they could. He closed the valve of the oxygen bag and sent it back to his office. Song Jing and Su Yi inhaled a few more times. When they felt comfortable, they also took it back. Oxygen bags were lifesavers, especially when the air pressure was low. Older people found it difficult to breathe. Taking a breath of oxygen would make them feel refreshed and able to continue working. Each of them had a small clay pot. As expected, it was still hot. When they touched the clay pot, it burned their hands. This meant that there was a lot of oil and the temperature was suppressed. We finished the food. What about the soup? Sui saw the layer of red oil on it and had some thoughts. Take it away. Even the clay pot is given. Li Qingqi knew what he meant. Okay, we'll use it to cook food when we go back and let our families taste it. Chili noodles are expensive. Her Majesty only gives us half a tael per month. This was Suyi's purpose. He wanted to take it back and let his family taste the dishes that were not made with chili noodles. There was no such thing as heaven and earth. Only the Li family Zhuangzi existed. The seeds were not released. If the people in the palace wanted to eat it, they had to find Empress Wang. Empress Wang helped to order the dishes. The seeds in the dishes were all ripe. If the kings wanted to eat it, they had to tell Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi would go and get it. The price was high, and the Ministry of Revenue would take half of the tax. Baigu was very happy. Xiaoyi didn't say anything big, right? Baigu ate the bean sprout and asked. He didn't say anything. Probably because he had too many things to do this year, he didn't think of anything else for the time being. King Song recalled his conversation with Brother Yi and confirmed that he didn't say anything. Let's hurry up. Who knows when he'll suddenly think of something and blow things up. He hasn't stopped doing it year after year. Baigu didn't dare to let his guard down. He was prepared to solve the problems left behind from last year as quickly as possible. He was ready to see Li Yi stir up trouble at any moment. There are too many surrendering households in the 9 clans. Should we move them to the interior or set up a new army? Song Jing talked about the matter that Li Yi was pondering. Li Yi didn't know what to do either. They had to wait for the imperial court. If we move them, we have to settle them down like we did in Huazhou and Tangzhou. If we don't set up a new army, the pressure on the House of Subjugation will be too great. Sui didn't know what to do either. He knew the pros and cons, asked Xiaoyi. If he can make the arrangements, we won't have to worry. In the Tang dynasty, other than Her Majesty who has more authority than him? Baigu threw the question out. Chapter 828. Time to work, time to work. Use the river sand we dug out last year to pave the road and fill in the cracks. While Baigu and the others were eating, the rain stopped. The Southwest barbarian captives' days of rest and language learning were over. They pushed the wheelbarrow with picks and shovels to soak in the sand by the river. The river sand they dug out last winter was cleaned up along the way. The silt was used to fertilize the fields and the river sand was put together. In winter the river sand was frozen solid. After the rain it was still hard and frosty inside. They needed to use picks to dig out large pieces of sand. They put them on the wheelbarrow and pushed them to the gravel road. After winter, some parts of the gravel road were swollen and some parts sank when the rain fell. They had to be flattened with sand and shovels. Otherwise, they would continue to sink and become a depression. The common people had finished weaving cotton and sorghum stalks. Since they had nothing else to do, they helped to repair the road. The imperial court provided free soup, black bread, and pickled vegetables. The common people didn't get paid, but they were willing to repair the road. The common people of the capital government didn't try to be polite. They felt that they had taken advantage of the situation and quickly reported it to the imperial court. Of course, the captives couldn't stay idle. Their bodies were better than when they were fighting the military forces of the Tang dynasty. To put it bluntly, the food they ate when they were soldiers was not as good as when they were captives. The Li family Zhuangzi gave them plenty of food. The Khitan captives were once again in charge of management. Their families were all here. Now they were working and didn't feel like captives anymore. A group of people left and returned to Khitan to help with spring plowing and trade arrangements. They had knowledge, experience, and plans. The 16 guards sent out a small number of people to watch over them. For every 100 captives, there were basically 3 people watching over them. The captives didn't have any other ideas. They worked hard and learned, hoping to become officials when they returned. Those who didn't want to go back told the Li family Zhuangzi about the situation at home. The Li family Zhuangzi went to the southwest to find people and bring their families out. The latest news showed that more than 2,000 families had arrived in the Tang dynasty's territory. The soldiers in the southwest were in charge of them. When the weather got warmer, they would go south along the Yangtze River and walk through the canal to the Yellow River. When they arrived, they would be given a house to live in. They wouldn't live in their own shacks and tents. There were also some who were very angry. They had been captured, and their wives and children were with other people. These people held their breaths and worked hard, hoping that one day they could go back and take it back. Obviously, they wouldn't rebel even if he asked them to. They had nowhere to run. Even if there was a chance to steal a horse, how could a horse outrun the 3 horses of the winged knights? Sprinting to the side of the mountain and taking the land route, they had to cross the mountains and the Qinling Mountains. How many people did they think they could survive in the Qinling Mountains? Or go all the way west and take the plank road, where the people on the plank road won't stop you. Therefore, with picks and shovels in hand, they had no other thoughts. They only hoped that the person in charge of guarding them would give them a good evaluation in the book so that they could accumulate more points and exchange them for more resources. It's actually not the right time to build roads, but it's too late to catch up. Li Yi looked at the people on Zhuangzi Highway plowing the soil by the cement road and estimated the situation. It was just the beginning of spring and the roads had been smoothed out. When the rain increased and the temperature rose, the roads would continue to be repaired. If they didn't fix it now, it would take a lot of work in the future. The people would be farming and wouldn't have the time. Even though they knew that they couldn't do their best, they still did it. After the repairs were done, it would be easy to repair it again after some time. There was no need to build roads on Zhuangzi Highway. All roads were made of cement, and there was space on both sides of the road. Manure was dug in, and after a few days, flower seeds were planted. After summer, flowers could be seen, but there were no shrubs. Songda and the palace maids and eunuchs stood at the side to listen and learn. They learned with a purpose. Even though they knew that they shouldn't build roads immediately, they still built roads. Administrative orders and actual situations might not always be the same. Many seemingly unreasonable administrative orders had special considerations behind them. Of course, these considerations didn't include forcefully rejecting other people's grain when it was about to be harvested. Behind these considerations were the bureaucrats, not the people's livelihood. The real consideration was to actively organize the people to replenish the seedlings or change to other crops when the flood was about to hit them. Even if they knew it was too late and that the other crops weren't good enough, it was still better than leaving the land idle. If they could increase their income, they would increase their income. Doing one's best to help the people get 40% of their losses and compensation. This was administrative flexibility. It was the same at the moment. After they knew it, they still had to fix it. If they didn't take the opportunity to fix it and fix it later, it would cause the people to delay their work. How could the people not know? It was like they were tidying up the land. Doing something was better than not doing anything at all. Li Yi told these words to Songda and the palace maids and eunuchs. This was called administrative, this was called the people's livelihood. Just like fighting a war, it is difficult to win with a surprise move. In terms of administrative affairs, it is difficult to win with a surprise move. It is better to do things properly and try to help the people a little. As Li Yi spoke, he went to the riverside to take a look at the situation of the river. Due to the weather, the upper reaches of the Yellow River weren't open yet. However, there were icicles flowing downstream. If the upper reaches of the river were open and the upper reaches were still not open, there would be an ice flood. At the start, they would use artillery. Later on, when their blasting skills were good enough, they would use explosives. If it really didn't work, they would still use artillery. The kinetic energy of artillery shells was the greatest. Li Yi didn't use explosive shells to blast the ice surface, but it didn't have much effect. Thus, if he felt that the ice flood would come, he would try to drill holes and use gunpowder to blast it. It would be more concentrated and loose. Otherwise, the ice flood would flood the North Protectorate manor. There were also small icicles in the Ba River. They were irregularly shaped and collided with each other as they flowed downstream. Is there any news from Lantian County? Li Yi looked at the river and asked. No, the icicles downstream have been washed away. The river there is much better. The silt was cleared in autumn. Songda knew what Dongzhu was asking about. Lantian County was one of the counties that Zhuangzi focused on. It was connected to the Ba River and had many industries. Is there any news from Huku Waterfall? Li Yi asked about another place. Yes, our people have finished building the boats there. Now the ice at the waterfall has been washed away. The big ice blocks above have not been seen yet. They said that they would have to wait for 10 days. Songda immediately replied. It wasn't easy for him to be in charge. Make the necessary arrangements. Don't be like Zhuge Liang in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's useless even if you tire yourself to death. Li Yi turned around and looked at Songda. He was satisfied but also not satisfied. You have so many assistants by your side. When I ask you a question, you let your assistants answer. Do you think I will look down on you? Songda smiled. It's just that other people are in charge. I just happened to take a look and remember it. Buzz, there was a sudden movement in the sky. A large flock of pigeons flew in circles with whistles. Some of the pigeons fell behind and flapped their wings to return to the group. Some of the pigeons realized that they couldn't catch up with the pigeons and took a shortcut. Jiang is quite good. Good carrier pigeons will take the initiative to hide in the bushes when the enemy is near. They will fly close to the ground and after flying for tens of feet, they will return to the bushes. When they feel that they are safe, they will fly up into the sky and fly towards their nest. The grassland will raise eagles to deal with them. Li Yi saw the pigeons and was satisfied. However, he had his own opinions. Chapter 829. The palace maids and eunuchs scribbled notes again. Who knew that carrier pigeons could be so capable? Dongzhu, it's not easy to raise an eagle. Songda said. Jiang Jiao knows how. Didn't he join the regiment? Let him raise one. I'll pay for it. Li Yi thought of someone. Zhang Jiuling knew how to raise pigeons. Someone in the future made up a rumor that he and Han Yu were good friends. That was pure nonsense. But Zhang Jiuling really did raise pigeons and they were not bad. Jiang Jiao was also good at raising eagles. He and Li Longji met because of eagles. Li Longji knew how to raise both pigeons and eagles. He couldn't ask Li Longji to do that job, could he? Li Longji knew many things but he was only in charge of court affairs. Li Yi thought of Jiang Jiao. People should make the best use of their talents. For example, Zhong Xiaojing was now studying the Sea of Words. He was doing well with dictionaries. Zhuangzi's movable type printing was old Zhong's calligraphy. It was beautiful. He heard that old Zhong was proud when he talked about it. He was living a good life. Dongzhu Jiang Jiao followed him to He province. Will he fall sick and die there? Songda knew the situation and was worried about Jiang Jiao. Impossible. He has a long life. If not for, I can't be an official. It's too tiring. Being an emperor is even more tiring. There's no freedom. Li Yi was full of emotions when he talked about being an official. At first, he wanted to be an official, a county magistrate or something, to increase his lifespan. Later, he found that it was not necessary. Being outside the system could affect things within the system. Who would want to be part of the system? Dongzhu, the women in the settlements have less work to do now. All the cotton has been processed and there's still fur, duck down, goose feather, chicken feather, and cashmere. Sheep don't have cashmere and have less cashmere. Sheep have a lot of wool and have been defat. Why don't you ask them to knit sweaters? It'll be another source of income. Songda had a lot of things to think about and took the opportunity to say them. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and said, the labor-intensive industries, especially the handicraft industry, rely too much on raw materials. The palace maids and eunuchs continued to take notes. Dongzhu's words needed to be sorted out. An ordinary sentence might have a guiding significance for the development of the Tang dynasty. Songda waited. He believed that Dongzhu would have a way to arrange for the women in the settlement. Grind the flour. Make more treadle flour grinders. Grind the flour in 3 shifts. There has to be something to do. Buy wheat from elsewhere. At the same time, he could also make dough wrappers and sell them wholesale. He could also adjust the ratio of gluten and dough wrappers. If the density of flour and water in the process of making dough is high, you can distill it and then make sweet sauce. Let's try it out. It works in theory, but I don't know how to do it in practice. Li Yi came up with a temporary solution to let the women in the settlement who suddenly had nothing to do to grind flour. The production of the dough skin was interesting. If there was more gluten, there would be less dough skin. If there was more dough skin, there would be less gluten. However, there would still be water from the flour being flushed out. It could only be made once. It was guaranteed that no one would waste it, just like the pollution of the river in the starch factory. If there was more water in the flour in a short period of time, after evaporation and cooking, it could be made into sweet sauce. Sweet sauce and big sauce were 2 different things. Sweet sauce was made from flour, while big sauce was made from beans. Sweet sauce could be fermented or not fermented for a short period of time, but big sauce must be fermented. In history, the reason why China had sweet sauce was because they were poor. If they didn't have money to buy soy sauce, they could only make some for free. This was not a matter of his time. In Beijing and Tianjin, simple sauces were made with flour as seasoning. The most classic dish was shredded pork with soy sauce. The sauce inside was sweet sauce made from flour. Later, people couldn't get so much sweet sauce, so they made all kinds of sauces according to local customs. At the same time, Tianjin gubuli steamed buns and Quanjued roast duck were famous. The latter was made with sweet sauce. In the end, people found that it was not delicious and expensive. What? Was it because of the brand? Yes, it was because of the brand. Match the fat and lean meat of the pork and make them into fillings. Add water and steam the buns. The buns will be oily and fresh. Feed the ducks until they are fat. After the roast, the fragrance of the fat will be accepted by everyone. The premise is that they can't be eaten in Zhuangzi. There is no shortage of oil in Zhuangzi. The farmers don't care about these 2 things. Li Yi mumbled. His thoughts were diverging, and as he thought about it, he thought of 2 brands. These 2 brands had already declined when he came to the Tang dynasty. In the beginning, these 2 brands were delicious because the people were poor and didn't have oil. Fat ducks loved to eat them, and buns with water were more fragrant. When the people didn't lack oil, they ate these two things for the sake of tasting the freshness. No one wanted to eat them every meal. This was inflexibility and lack of flexibility. They didn't make their brands big until the sun set in the west. For example, when the country was just founded, Old Chin even organized the production of aspirin. At that time, people said that aspirin was available overseas and was cheap. Why should they make it themselves? At that time, under the central government's politics, this kind of talk was considered short-sighted. Later, when the electronic industry developed, some idiots said that they didn't need to produce and research their own technology. In the end, they said that they wouldn't give you chips and they wouldn't give you chips. The idiots who shouted about the division of labor in the global village didn't say anything. Weren't they quite happy at that time? If there was no aspirin, it was written in the textbooks. It was not a problem to shout about the division of labor in the global village. They had already experienced things including the atomic bomb. How could they be so stupid? Not forgetting the past was a teacher for the future. Other people were idiots, but Li Yi didn't want to be an idiot. He said to Songda, "Tell the Zhuangzi workshop that every time they develop a new thing, give them a reward of at least 10 yuan. Of course there is no freedom. They can forget about leaving the Li family Zhuangzi for the rest of their lives. However, they will allow their children to be officials. If their children can't pass the exam, I will directly arrange for them. They will get what they deserve." "Yes," Songda replied with a word. He remembered it and continued to encourage the workshop to do research, even if the investment was huge. Li Yi looked at the palace maids and eunuchs again. The country is different, so the politics will change. The internal and external are different, so the people will change. The doctrine of the mean is neither left nor right. The doctrine of the mean is not in the middle. It is like riding a horse galloping, combining movement and stillness. It is also like a bicycle, seeking balance in motion. What cannot be changed is the momentum of a towering mountain. What can be changed is the impermanence of flowing water. There is no difference between the lives of the people and the operations of the army. The imperial court is like a tree. Its roots are firm and its leaves should not be limited. The palace maids and eunuchs tried hard to remember. They knew that Dongzhu suddenly had some ideas that were related to the imperial court and the people. When the water is alive, the fish will come out. When the clouds send the rain, there will be little left. Li Yi said again and walked back with his hands behind his back. He didn't want to say more. It was too deep and meaningless. He had to think of a way to solve the problem at hand. For example, copying medical books. No matter how rich his theoretical knowledge and literary talent were, it was not as realistic as throwing out a medical book that could help cure diseases. Otherwise, he could invent new tools that could save the people's time and solve the problems of the people's livelihood. Remember to remind me how many large vats there are. I will earn more money and let the imperial court fork out some money to deal with the pollution of the cesspool. In detail, Li Yi immediately thought of a situation. The methane pool was not successful. It was easy to deal with the pollution of the soil, but it was a problem of money. Chapter 830. The palace maids had stars in their eyes, and the eunuchs, it didn't matter whether they had stars in their eyes or not. In the eyes of the palace maids, Dongzhu could influence politics and the people's livelihood with a wave of his hand. He could be ambitious but instantly fall to the common people. In the beginning they were talking about administration, but in the blink of an eye, they were talking about the specific situation. It was a pity that Princess Yongmu didn't come, otherwise Dongzhu would be a different person, the kind that was fun to play with. Dongzhu changed as soon as he met Princess Yongmu. It was interesting. That night, Li Yi's words and the copied medical books were sent to Xingqing Palace. Li Longji flipped through the medical books a few times and put them aside. He kept the original copies, every one of them. The copied copies were printed without missing a word and sent to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi never cared about the original copies. Li Longji knew that Li Yi cared most about whether the people of the Tang dynasty learned the contents of the books well and applied it to the common people. He picked up the book of Li Yi's daily words and sighed after reading it. What did Uncle say this time? Empress Wang took it and read it. Isn't it normal? Whoever gets Li Yi gets the world. Empress Wang didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It had always been like this, and all the officials who were qualified to know the situation agreed. Whoever got Li Yi's assistance could stabilize the world. Li Yi's knowledge was from top to bottom. He could give advice today and tomorrow he could lower his head and farm. It was hard not to be convinced. He knew everything. He had no problem being the prime minister, and he could also be a craftsman. If he wanted to teach, he could teach. If he wanted to practice medicine, he could practice medicine. If he was happy, he could even cook for himself. Li Longji shook his head. No, I was thinking that if I met Brother Yi before I rose, fewer people would die. No, more people might die. He killed people without mercy. I believe that at that time, if Madame Wei and Enlu could poison Zhongzong, Uncle could poison them. Uncle had always liked an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Moreover, he was even more aggressive when he killed people. He never cared about the lives of others. Empress Wang knew Li Yi quite well. Don't be fooled by Li Yi's appearance. When he made his move, he was absolutely decisive. Watching him kill people, so many people were sniped by him. Most importantly, he didn't look uncomfortable at all after killing the man. He looked very normal. How strong was his mental fortitude? Normal people wouldn't be able to do it. As for the many people who had offended him, he didn't kill them because he felt that they weren't worth it. Including the Jiang family who wanted to take over Princess Yongmu's land. Li Yi wanted to see how the other party would act. The Jiang family was smart. They hurriedly sold their goods and paid for their shops. They did not struggle and looked for Li Linfu, but Li Linfu did not help. Otherwise, Jiang Jiao. Alas. Li Longji sighed again when he thought of the people he knew before he became the emperor. Empress Wang walked over and snuggled up to Li Longji. Li Yi didn't see this situation, or else he would have sneered. Jiang Jiao knew you when you were the emperor. You were defeated by him. Empress Wang, before you became the emperor, your life was so hard. You couldn't even eat a bowl of noodles on your birthday. The empress's father pawned his leather jacket to make noodles for you. Empress Wang supported you all the way to become the emperor. What happened after that? Li Yi really didn't know that Li Longji and Empress Wang were showing off their affection. He was designing the blueprint according to the data on the data. The 30,000 recruits were all in place and were undergoing training at Mount Taibai. Mount Taibai was also covered in snow in summer. It was also a royal resort. There was a royal palace on Mount Taibai. The royal family had occupied all the good places around the capital office. There weren't any hot springs among the commoners. The only hot spring was behind Drunken Immortal House, which was no different from the royal one. The royal family couldn't occupy the hot springs deeper into the mountains. The commoners knew there were hot springs, so they wouldn't travel so far just to take a bath. Li Yi was drawing a picture of a glider that could fly. The parachute jump was already done. The winged knights knew how to jump and how to fold their parachutes. They had to fold it themselves. He didn't trust others to fold it. However, parachuting had been done a few times on the lake in autumn, so they weren't familiar with it. The lake was just a psychological comfort. If there was a problem with the main parachute and the secondary parachute, they would die if they fell from that height. If they could survive falling from a height of more than 1,000 meters, there must be a problem with the water. Fortunately, the parachute opened successfully every time. The secondary parachute didn't open. Now they were using a glider. In theory, a glider should always hover downwards. However, there was wind. If they controlled it well, they could rise again. Li Yi was going to let the winged knights jump and use the glider on Mount Taibai. He didn't want to recruit 30,000 new soldiers. Mount Taibai was more than 3,700 meters above sea level. It didn't matter. To jump and glide, it depended on the relative height. The local area was more than 700 to more than 1,000 meters above sea level. In other words, the relative height was about 3,000 meters. Otherwise, in a place where the altitude was 10,000 meters above sea level and the local average height was 9,900 meters, it meant that from the highest point to the platform, it was more than 100 meters. If they parachuted, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to open the parachute and would fall to their death. Parachuting and gliding required relative height. It had nothing to do with altitude. Carry the parachute, then put on the goggles first. Find a suitable place to glide with the glider. If it doesn't work, let go of the hand and open the parachute. Li Yi muttered and carefully drew according to the data. He didn't dare to be negligent. When the glider was combined with the parachute, he knew that there were many mountains in Tubo. If a team of 1,000 people glided down and got stuck in the key position, the most frightening thing was the airborne troops. The airborne troops would never fall in front of the enemy's main forces. They were guaranteed to be at the back. Like the Normandy landing, the airborne troops played the most important role, even if the casualties were not small. The enemy was tired of dealing with them. One by one, the strategic positions were occupied by the airborne troops. Of course, there was another place that couldn't be ignored, the Calais Peninsula. Before Operation Overlord, which was the Normandy landing, the Allied forces had been carrying out another deceptive plan called Operation Ghost Shadow. It targeted the Calais Peninsula, including the extras who played the role of Montgomery. There was also a large number of artillery attacks. The Normandy landing was successful because most of the enemy's forces were tied down. Even if they paid a heavy price, the strategic goal was achieved. So, the glider troops of the Tang dynasty also need to be coordinated by the ground forces. The airborne troops must directly hit the enemy's important positions. Li Yi thought about the classic battle process, the tactical deployment, and the strategic goal of the winged knights in a new position. Based on what he knew about the application and technology of the airborne troops in the classic battle, as well as the strategic and tactical deployment, the people in the political affairs hall didn't even dare to think about it. The support of the skeleton, the material of the skeleton, the angle of the glider wings, the direction of the wind, and the height of the wind. Taibai Mountain needs to be located at a suitable place. Li Yi marked the data and graphics and his mouth kept muttering. He couldn't trust other troops, so it had to be the winged knights. Last time the winged knights didn't fight well. Dozens of people died because of mistakes in command. The main reason was that they weren't familiar with the battlefield. He couldn't make the same mistake in the future. It's about time. Let the workshop build it. I want to fly too. I know how to do it. I've done it before. Li put down the pen and clenched his fist. He had done parachuting and gliding before, but those things were made by other people. Now it was Zhuangzi who made them. Chapter 831. It's really cold in the morning. I wonder what questions will be tested this year. On the morning of the first day of February, many examinees were waiting outside the Fanglin Gate of Fanglin Garden. It was very cold in early spring. There was even frost on the roof tiles. The examinees felt cold on their hands and faces, but their bodies and feet were not cold. They changed into new shoes and clothes. Just like last year, the emperor provided them with new clothes and shoes. After the exam, they left with their old clothes and shoes. Wang Su put his hands in front of his mouth and blew, trying to warm his small hands with the warmth of his breath. The three people who went to Liangpa village to be village officials were beside him. They got along well. They're coming. One serving each. Don't eat too much. Go inside and sleep. The imperial court's carriages came out. Stacks of pottery bowls and bamboo chopsticks came out. A large barrel was filled with mutton stew and lean meat. Some examinees might have a stomachache if they ate too much without oil for a few days. There were also tea eggs, cucumbers, pickles, and steamed buns. Each person was given half a bowl of mutton. A big steamed bun was placed on top of the soup. The tea eggs and pickles were soaked in the soup. There were many examinees this year. Those who did not pass the exam and went to be village officials in the previous years all had to take the exam. There were also new examinees from various prefectures squeezing on the road. The imperial court is getting richer and richer. They're willing to pay for floor heating, clothes, and the 4 treasures of the study. This year, I must pass the exam and become a good official who works for the people. Xia Hao held his mutton stew and squatted beside Wang Su. Wang Su looked at the people in front of him enviously. They were all examinees. The difference was that they did well as village officials. Without taking the exam, they were already exiled officials. If they were not exiled first rank, they would be exiled second rank. These people did not need to take the imperial exam. There were places to arrange for them. They came to take the exam because they wanted to be promoted to a higher rank after passing the exam. If they passed the exam, they would be promoted faster. If they did not pass the exam, they would be able to enter the 9th rank after 2 years. Like Wang Su, after studying hard, the village gave him a good evaluation. He had the identity of an exiled 6th rank, but there was no place to arrange it. Unless he continued to be a village official. The minor officials in the county were all exiled 3rd rank and above. The capital government did not lack officials. In fact, all the examinees who went to the countryside had an exiled official. The most was a 7th rank official. It was a reward for them. At the very least, they could read and write, which was many times better than ordinary people. If they were not even given an official position, how were they going to live? The officials from the Li family Zhuangzi who passed last year's exam have replaced us as village officials. Do you think they will be rejected? Not far away, someone was talking with an expectant look. Everyone knew what he meant. You passed the exam and you even got first class. When you reached the village, you were still not as good as us. What did that mean? Brother Donglai who went to Liangpa village. Will he do well? Chai Baohong asked Wang Su. Wang Su took a sip of the hot soup. We've all been to the Li family Zhuangzi before. Do you really need to explain how Li Dongzhu teaches people? If there were people who wanted to see him make a fool of himself, just wait and see. Those 220 students would not be given away for nothing. Previously, the 40 students became county magistrates, and their limelight overshadowed the county magistrate and deputy county magistrate. That's true. Other people with Li family Zhuangzi's background would try their best to get promoted quickly, but they aren't in a hurry. Zhu En expressed his admiration. Out of the 42 students, the best was first class. Everyone else had an official position, but Zhao Donglin did not. However, someone in the imperial court said that whenever Zhao Donglin wanted to be an official, he could join the army. If he waited a little longer, he could be promoted to provincial governor. Zhao Donglin was in charge of 41 students and mobilized 20 counties in the imperial government. Wasn't that just being a provincial governor? Being a provincial governor was nothing more than military affairs. Zhao Donglin was trained by Li Yi in the Li family Zhuangzi. How could he not learn military affairs? The others were still working hard in their positions as registrars and county officers. They never mentioned anything about being promoted. It's a pity that I didn't make it, Xia Hao said and lowered his head to eat cucumber and pickled vegetables. He regretted it. The Li family Zhuangzi had given him 2 chances, but he had rejected them both. Since then there were only a group of students who lived outside the village. They would also take part in the imperial examination this year. On normal days they would help the people to file lawsuits for free. After being baptized by the village officials, those who had become officials outside the village were not so arrogant anymore. The new examinees were different. They felt that they were more confident and easy to take the exam. They were outstanding people in their local areas. Therefore they gathered together and looked relaxed. They thought that the imperial examination was just a formality for them. In Liangpa village, which was mentioned by Wang Su and the others, a man in a military coat was recording the location of the toilets. Changyu, come and eat some steamed buns. They are stuffed with pickled vegetables and oil dregs. A woman called Zhou Changyu. Zhou Changyu was first class in the imperial examination last year. He was arranged to be a village official in the village. He did not look like an official at all. If it were not for his straight back, he would look no different from a farmer. His face showed that he had been through hardships. There were even small cracks on his hands. There were skin cream and hand cream, but he did not use them. When he arrived at the village, he first looked at the toilets, the size, the terrain, and the surroundings. He took out a notebook and wrote and drew. He smiled at all the villagers. He did not ask the village chief, Chen Mo, for the account books. He knew how to behave. How could he ask for the account books casually? Third Madam Chen, I have leftovers from last night. They won't go bad in the cold weather. I can heat them up when I go back. Zhou Changyu smiled and waved his hand to refuse. The woman came over and pulled his sleeve. Heat up your food at noon. Eat steamed buns in the morning. I have money. I don't need a pair of chopsticks. Zhou Changyu was pulled to the house of Third Madam Chen. There were a son and a daughter-in-law. There were also 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy was big and the girl was still breastfeeding. He greeted them one by one and chose a seat opposite the daughter-in-law. She was pregnant with a baby. Little Zhou, you have been here for some days. All you do is look at other people's houses. Don't you have any ideas? You are from the Li family Zhuangzi. The old man sat in the main seat. There was a small bowl in front of him. The bowl was filled with rice wine. He drank it early in the morning. After drinking it, he would not feel so cold when he went out to work. Third Master Chen, it's almost time. After breakfast, I will go see the village chief and discuss with him to see if my ideas are right. Zhou Changyu picked up a steamed bun and gave it to the 6-year-old boy and answered respectfully. What's there to discuss? Your family is from the Zhuangzi. You can't trust other people, but you can trust Li Dongzhu. The old man said casually. Dongzhu said that every matter must be discussed and not taken lightly. If we do it right, we should do it right. If we do it wrong, the people will suffer. Zhou Changyu was still so respectful. The old man nodded. That's right. Li Dongzhu is better than others in teaching people. The 4 children who came in the first year thought they were very capable. In the end, they couldn't even cook. They are actually not bad. They are thinking for the village. Their starting point is good. Zhou Changyu did not criticize others. You little brat, let's eat. Third Madam Chen grabbed 2 steamed buns and put them on Zhou Changyu's plate. Let's eat. After eating, I will go with you. The old man did not say anything more. He picked up the bowl and drank. Zhou Changyu did not stand on ceremony and ate. This family was indeed rich. They planted 10 mu of greenhouses and even hired 2 outsiders to work together. After eating, he helped the old man to the village chief's house. Chapter 832. Uncle Chen, I have seen the latrines in the village. They chose to build them on the roadside. This is very good. When they arrived at Chen Mo's house, Zhou Changyu first talked about the location of the latrines. The latrines in the village were all built on the roadside facing the road instead of behind the courtyard. There were 3 main functions. One was to prevent thieves. When they wanted to go to the latrine, they could build it at the roadside door. The second was to prevent the children from always going to the corner and falling into the latrine pit. The third was to make it convenient to dig out feces. They could directly dig it out and take it away. Change the location? Chen Imo was interested in Zhou Changyu's identity as a Li family Zhuangzi. If Zhou Changyu said to change it, he would mobilize the villagers to change it. There is no need to change the location, but the latrine should be raised. When it rains heavily, the rainwater will not flow out after pouring in. After investigation, Zhou Changyu found that the latrines were low. When the rainwater flowed out, it would not be easy to walk. Even if a drainage canal was dug on the roadside, the drainage canal would lead to the river and the pollution would be heavy. In addition, there were many mosquitoes in the summer. People would get sick easily and their quality of life would be affected. Is the project big? How long will it take? Chen Imo considered everyone's free time. It is just the time before the spring plowing. The latrine pit needs to be cleaned and composted. As long as we build a public latrine to solve the living problems in the next few days, we can quickly build a new latrine using the original pit. Zhou Changyu took out his drawing and showed it to Chen Imo. The latrine pit was partly filled, the surrounding area was raised, and a large pottery vat was placed on top. In this way, a part of the original pit and the location of the latrine pit were used to make the latrine pit higher. After adding a large vat, the feces will not seep. At the same time, it is more conducive to fermentation. Unless the rainwater is too heavy, it will not flow out. People will not get sick easily. Zhou Changyu introduced the project. It was not a big project and would not affect the normal life of the villagers. Is the vat expensive? Qin Laosan next to him considered the cost. I intend to apply for subsidies in the name of strengthening people's health and safety awareness in the village. But I can't directly send it to the Ministry of Revenue. Everyone knows that I am not Dongzhu. I don't have the ability to invite the Minister of Revenue to have a meal at my house. I will apply to the county. The county magistrate will consider whether it is cost-effective to provide a large vat for the people's health. Zhou Changyu did not think of asking the villagers to bear the burden. The villagers were responsible for digging and building. Is the imperial court involved in this matter? Third brother Qin felt that this was his family's problem. Why should the government pay for it? Third uncle, if we don't get sick, we'll work more. The more we work, the more food we'll harvest. In the winter, we'll pay more taxes for planting greenhouses. We have increased taxes for the imperial court, and the imperial court has to give us a portion of it. Tax is taken from the people and used by the people. That's true. Chen Imo, the village head, nodded his head. That's right. The village had to pay taxes to grow vegetables in greenhouses. When the villagers went to Chang'an and the county to buy things, the merchants had to pay taxes. After paying the taxes, the merchants would raise the price. When they bought things themselves, they had to pay taxes. Third brother Qin thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. If we don't fall sick, we can do more. If we fall sick, how much less work will we be able to do? The whole family has been dragged down. If that's the case, I will go and apply for it. Uncle Qin, please help me talk to the villagers. Zhou Changyu proceeded to the next step. Will the county agree? Qin Laosan expressed his concern. There are also people from Li family Zhuangzi in the county. This matter is reasonable. How can they disagree? Be careful that Li Dongzhu impeaches them. Qin Imo felt that there was no problem. It was reasonable for the village officials of Li family Zhuangzi to ask the county officials of Li family Zhuangzi for a vat. With the county magistrate and deputy county officials, how can they disagree? Okay, I can do it. It's just 2 days of work. My daughter-in-law needs to feed the children. She doesn't need to do any work. Third brother Qin felt that he had made a profit. Qin Imo was doing this for his own good. Everyone knew that it was easy to fall sick with feces. Now even drinking water was boiled. Most importantly, he had made a huge profit. No matter where the vat was used, it would be his family's. Also, the canal in our village is a mud canal. I want to apply for cement to build a cement canal. It will be easier to clean. Grass sticks, tree branches, leaves and soil will be added in. No matter if it's scooping or pushing, it will be easier than the previous canal. I will apply for cement. Can the village's public funds be used to hire people from the workers' union to help with the work? Zhou Changyu lowered his voice. He needed money. The village's money belonged to everyone. The cement canal by the roadside of the county? Here, free cement. It's worth hiring experienced workers to do the work. Qin Imo thought for a while and agreed again. What's the point of keeping the money? We can't give birth to babies. Life is better now. We can't let the rainwater not drain the canal. Let's make it lower. 2 inches. Third brother Qin agreed. Now that his family had money, he started to pursue quality of life. When it rained, the mud canal was not easy to clean. Especially when the soil was washed down, it would mix with the mud in the canal. The canal was always blocked. When everyone scooped up the grass sticks, they had to scoop up the mud. It was very tiring. Now that he did not need to pay for the cement, he was benefiting from it. Qin Imo showed a worried look. It's all thanks to Li Dongzhu, okay? It has nothing to do with Dongzhu. When I apply, I will report a project that also uses cement. Then we will pay taxes and raise pigs. The pig pens on the cement floor are easy to clean. The male pigs who are not breeding pigs will be able to grow quickly. Originally, I wanted to bring everyone to raise chickens. Since everyone is raising chickens, there is no need to centralize the management. Zhou Changyu said another way to help the village develop. The village's money? Qin Imo did not want to pay any more. There are 3 models. One is to completely bring in the merchants. We will provide the land and labor and share the profits with the merchants. The other is to completely pay for the village. When the time comes, all the expenses will be deducted and the money will go to the village. The other is that the merchants will pay a part of it, and the village will pay a part of it. The village will have more shares. Zhou Changyu raised 3 fingers. Each model had its pros and cons. The risks and benefits were directly proportional. The Li family Zhuangzi will pay? Third brother Li's eyes lit up. The Li family Zhuangzi can pay, but it doesn't have to be the Li family Zhuangzi. Other merchants who are willing to invest can also do it. Zhou Changyu shook his head. He did not intend to force Zhuangzi to invest. He would talk to other merchants. Qin Imo pondered again. After a few seconds he asked, how many pigs should we catch to raise? Zhou Changyu raised 2 fingers. 200 pigs. It's too big. The imperial court will not give so much cement. If it's too small, it can't be scaled. You know how to raise pigs? So many? Qin Imo asked again. Zhou Changyu smiled. Yes, Dongzhu taught us. The Li family Zhuangzi has more livestock and poultry. We have to learn and we have to work in the pig farm. We will raise them. We don't need anyone else. The village will pay for it. If we lose money, we lose money. Qin Imo was bold. In fact, he believed in Li. The people taught by Li would not be bad. Wasn't it just raising pigs? The pigs raised by the villagers were dirty and smelly. It was better to use a new method. They could also use pig dung. Pigs eat grain. Third brother Qin was worried that too much food would be consumed. Little pigs eat less. When they are bigger, we can harvest wheat. We can feed them with wheat bran and straw. They will be very big before the end of the year. Zhou Changyu still had a way. The time was right. Chapter 833. Qin Imo, the chief of Liangpa village, was very supportive of Zhou Changyu's ideas. He found that Zhou Changyu was much better than the previous village official. His ideas were all complete and he would also help them apply for funds and subsidies. When asked about the details, he would explain it clearly, making people feel that it was feasible. Since the village had money, why should they let others in? If they wanted to make money, they should make more. Zhou Changyu started to get busy in Liangpa village. The other officials also tried their best in other villages. If there was a beach near the river, they asked people to raise more ducks. If there was a small hill at the foot of the mountain, they asked the villagers to raise more chickens. There was also a natural pond to raise lotus roots, fish, and shrimp. They organized people to make snacks and sell them outside. The river nearby was not bad. They built a group of water piles to help with grain processing. The variety of Chinese medicine on the mountain was good. It was suitable for a certain kind of Chinese medicine to grow. There were ores nearby that could be used as fertilizer and ores for other purposes. They organized people to identify and mine them. Every official worked very hard and arranged things according to the specific situation of the village they were in. The previous official did a good job. He left to start and continued to develop according to others. He didn't fight for credit and didn't change. Many officials could not follow the rules, unless the previous local official did not leave and was promoted. Only then would they follow the rules. Otherwise, when the new official thought about it, if he didn't come up with such a good idea, wouldn't he be increasing the political discipline of others? No, he changed and changed. He didn't want this at all. The 220 officials sent out by the Li family Zhuangzi didn't think so. The previous official's idea was good, so they continued to promote it. What the people needed was a good life. The villagers in the villages around the capital government were satisfied, especially those who were worried that they would make money if they followed the previous official's idea. They also considered whether they should change the Li family Zhuangzi's official's idea. In the end, not only did he not change, he even helped to improve it and praised the previous official's idea. The imperial examination was in progress. It had been a day. Those who didn't know came out early. Those who knew continued to answer questions. Those who needed interviews waited for arrangements. In Heavenly Earth, Song Jing and the other three gathered together. They went to the examination hall earlier and went for a stroll before getting off work. Yuanji and the others have left. It's strange that it's so quiet. Bai Gu looked at Wei Zhigu and said. Wei Zhigu didn't feel that his ministers were any worse than the prime ministers. Their salaries were a bit lower, but the Li family Zhuangzi gave them a lot of benefits. More importantly, the Bureau of Works could look for Li Yi and King Song for help. Many examinees went to Ming Fa today, so Ming Fa doesn't lack people. Wei Zhigu began to talk about the exam. The examinees who lived in the building outside the Li family Zhuangzi took turns helping the commoners file lawsuits for free. Of course, they had to study it thoroughly and communicate with each other. When it was time for the imperial examinations, he would realize that the other subjects were not stable, but the Ming Dao was stable. Everyone discussed and decided that they would all take the Ming Fa exam. If they passed, they would at least have a way out. If they failed, they would be too ashamed to face their elders in their hometown. They felt that the Ming method was not good, and that the elementary scholar examination was the best, but it was a pity that it was no longer open. Next was the advanced examination, but it was too difficult. Those examinees, Li Yi helped them a little. If they passed the Ming Fa exam, they would have a chance to become a governor in the future. Song Jing felt a little regretful that Li Yi didn't help those examinees take the Grand Scholar examination. The examinees had learned the law through work, so they had no choice but to take the exam. The new examinees are too impatient. They answer the questions too quickly and have no foundation. Su Yi criticized the new examinees. Those who hadn't been to the village as village officials had little experience. He hadn't heard of this batch of examinees, which meant that they hadn't traveled much. Such examinees had a low chance of passing, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to get a good position. By the time the 220 students of the Li family village managed the village, who wouldn't be given a good position? Looking at the 42 students at an even higher position. How many positions were there in the imperial court? Xiao Yi has been quiet for the past 2 days. Something is going to happen. Bai Gu began to consider another problem. More than 10 days had passed, so why hadn't Li Yi done anything? The women in the Li family Zhuangzi settlement had new jobs, but this didn't count. They had always had jobs. There was also a request for the kills to burn large pottery jars. They didn't require the outside to be smooth, but the price had to be low and thick enough. Needless to say, the bigger the jar, the thicker it would be. If it was too thin, it wouldn't be able to withstand the water. He's probably copying books. I heard that he was going to be given a set of books to teach auditing. Sui didn't know enough about this and thought that Li Yi copying books would delay other things. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Song Jing was scared out of his wits. He shouted to boost his courage. Wei Zhigu said, the examinees who have been village officials did well in answering the questions. Being a local official and having experience will make you think about problems. No matter how many poetry gatherings you have, it's useless. Bai Gu had some understanding of this. The other three nodded in agreement. The examinees had indeed learned a lot from being local officials. At least they could arrange their own lives. Other results would only be known after the exam. There's more this time, nearly 130,000 people. Should we move to the mainland or set up military defenses there? At night in the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Longji's family was eating hot pot skewers. After tasting the spicy food, the little guy wiped his tears and stopped eating the red skewers. If he insisted on tasting it, then let him taste it. Li Longji ate spicy food. The cold in spring was different from the cold in winter. He felt cold from the inside out. If he wore too much, he would get heaty. If he wore it, he would catch a cold. The people worked a lot and exercised a lot. As long as the house was warm, they would be satisfied. Li Longji asked about the new 9 families of Tiela who had surrendered. There were more than 130,000 people. Move. Don't set up a heavenly army in Bingzhou. It will cost too much money and food. Huazhou and Tangzhou can continue to build terraced fields. Li Yi chose to move. If they left the people outside, they wouldn't be able to contribute to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty still needed manpower to watch over them. When they moved to the mainland, farming would solve their own livelihood and also increase the production of the Tang dynasty. Or do you buy the land? Li Longji followed the previous plan. Also, I have to pay for their income. I don't care about spending the money to buy the land. Li Yi didn't care. Deal? Li Longji agreed. He felt that it was safer to put the people in Li Yi's hands. The more than 30,000 people who had surrendered last year had been very obedient. They even learned to do the manual work and learned the Tang dynasty's language seriously. At the beginning of spring, they first transported the farm fertilizer to the mountains and prepared to plant food to pay off their debts and become free people. Intelligence reports showed that these people cherished the things at home very much. Every day after cooking they would wash the pots clean. In the past they used half of the pottery pot to cook. Now that they had an iron pot they seemed to be very satisfied. It was said that they were working hard to learn how to make new dishes. They knew that the oil must be cooked before adding the vegetables, otherwise the taste wouldn't be good. Chapter 834. Do you know that the examinees who stayed in Zhuangzi for free applied for the same subject this year? Li Longji put down one matter and brought up another. Bright law, they are not suitable for the Jinshe examination. But anyone who has even the slightest bit of confidence in their own talent will not be willing to live in the village. Li grabbed a stick of fried tofu and analyzed the student's psychology. You're judging people by the benefits? Li Longji seemed to understand. They don't want to go back to their hometown because it's embarrassing. They know that the reduced treatment is like humiliation, but they are still willing to come. In reality they are desperate. Li ate a piece of tofu after he finished speaking. He swallowed it and continued speaking. They are already confused by their studies and are not confident in themselves. If the imperial court gives up, they will really be abandoned. I used Song Jing's gift from the Minister of Personnel to arrange for them to litigate for the people for free. After helping the people, they are very familiar with the specialties and are willing to work hard. Of course, they will choose the bright law for the imperial examination. At least there is a way out. Otherwise, what else can they do? I see. Li Longji remembered that when he first talked about these students, Li Yi said that there would be arrangements. The depth of his plan and the painstaking effort were indescribable. Li Yi took another sip of wine. They are not useless. They are good at one subject. In the future, the Tang dynasty's judicial system will be independent. They will be useful. It is also independent now. Li Longji thought of the censorate, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. That is only independent in the imperial court. The local judicial system is independent. The local judicial system is still under the jurisdiction of the county officers and county magistrates. Li Yi shook his head. Marble and the censorate only targeted high-ranking officials. The Ministry of Justice dealt with low-ranking rank 7 and the common people. Where could they find the Ministry of Justice? The local officials had too much power. Without checks and balances, provincial governors, and military governors were all out of the question. The county magistrates were in charge of administration, ideology, and the judicial system. If they were not in charge, they would be corrupt. If they were in charge, wouldn't they be even more corrupt? Who would control them? Li Longji paused with the wine bowl in his hand. Like the disaster relief department that His Majesty wants to build, independent, and can't be controlled by the local government? Including auditing? Yes, it's a vertical jurisdiction. However, justice is directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. No one else has the right to do so. The first inspection team of the Tang dynasty can report it. Li Yi had arranged an escape route for the large group of students who were taking the law exam, who said that they were not as good as those who entered the imperial college. How do you use it? If he said he would give her power, she would have it. Since they trusted the Li family Zhuangzi so much and came to live here, he had to show them some hope. Will the salary be a lot? Li Longji thought of another situation. High salaries to support honest people. His Majesty doesn't give it to him, so the local governments bribe him. Not only do you have to give them a high salary, but you also have to instill ideas in them, just like the winged knights. Do they only spend money and not earn money? The commoners trust the imperial court more, and the imperial court has already profited. When the commoners abide by the law and the officials take bribes and break the law, they take action and investigate the properties of the officials. Li Yi paused after saying that. Earning money was fine, but he had to confiscate their assets. A corrupt official in a county would get all the money back. Li Longji took a big gulp of wine. Good, that's a good idea. Can those who take the law exam become auditors? Yes, but they have to learn it first. I'm almost done writing my book. It involves many problems and algorithms, including theorems, and it's not easy to learn. It's much more difficult than the content of the exam. Li Yi was telling the truth. The math exams these days were too simple. Back then, he had solved all the questions that he had graduated from junior high school easily. No, that was not the case. Back then, there were not many junior high school graduates or even high school graduates who could answer the questions. The difficulty did not lie in the questions themselves, but in the foundation of literature. For example, if there was a pool filled with water alone, it would take 8 hours to fill it. If there was a pool filled with water alone, it would take 12 hours to empty it. If the pool was opened at the same time, how long would it take to fill 3/4 of the pool with water? The answer was simple. If it was a question about the Tang dynasty, it would not be so. He would come up with a question. A pool filled to the brim is equal to half a caddy, and the remaining drops will be changed every day. The 3 seasons are the same as the year, and the number of times the same is calculated. Those who study literature have to ponder. A pool filled to the brim is equal to half a caddy, 8 taels. The sun rises, sets and rises again 24 hours. The 3 seasons are equal to 3/4 of the pool, and the unit is the same. Come, write the answer. This was not a math question. Most junior high school students would not answer the question after reading it. They would change to the next question because they could not understand it. There were some senior high school students who could understand it, but by the time they understood it, they would have wasted a lot of time answering this simple question. Looking at the 7th floor of the towering tower, the number of red dots multiplied. The total number of lights is 800. How many are there at the top of the tower? The real effort was put into reading and understanding the questions, and it was not done by humans. That was how math was done. Even if a child was good at math, if their writing skills were poor, they would be confused when answering the questions. Li thought about it and could not help but laugh. Brother Yi, why are you laughing? Li Longji looked at himself. There was nothing wrong with him and he touched his face. Nothing, I am just... I am writing about accounting and auditing and it is quite simple. Those who can read can understand it after thinking about it carefully. Li quickly said something or else he would not be able to eat. Simple is good. Li Longji thought for a while and expressed that he understood. He found that when Li Yi talked about another topic, he and the ministers also had a headache. If so, there will be more people who are willing to take the law exam in the future. Empress Wang thought about the situation of judicial independence and analyzed. Actually, as long as you are promoted step by step from the local examination, it does not matter which subject you took before. Students have limited learning channels, and that is why it is so difficult to take the Jinshe exam. The failure is mainly in the theory of policy. Otherwise, those who can take the Mingjing exam have a deep understanding of books and memorize a lot. They just do not know about the various policies of the Tang dynasty. Recently, the newspapers have started to add relevant content, and it is written in a simple way. Not only can the students understand it, but also the people can understand it. Li did not think that one must do the same thing after taking the exam. Now, the students do not have the internet and they cannot even see the news broadcast. The amount of knowledge and understanding of current affairs are too different. If there is a mobile phone with internet access, the students of the Tang dynasty will go crazy. Why buy books? If they do not know how to read, they can look for books online. There are many people who have different opinions and they can see if what others say is right. A small matter can be divided into dozens of ideologies. He does not have a stool at home. If he wants to make one, he does not need to find a craftsman. There are videos and he can just follow. If the first one is not done well, he can improve on the second one. Lei Zhou sells bananas. Buy 5 jin of bananas and give me 20 renminbi. Deliver it to Chang, and within 3 days. Then they will not say anything and ask me to wait until the morning of the 4th day. I must make the engine. First, I will make the engine for the ship, then the train. If it is not possible, I will continue to mine and spread the smelting technology. Li Yi muttered something that Li Longji and Empress Wang did not understand. Chapter 835. Brother Yi, wake up. What are you talking about? Li Longji panicked, hoping that something bad would happen. Nothing, my soul is still there, it has always been there. I said that one day from Guangzhou to Chang, and without stopping midway, it will take at most 2 days to send the things to the place. Li Yi explained with a smile. 2 days without stopping midway, the first green train could also do this. Brother Yi, don't scare me. Li Longji was about to cry. What do you mean by 2 days from Guangzhou to Chang'an? It is impossible even if you rush 800 miles. With this speed, do you think I will be worried about the remote border areas? Third brother, don't cry, I have a new thing that I am working on. It is very difficult to grasp the details, but it can fly a distance. Li Yi knew that the other party could not accept it. 2 days from Chang'an to Guangzhou was not enough. In fact, half a day by plane was enough. Uncle, can't a hot air balloon fly? Empress Wang carefully observed Li Yi and found that he was still the same Li Yi, so she was temporarily relieved. A hot air balloon must have a balloon. This thing of mine can be used with parachute training like a kite. As long as the weather is good, it can fly very far. Li Yi said, and put a piece of bean skin skewer for the crying little girl. The little girl was happy and picked it up to eat. Li Longji reached out and touched Li Yi's forehead, and then touched his own. How far can it fly? It depends on how high you jump from, how the wind blows and how strong the wind is. Under the wind, a height of a few hundred feet can fly dozens or hundreds of miles. With parachutes it can put the winged knights in a small area. Li Yi gestured a few times and gave the flying situation of the glider. Empress Wang listened. In this case, we can find the right opportunity to destroy all the enemy's baggage at once. Li Longji said, with the hot air balloon and the divine flame crow, it is more useful to siege a city. I'll make it in a few days. I'll go and use it first. Then, third brother and sister-in-law can take a look. Oh, and Arjuna. When Li Yi spoke, he saw the little girl looking at him, so he quickly added. And then. The little guy was indeed satisfied and continued to eat the tofu skin. How much money does Brother E think the Ministry of Revenue will earn this year if we include the tax revenue from Hunan Province and the income from the rent? Li Longji was still not satisfied with money. He wanted to do big things. Third elder brother, are you saying that His Majesty is going to repair all the roads in the Tang dynasty, including the irrigation works? Li Yi naturally guessed. Qin Shi Huang had such thoughts, and so did Rome. The better the road, the stronger the grasp of the ruler's power. Yes, Li Longji admitted. Pay the taxes wherever you go. Otherwise, the merchants won't know how to cherish it. Li Yi held a different attitude. Can't we fix it first before paying the tax? Li Longji was prepared to invest first. Use the executive order to push the local officials and let them talk to the businessmen. They can pay the tax while repairing the roads, but not after the roads are repaired. Li Yi objected to collecting the tax after the roads were repaired. There was no such thing as collecting the tolls. Li Longji frowned and thought for a while. That should be the case. Otherwise, they will think that the imperial court will take care of them no matter what, so they don't have to pay anything. He had another question. Eating was not important, but he had to ask about the government. Brother E, can you give me a few targets for the local labor-intensive industries you mentioned? The E Alliance and the Workers' Alliance are the same. No matter who takes on a big job, they will spread out and form a whole. This is actually a centralized plan for the distributed industrial chain. It can be used not only in the E Alliance and the Workers' Alliance, but also in the farming industries. By breaking the whole into parts, we can guide and train individuals and small organizations to work together and unify the standards. Li Yi did not plan to do it in one go because there was a shortage of raw materials in the supply chain. More commoners needed to take care of their families' fields before they could participate in the labor activities for extra income. Setting aside the actual situation, it was unwise for the decision-makers to quickly start a labor-intensive industry. Third brother, the overall industrial chain is not perfect and cannot be sustained, so it can only be a temporary organization that focuses on labor and distributes it. For example, the Li family Zhuangzi's cotton spinning and the family model of sorghum straw processing can only be centralized in the end. The real labor-intensive industries are the migrant workers' areas of cement crushing and women's milling, as well as paper production. Li Yi did not want people to misjudge, so he tried his best to imitate, but he found that it did not work. Li Longji did not immediately speak, slowly eating and drinking. After eating a few skewers, he put down his chopsticks. What can the imperial court organize now? From the imperial court's point of view, it's simple. The mining of iron ore and coal, the subsequent processing, and the deep processing are. This can become a radiative labor employment in the mining industry, which can drive the local industrial development. The auxiliary industries are naturally slag and coal processing, as well as transportation, including coal washing. As for sales, there is none. Li Yi was talking about the good iron ore in Taowu County. The production of iron ore in Taowu County was low, but that was based on the standards of his era. To the capital office it was not low. The open-pit mines were easy to mine, had high iron content, and were low in sulfur. In the process of mining and smelting, it would drive an industrial chain and provide many jobs. Li Longji understood. This year, increase the mining of iron ore in Taowu County as well as the coal mines in other areas? Hire more people to work? That requires manpower. I still have things to do. When the weather gets warmer, I still have things to do. The imperial court still has a project to open up the desert in the northern protectorate manor. Recruit people from outside. The citizens of the capital office are easy to use. They trust me and I trust them. There is no point in the imperial court snatching people from me. The goal of the imperial court is to increase the number of jobs, but I have already given it to them. The imperial court should contribute. Li Yi shook his head twice. He did not wish for the imperial court to snatch people from him. He had many things to do. Even if he took captives into account, it would not be enough. In the capital office, due to the existence of the Li family Zhuangzi, there was no lack of employment opportunities. You need a lot of manpower? Li Longji could not think of any other situation. It is mainly related to transportation. I need a lot of evil money. In order to not raise the value of evil money, I will accept all kinds of evil money. Li Yi nodded. He needed sufficient manpower. Regarding the Jiang clan, Brother Yi, you did not use evil money to buy their things. Those who know the situation say that you are benevolent. Li Longji thought of Jianghu. He actually hoped that Li Yi would use evil money to buy the Jiang clan's businesses and things. Back then, the Jiang clan used evil money to bully Princess Yongmu time and time again. Using evil money will force people to their deaths. At the same time, it also means that I will use evil money to do things. However, I do not wish for evil money to circulate. It is fine as long as I achieve my goal. Li Yi stated the reason. He did not want to bully them to their deaths. When the Jiang clan wanted to take over Zhuangzi, they even gave him 2,000 coins. Using evil money was the last resort. He had to let go of all restraints. If you do it, I will do it. The actual situation was that evil money had to be restricted. Since that was the case, he would not use it if he could. Of course, he still had other means. Yes, he still had ways to force the Jiang clan to their deaths. Transferring people from other places to complete the production chain of the mining industry. Does that mean that there is a lack of manpower in that place? Li Longji's thoughts were jumping around. He did not care about evil money anymore. Chapter 836. The imperial examinations were still ongoing. The students who had to take the examinations for 2 days ate as much as they could during dinner. Compared to the cold weather outside, the examination hall had floor heating, as well as brand new bedding and pillows. The examination room was relatively large, and it was not as harsh as the Ming dynasty. Lying down was uncomfortable, sitting was uncomfortable, and standing was difficult. Nowadays, the treatment in the examination room was very good. They could lie down casually and they could even flip over. If they flipped over again, they would fall to the ground. If the examinees were willing to answer the questions at night, there would be a diesel lamp. If they did not answer the questions, they would have to tell the patrolling officer to turn off the lights and wait. There was a fixed invigilator at the side who would take turns to keep an eye on them to prevent anyone from cheating. There were also mobile invigilators who might come over at any time. Dinner was chicken stuffed buns, cucumber and egg drop soup, and a plate of mustard and pickled vegetables. Otherwise, if he ate too much salt, he would be thirsty at night. If he drank too much water, he would have diarrhea. The invigilators were more tired. They were responsible for touching the candidates. Some examinees snored, and as long as they snored, they would touch each other. Li Longji and his family returned to Xingqing Palace. He came out by himself and went to the examination hall to check on the candidates. In the past, he did not care about it. It was not like the Song dynasty and Ming dynasty, where the palace examination was directly managed by the Ministry of Personnel. In history, after the Kaiyuan period, the Ministry of Appointments did not care about the imperial examinations and became the Ministry of Rights. Now Li Longji wanted to take a look. He knew that the imperial examination candidates in recent years would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty. Someone greeted him. Li Longji put his finger in front of his mouth and shushed him. He wore casual clothes and walked in front of each examination room with a backpack. He did not look at the papers or ask any questions. There were only 2 people beside him. One was Guizi and the other was Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan became a general, but not a great general. She was only of the secondary class, 3rd rank. She had been learning the art of war and military management from Guizi. His combat strength was very high, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to go to an area controlled by the enemy to instigate a rebellion. With the 2 of them and Li Longji's combat strength, the students didn't have the ability to hurt Li Longji. Li Longji was walking when he suddenly found a person eating there. After taking a small bite, he stopped eating and continued writing. Li Longji stood to the side and watched. He was writing a current affairs policy. There were 5 questions in this year's current affairs policy, and they were all about Jinshe. The first was Tubo military policy, the second was Tujua new policy, the third was Khitan trade policy, the fourth was Bohai exchange policy, and the 5th was Guangzhou policy. Many people didn't know about the Khitans, Bohai Sea and city ships. This examinee was writing a policy on foreign trade, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Even when Li Longji was standing in front of him, he didn't feel anything. He was completely immersed in it. He wrote, The profit of sea trade depends on the rare. The need of sea trade depends on mutual cooperation. Only the common fish of the Tang dynasty can be exchanged for the fish of other strange places. Therefore, the heavenly Tao is not complete, but the human Tao is abundant. There was no need to worry about adding or subtracting. As he wrote, he stopped. He didn't know what to write. Li Longji was intrigued. He said in a low voice, "Change the surplus goods and replenish the missing ones." Most of them were barbarians. If there is profit in every market, it will surely accumulate. Yes, that's right. You're amazing, my dear friend. The person felt that he had spoken his mind and hurriedly wrote it down. After he finished writing, he abruptly raised his head, only to realize that something was amiss. Damn, there are people assisting in the imperial examinations? Continue writing. Don't look at me. While you have the feeling, hurry up. Li Longji urged. Don't listen. If you stop, you will lose your train of thought. Oh, all right now. The person lowered his head and wrote again. He had found the feeling. Who is this? Too amazing. Thank you. Suddenly he had the feeling. The person's pen was like a god. He wrote a current affairs policy that made him feel conflicted. Not bad, not bad. Li Longji looked at it and felt that it was very good. Even when writing about sea trade, he had written a few sentences. Yes. I'm also quite satisfied. Now I can eat in peace and have a good sleep. This dear friend, why are you outside? The person who was about to eat a big meal and have a good night's sleep realized that this was not the usual poetry exchange. This was the examination hall. What is your surname? Li Longji felt that it was interesting. My surname is Su from the East. The person reported his surname and first name. If one duck is not warm, 2 ducks will keep out the cold? Li Longji said 2 lines of a poem. Dear friend, you also know of my humble works? Wang Su felt that he had met a confidant. Yes, very good. There are no poems and essays this year. If you answer well, you should be able to pass. Li Longji nodded. After he finished speaking, he strode away. He really could not understand. Why was a person who was good at writing current affairs policy like this when he was writing poems? Do you want to cancel all the essays in the future to prevent wasting talent? Li Longji asked Guizi. Guizi whispered, Your Majesty, I think he has no problem writing essays. It's just that his poems are too magical. Guizi's literary talent was not bad. He had seen Wang Su's earlier essays. They were all well matched. There were even 5-word and 7-word couplets. There was definitely no problem writing essays. However, writing poems should not be a problem either. Why? It's probably because his true feelings are revealed when he is writing poems. It's more elegant. Hao Lingquan also realized. He had heard of Brother Donglai's 2 poems. When it came to poetry, this person was useless. When it came to writing current affairs policy, he had the potential to be a pillar. Li Longji shook his head. He was also puzzled. He suddenly looked at Hao Lingquan and asked, You also know poetry? Yes. When I was on a diplomatic mission, they admired the poetry of the Tang dynasty. They didn't know how to pretend to be like that. Hao Lingquan lowered his head. He did know poetry and it was not bad. It was used to show off. Li Longji patted Hao Lingquan on the shoulder and said, You are indeed my good general. Learn more in Zhuangzi. I count on you to help me and the Tang dynasty stabilize the country. I will do anything. Hao Lingquan's eyes instantly turned red. At this moment, if you gave him a pack of explosives, he would be able to hold a lighter in one hand and the pack of explosives on his shoulder with the other. He would run out in front of the enemy general and ignite the explosives as if he was delivering takeout. If Brother Yi were to take the exam today, what would the situation be like? Li Longji suddenly thought of Li Yi. Li Yi was very unpredictable. No one knew when his literary talent was outstanding, and no one knew when he would throw out words. He was simply a mystery. He should be the same as me, an anomaly. Guizi was certain. He felt that Li Yi's imperial examination was not necessarily about who would take the exam. Li Longji shook his head and said, Brother Yi won't be able to take the exam in this lifetime. Isn't it funny? Ah. Hao Lingquan and Guizi did not laugh. They really could not laugh. The two looked at the students taking the exam again and suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Some people risked their lives for a chance to take the exam and hoped that the examiners would be merciful. Some people could not take the exam, or else the examiners would be merciful. If Li Dongzhu took the exam, the Ministry of Personnel would have to readjust the correct answer. Otherwise, if Li Dongzhu's answer was different from the one the Ministry of Personnel had thought of, the Ministry of Personnel would be finished. Yes, the policy must be based on Li Dongzhu's answer. He was the most correct one. What he said was the policy of the Tang dynasty. Would the Ministry of Personnel dare to disagree? This meant that the Ministry of Personnel had a problem. Chapter 837. Coming out of Fanglin Court, Li Longji turned and went to Grief Field Square. Historically, Grief Field Square was managed by the monks in the temple and supported by money from the temple. Now it was managed by the imperial court. The money from temples and monasteries in the capital office was gradually decreasing. Occasionally, some rich families would give more. Not only did the ordinary people not give money, but they also took the incense from the temples and monasteries to use at home. In the past, the people believed in Buddhism and God. Their lives were really bad and they looked for a place to live. As the circulation of newspapers increased, the people placed their hopes on the imperial court. The newspapers always promoted the Chinese civilization, the descendants of the Yellow Emperor, and the descendants of the Dragon. However, they did not only promote Confucianism. Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, military, Zhongheng school, miscellaneous school, and other schools of thought were on the same level. The people looked at the content and the annotations. The historical background of every sentence included a short story. The people learned. Usually, when they chatted, they would say 1 or 2 sentences and everyone would be impressed. The person who said it would feel knowledgeable. In addition to the encyclopedia of life, the people found that they did not need to believe in other things. It was enough to believe in their own civilization. It turned out that the ancestors had so many good things that they could not learn all of them. Whenever they had spare money, they would donate 1 or 2 taels to Grief Field Square. They would treat it as doing good deeds and accumulating merit. The imperial court would allocate another sum of money. The Grief Field Square in Chang, and was better than other Grief Field Squares. There were mainly old men, old women, orphans, and sick foreigners who had no one to take care of them. There were volunteers from temples and monasteries to clean up. No matter how much they asked for money, they would provide manpower. The imperial court would also send people to help take care of these people. Grief Field Square is a place for medical practitioners to practice. There are many sick and injured people. The imperial medical department will send people, as will the pharmacies. Guizi was in charge of explaining to Li Longji. Li Longji and the rest wore masks for fear of being infected. The volunteers also wore masks, but they were not disposable masks. There were big shops and small rooms in Grief Field Square. The small rooms were for seriously ill people. The big shops were for lonely old people. The old people were not idle. They knew how to weave things except for those who could not move. There were children with disabilities. They helped to do what they could. The healthy or less severely disabled children were not there. They were delivering newspapers and shining shoes. Li Longji sniffed the strong smell of medicine in Grief Field Square. Field Square has a lot of people recently? Guizi, Hao Lingquan didn't say anything either. How would the two of them know about what happened at the memorial hall? A memorial hall was a place where corpses were placed. It turned out that the Tang dynasty did not call it that. Since Li Yi insisted on calling it a memorial hall, they decided to listen to him. The coffin was provided with a simple coffin and then buried. It was not the memorial hall set up by the clan, but the one that appeared in the northern Song dynasty. The current law required that anyone who discovered a dead person had to help bury them, especially if they were from the same family, even if they were from a side branch. Otherwise it would be considered a crime. If it was someone he didn't know, he could ignore it, but he should report it to the authorities. Those who died in Grief Field Square would be sent to the mortuary hall first, and then be dealt with by the mortuary hall. The person in charge of Grief Field Square came over and looked at the three of them. Do you want to donate money? Did they say that we have to donate and how much? Li Longji asked. The man shook his head. Up to you. It's fine if you don't want to donate. It's just that I'm not donating money and I'm not doing volunteer work. Come over. Li Longji dug into his pocket and took out a stack of coupons. Donate. Count how many there are. The person in charge looked at Li Longji in surprise. He took the coupons, dipped his finger in his saliva and counted. A total of 1,130 coins. Are you donating? The person in charge was scared. There were 10 coins worth of coupons and 5 coins worth of coupons. Donate. 6 Li village in the west of the city. Li Longji nodded. It was only a little more than 1,000 coins. He didn't care if it was more than that. It's too much. I have to find someone. I don't dare to interfere. The person in charge's hands were trembling. How could there be a rich man here? 6 Li village in the west of the city, the one with a giant panda? No need. Li Longji said and turned to leave. The smell of medicine was too strong. He wanted to go to 6 Li village to have a look. Ever since Zhuangzi was born, he hadn't been there even once. He wanted to visit Sixli village before going to his daughter's little Zhuangzi. His eldest princess was not going back to the palace. The person in charge of Grief Field Square hurried to find the person in charge. The person in charge was also anxious. There was too much money. After looking around, he found Pei Yaoqing, who was still working as the county magistrate in Chang'an County. Pei Yaoqing was not transferred to another county and was not promoted. He was not in a hurry. He felt a sense of achievement when he saw the people living a good life. Someone donated 1,130 coins? Pei Yaoqing was shocked when he got the report. Who was so rich? It was said to be Sixli village. The one with giant pandas. Sometimes they even sell seafood. The person in charge provided the key information. Oh, I know. Take it and spend it well. Don't be greedy. When Pei Yaoqing heard about Sixli village, a person appeared in his mind. 1,000 coins was not a lot. That person was rich. Even if he was not rich, there were still people helping him to earn money. Do you want to buy some meat to celebrate? The person in charge swallowed his saliva and ate the meat. The leftovers from Zhang family's village were not sent here? Oh, you all don't eat leftovers? Pei Yaoqing stared at the person in charge. Yes, sometimes we eat leftovers. The person in charge replied. All right. You can make the arrangements. Pei Yaoqing did not say anything else. After the person in charge left, the county's auditors went to check the accounts of Grief Tian Square. Every day, Zhang family's village would send the leftovers to Grief Tian Square. The Li family Zhuangzi was holding a big event, and the leftovers were also sent to Grief Tian Square. The people in Grief Tian Square knew it was leftovers, but they did not mind it. If the person in charge did not eat the leftovers, how were they going to spend their money? Li Longji did not know what happened in Grief Tian Square. He went to Sixli village to take a look. There were tourists in Zhuangzi. They were tourists who came to see the giant pandas. They also stayed and ate in Zhuangzi. The people in Zhuangzi were very enthusiastic. They welcomed everyone with a smile. Li Longji and the rest did not spend a single coin. They went to see the giant pandas for free. The people in the village also did not say anything. Let's go to Yuanshu's Zhuangzi. We can eat there. Li Longji looked at the sky and decided to go to his eldest daughter's place for dinner. They came out and walked towards the south. It did not take long for them to see the village. They also saw a group of people there. There were strong men, women, children, and old men and old women. Li Longji strolled forward. Pepper. Authentic pepper. Pepper from other places. My pepper is cheap. Take a look, everyone. I just sold one bag. Open the new one. Take a look and taste it. Someone in the crowd took out a bag made of fine linen and silk. It was 1 foot in diameter and 1 foot in depth. There was something powdery in the bag. He stirred it with his hand and shook the bag. It proved that the top and bottom of the bag were the same pepper. A small spoonful only costs 1 coin. If you take it and sell it elsewhere, you can sell it for 2 coins. I can sell it even cheaper here. 6 spoonfuls for 5 coins and 13 spoonfuls for 10 coins. I just sold 1 bag. If you want to buy it, hurry up. I won't sell the remaining 2 bags. As he spoke, he put a spoonful of pepper on the paper and asked the people around to smell it and dip their fingers in it to taste. When it came to Li Longji also pinched a little and smelled it. It was indeed the smell of pepper. He touched it with his tongue. There was no mistake. But why was the price so low? Even 2 coins per spoonful was cheap. Chapter 838. I'll buy 5 coins, 1 scoop, 2 scoop, 6 scoop. Someone gave money. I'll give you 10 coins, every scoop is full. Someone gave money again. Okay, look, full or not, the scoop is all in. The pepper seller dug hard and sure enough, the pepper on the scoop was piled up. It's authentic, it's too cheap. Why is this person selling it at such a low price? Hurry up and go home to get the money. What is everyone looking at? A woman's sweet voice sounded. The people around them all turned their heads. A beautiful woman indeed had a sweet voice and a pretty face. Little miss, looks like you're selling pepper. How much is your family selling pepper? Xiaolan stood at the side and looked at the seller with her big eyes. The pepper seller looked up and his eyes lit up, revealing a surprised expression. Beautiful. Little miss, pepper, 1 scoop full, only 1 coin. He introduced the dish just now. As he spoke, he scooped some pepper on a piece of paper with a small spoon and handed it over. Xiaolan sniffed it lightly, endured the discomfort of wanting to sneeze and returned it. I'll take all of it. First, take 10 scoop and see how heavy it is. 1 scoop is hard to weigh. Little miss, there are still many people who want to buy. Look, if I give all of it to you, what will others do? The pepper seller revealed a troubled expression and looked around at the people around him. Everyone who knew Xiaolan didn't say anything, and those who didn't whispered, "Let me buy some first." "Okay, let others buy first. After they've all bought, I'll take the rest." Xiaolan was a little embarrassed. Seeing that there were still a few bags, she agreed. Li Longji couldn't figure it out for a moment. He returned to his team and gave Guizi a look. Guizi got on his horse and shook the reins. Without making a sound, the horse directly leaped out. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, the others glanced at it and continued to wait to buy pepper. Princess Yongmu blinked and pulled Xiaolan over. "Greetings to Imperial Father," Princess Yongmu said softly. Xiaolan nodded and didn't say anything. The other guards didn't move, carrying out their protection mission. "The price is too low, I'll ask Zi to call Li over." Li Longji suspected that there was a problem. They could obviously sell it for a high price, so why would they come here and sell it for a spoonful? Princess Yongmu revealed a happy expression. She didn't care about the reason as long as she could see Li Yi. She didn't have to buy pepper powder as she had it at home. Over there, packs of pepper powder were sold off one after another. More and more people heard the news and rushed over to buy it. In less than a quarter of an hour, Guizi was back in Zhuangzi. When he reached the courtyard, he dismounted and walked inside while shouting, "Dongzhu, there's a problem." Li put the pen on the pen holder and walked to the door. "What's the matter?" "Someone is selling pepper powder on the road outside of Shaolan's Zhuangzi. Such a big spoon, 1 coin for a spoonful, 5 coins for 6 spoonfuls, 10 coins for 13 spoonfuls. Guizi used his index finger and thumb to measure the size of the spoon. "A lot of people bought it, right? Let's go, you change to another horse." Li Yi went into the house, put on a military coat and went out to look for a horse. He urged the horse to run towards the west of the city. When he reached the place, another pack of pepper powder was sold out. The seller took out another pack. "The pepper powder is sold at a cheap price." Li Yi dismounted and nodded to Li Longji and Princess Yongmu. He squeezed into the crowd. The seller shook the bag to show others that there was still the same thing under it. Someone handed over money and he scooped 6 spoonfuls. The seller took the pack of pepper powder and was about to leave. Li Yi squeezed out and patted the seller's shoulder. "I'll give you 10 coins. It's urgent. Let me have it first." "Here." The seller handed over the pack of pepper powder as fast as he could. Li Yi searched his body. He didn't have any money. Xiaolan quickly took out 10 coins and handed it over. Li Yi brought a small pack of pepper powder to Li Longji's side and opened it. First he looked at the color. The black pepper powder was darker in color, but it wasn't completely black. "It's not pure. The color in the bag is different from this color. When I scooped it just now, I felt that something was wrong." Li Yi talked about the color first. Pure black pepper powder didn't look like this. He dipped his finger in it and spat it out. "There's a spicy taste like the seeds of green onions. Feels a little different. It seems like," Li Yi was trying to recall. He thought he had tasted it before. "It's fake?" Li Longji didn't care whether Li Yi remembered it or not. He needed to know one thing. The pepper powder was fake. There's pepper powder. The one that people tasted and saw outside is authentic pepper powder. It was mixed when it was sold. Li Yi didn't say that it was all fake. How did it get mixed? Princess Yongmu was very curious. She looked under her eyes and didn't find anything wrong. "It's quite simple. There's a big bag of this powder in the bag." When he shook it, he kept the big bag still. The pepper powder around it moved up and down. When he was waiting to dig, he broke the bag and scooped it out. The top layer is pepper powder. Everyone has already confirmed that it's real, so they won't look at it so carefully. If you look at it normally, you won't be able to tell. How many of the people who lived in this place usually ate pepper? According to the ratio and price, he didn't lose out. The person who bought it didn't lose out. It's just that it was mixed with something. This thing is like green onions. It's not poisonous. Li Yi explained the method and the situation in a low voice. It wouldn't kill anyone. Who bought pepper powder wouldn't eat it as rice. They would put a little at a time. Even if it was green onions, it was mild and spicy. There were still a lot of nutrients. It was fine if they didn't eat too much. No wonder he didn't go to the city to sell it. He was afraid that someone would find something wrong and bully the people here for being poor. Xiaolan muttered. "There are also accomplices. Find someone who is familiar with the local situation and see how many unfamiliar faces there are. Some are in charge of protection and some are in charge of acting as shills." Li Yi observed the crowd in front of him and said with a smile. In fact, protecting wasn't helping to fight. It was helping to stop others so that this person could escape at a critical moment. The Tang dynasty wasn't like his time. If someone found out that he was selling fake pepper powder, a few people who were obviously accomplices would glare at him, and others wouldn't want to get into trouble. Now, if an accomplice dared to threaten someone, he would be beaten to death by these neighbors. Li Lang, what should we do now? Princess Yongmu hadn't dealt with something like this before. Report it to the officials. Selling fake goods. No matter what the reason is, let the law handle it. Send your men to surround the place. No one is allowed to leave. Li came alone. Li Longji's men were not the winged knights. Princess Yongmu nodded. She felt that she had participated in something interesting. She shouted in a crisp voice, "Guards, surround the person who sold the fake pepper powder and the people around. No one is allowed to leave. Neighbors, come out quickly." Yes. The guards unsheathed their swords, and in a few breaths of time, they surrounded the crowd, who had yet to react. "Xiaonyang, I'm your neighbor." And this, that. Some smart people heard Princess Yongmu's shout and saw the guards' actions. They quickly found their own people. Fake? How can it be fake? Get out. No matter how fake it is, do you want to stay? Quick, recognize each other. Don't let the bad guy escape. Suddenly, a group of familiar people vouched for each other and left the circle. The remaining dozen people were dumbfounded. Chapter 839. What are you doing? What are you doing? Among the people who were surrounded, a woman who had bought pepper powder at the beginning looked around and shouted loudly, "Don't worry. If you don't move, we won't hurt you. We will report this to the officials. When the officials come, they will check if the pepper powder you sold is fake." Li stood out and said calmly, "How is it fake? Everyone saw it just now. You are making false accusations. You will be punished." The woman shouted again, "You are the one who sold it? I saw you buy it just now." Someone at the side seemed to understand something and was furious. "Quick, tell the person who bought it to take it back. It's fake. I was wondering why it was so cheap." "Fuck you. Bring it over. If you dare to run, I will break you." Some of the people stared at them and some ran to report to the officials to get weapons. The 12 people who were surrounded were obviously afraid. They knew what they had done. They were afraid of meeting the officials and were even more afraid of being beaten before meeting the officials. What if they were beaten to death? They wanted to run, but all they saw was a standard knife. The people who surrounded them had the same knife. With a whoosh, another group of people arrived. They were dressed in all kinds of clothing, but the sabers in their hands were still the same. Li looked at the 12 people and walked over. Guizi followed him. With him around, Li's safety was not a problem. He could take down all of them alone. Li came to an unopened bag and opened it. He reached in and shook it. A big paper bag was revealed. It was wrapped in rough paper. Because they used rough paper when they sold the pepper powder, they did not pay much attention to the rough paper that they had seen before. Now that a paper bag was revealed, was there a need to explain the situation? Li dug a hole in the paper bag and put his finger in to pinch some powder. He put it in his mouth and tasted it. Bah! He spat it out. "Now there is a solution. I will not let you meet the officials. I will pay for the money that others paid. Tell me, is there any powder that has not been ground into powder?" So what if there is no powder? A strong-looking man asked. "Yes, sell it to me. I will buy it for the price of the pepper powder. Everything will be written off. If there is no powder, I will meet the officials." Li said. "Who are you? Why are you making the decision for us? What right do you have to write it off? I still want to beat him up. I bought a $50 bill and want to sell it." A person who had just rushed over did not agree. He wanted to buy cheap ones and sell a large portion of them to make money. "He's with me." Princess Yongmu helped to speak up. Her eyes were shining. Li Lang was indeed amazing. He really had a big paper bag. "Lil, miss, you have a master?" A young man beside her revealed a sad expression. "No one will look down on you. What are you thinking?" The neighbor went over and patted the young man's head. More and more people ran over with forks, sticks, and the pepper powder they had bought earlier. "Yes or no?" Li asked the 12 people. "Is it very valuable? I want 3 times the price of the pepper." The pepper seller rolled his eyes and raised the price. "It seems that there is half the price of the pepper. I'll take it all." Li was satisfied and lowered the price. "Double is fine too." The other party grew nervous. 10% of the price of the pepper. Li lowered the price again. "Just like what we said just now, the price of the pepper." "Yes, there's a lot." The other party compromised. Li shook his head. 5% of the price of the pepper. "Are you selling it or not? What's the law for selling fake goods?" "Oh, it's all kinds of materials used to forge weapons and silk. Those who sell it in an unscrupulous and petty manner will be beaten 60 times each. It's not strict, it's not really unscrupulous. Even those who use flexible iron to forge swords and arrowheads are also unscrupulous. Those who profit from the crime are scheming for profit and are quasi-thieves. The same goes for the seller. Li Yi recited the contents of the Tang dynasty's law and told the other party how serious the crime was. The other party didn't understand. In any case, they felt that the problem was very serious. Xiaolan said, "I'm telling you that those who sell fake goods will be beaten 60 times on the back with a big stick. If they make a lot of money, even if they are thieves, the lightest punishment is exile. The heaviest punishment is beheading. Those who are responsible for the fake goods will be counted. Those who sell them will also be counted. Also, all of you who are in cahoots with each other will also be counted. Here. We don't want money. Let us go." Wah. The woman sat on the ground and cried. Princess Yongmu's neighbors looked at Li Yi differently. He was very knowledgeable. Oh. Who is selling fake goods? The bailiff came. "It's over," the woman cried even harder. The bailiff came. It was too late. They couldn't even give it for free. They would be beaten to death. "Is there anyone who doesn't want to grind the flour? Go take a look. If it's good, you don't have to worry about anything else. Everyone, I will compensate for your losses. Give me some face and don't pursue this matter. I need something from him. It's very important and will be beneficial to everyone in the future." Li Yi clasped his fists at the neighbors. "Who do you think you are? You say you won't pursue this matter? Brothers, what are we doing here?" The leader of the bailiff spoke as he walked in front of Li Yi. When he saw Li Yi's face, he turned his head and asked, "Someone lost his chickens. We are here to look for them." "Yes, 2 of them are missing. They are hens that lay eggs. Hurry up and look for them. Don't delay. Go. Let's go." The group of bailiffs spoke and ran off to look for the chickens. "How is it?" Li Yi asked the 12 of them. They looked at the bailiff and then looked at Li Yi. They understood. What else could they do? "Take it. It's noon. Let's go and have lunch first. I will arrange for someone to collect it for you. These things cost 100 taels. Li Yi looked at the bags. The real pepper was worth about 100 taels. He did not want to pay for the fake ones. He turned around and said to the other neighbors, "That's all. You can pack as much as you want. If there's more, I will give it to you." "What are we having for lunch today?" Li Yi asked Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu shook her head. "I don't know. It's probably stir-fried vegetables. I actually want to drink mutton soup." "You saw the pepper and wanted to drink mutton soup. Go to my house and tell them to send some mutton soup over. You can count the number of people. There's mutton soup in my house." Li Yi pointed at a guard and asked him to go. The guard did not say anything and went to find a horse and galloped towards the Li family Zhuangzi. "Everyone, let's drink mutton soup. I brought a few bags of pepper. You can divide the rest among yourselves." Li Yi squatted down and folded some bags of pepper. "You can take 1 bag. The rest is enough for us to divide." "That's right. Do the bailiffs know you?" "No, the bailiffs are afraid of you." "Who are you?" "It's a secret. I took 1 bag. Let's go. The 12 of you go in and drink the mutton soup. Tell me what happened. I know that there was a problem when you were buying the goods. You don't want to lose money, so you came up with this idea. You're quite calculative." Li Yi picked up a bag and said to the person selling the fake goods, "If the other party sold it at a lower price than the normal price, he promised that the bailiffs would arrest them and beat them up. The price the other party offered was actually the normal price of the pepper. It was easy to sell and could be sold quickly. Otherwise they would have to hold back the goods. It was obvious that the other party was in urgent need of money. The 12 people obediently followed behind and did not dare to resist. They thought that they would be fine as long as they did not enter the city. They did not expect that it would be even more dangerous outside the city." Chapter 840. 100 strings of cash was directly stuffed into the woman's hands. It seemed like she was the one in charge of the money. Li Longji and the others entered Zhuangzi together to prepare for dinner. They also wanted the previous stir-fried dishes as there were many people. "When Tian, it's cold. Let me see if your hands are cold. I'll help you warm them." Li Yi went to hold Princess Yongmu's hand. "Aha!" Li Longji coughed. Princess Yongmu dodged to the side. "Third brother, your throat hurts? Let me take a look." Li Yi turned his head with a look of concern. "Much better," Li Longji said with a straight face. The neighbors watched the group of people leave and gathered around a few bags. "How do we divide? Everyone can't fight for it." Someone was troubled. "Whoever bought the most will get the same amount first. The rest will be divided according to the number of people. Whoever has the most will get the most." Wang. "Do you have any condoms? Pepper is expensive." "Who is that?" The Li family's little miss seems very willing to stay by his side. He's probably not ordinary. Look at the bailiff. I've never seen a bailiff like that. It's against the law. It's against the law if the bailiff doesn't catch those who do bad things. If the county magistrate doesn't care, the county magistrate also violates the law. But he's that good. Why do you care about that? Our children go to class. They eat well and learn quickly. They lied to us. If it wasn't for that young man, we would definitely beat them up. I think the black ones are quite delicious. Just put it in the dishes. Divide, divide. It won't kill anyone. How do you know it won't kill anyone? Young man tasted it and still wants to buy more. If it can kill someone, why would he buy it with poison? He doesn't look like a fierce person. Anyway, I know he's rich. He gave away 100 coins just like that. If it were you, would you be willing? The neighbors chatted as they discussed how to divide the money. They were happy with the unexpected wealth. Li Yi and the others entered the courtyard and waited in the main hall. Li Longji sat in the main seat. Li Yi sat beside him. Without waiting for anyone to ask, he took the initiative to say, "It's the seed of a type of onion. It's different from both green onions and green onions. Just like a yam, if an onion that wasn't particularly round grew at the bottom, it would be called an onion. I call it round onion. It's spicy. It's similar to green onions and shallots on the top, but it has more fiber. Before the lower ones were fully mature, the upper ones could temporarily replace the green onions. After it matured, it was fine to feed livestock, chickens and ducks, but it could not be overfed. When feeding them, they can prevent some diseases in poultry and livestock. As long as they can grow them, they can be considered to have done a meritorious service." Li Yi was talking about onions, and the thing that the other party had mixed with the pepper was onion seeds. It should be someone who came from overseas to sell pepper. He must have been cheated and couldn't make quick cash flow. They didn't contribute. They didn't come here to deliver the seeds. Li Longji disagreed. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yi needed their things to benefit the country and the people, he would have captured those people. Li Yi said from another angle, "They have overseas trade relations. They can send things that they don't know. I know them." Li Longji nodded. Li Yi knew things that others didn't. It was normal. "Are the seeds easy to pick?" Princess Yongmu personally brewed tea and brought it over to ask. She wanted to know everything. "It's similar to carrots and green onions. They can produce seeds in 2 years. To be precise, it's 21 to 22 months. But after 2 winters they can be stored like green onions. They don't need to use a greenhouse. They can survive the winter if they are planted outside. Oh, carrots can't survive the winter in the north. They sent out the seeds this year. When the time comes, they will be planted in the south. They will be harvested every other year and sent back to eat outdoor carrots for 1 season." Li Yi said. He didn't like to eat onions. To be precise, he was injured from eating them. When he was in primary school, he ate lunch in school. In order to save money, the school basically used a chicken rack to stew potatoes with onions. Who could stand eating the same thing every day? Miraculously, the potatoes could still be eaten. The chicken rack could also be eaten, but onions couldn't. It was only when he got older that he could eat a little occasionally. "Oh, this round onion is also a medicine. It's written in the medical book. Now that I can see the real thing, it can be used," Li Yi added. The chef arranged by Li family Zhuangzi to teach came over. "Dongzhu, there are 4 dishes now. There are many people. Does Zhuangzi have any dishes sent over?" A chef asked directly. "There's mutton soup. Have you cooked all 4 dishes?" Li Yi looked at his own people. 2 dishes. The other 2 dishes are ready to be cooked and cut. Another chef answered. "Cook it at night. There are too many things in the mutton soup. We can't finish it." Li Yi stopped them. "Let's go back and soak the cabbage slices in water. Also soak the yam." The chef understood. The woman outside was anxious. She didn't want to eat. She had to bring someone back immediately to get the food. Otherwise she would be afraid. Someone accompanied her to leave. It was estimated that they wouldn't come back until the next morning. They chose to go to the edge of Chang, and then sell the food all the way back. When they reached the edge of the city, they would quickly pack up and run away. They didn't want to sell all the way to Chang'an. In that case they would be blocked if others found out about them. They were quite smart, but unfortunately they were unlucky. The mutton soup was sent over together with 2 big iron pots. They didn't plan to take it back. In one pot were the lamb bones with meat, and in the other was the lamb offal. A layer of mutton oil floated on top of the soup in the 2 pots to keep it warm. They also brought an alcohol stove and a small iron pot with a shelf. They filled a small pot and put it over the fire to heat while eating. After eating and having a good rest, I'll ask them which line they are in contact with. If possible, I'll ask them to help me sell the food. Li Yi boiled a bunch of white wine and ate a mouthful of the tofu in the stir-fried pork with tofu. He started to plan his business. Like Yu Huaid and the others, Li Yi wanted to sell soap, and small glass mirrors. Li Longji scooped the food in a small bowl. He scooped up half a bowl of mutton offal and lamb offal and added a little soup. He didn't put any seasoning and tasted the soup first. Not bad. I fed it with grass. I like the smell. Li Longji praised the mutton soup. Li Yi didn't like it. He smiled and said, "It's sheep this time. Next time we'll eat goat. The goat has a strong smell." Overseas trade is not easy to control. When people go out, their hearts will be wild. When they trade between countries, they will have no country in their hearts. Li Longji was worried about the merchants who went out to sea. The more people came into contact with other places, the more they would despise the imperial power. Li Yi nodded gently to show his agreement. That was indeed the case. During the Ming dynasty, overseas trade was still allowed. Later they found that there were many immigrants. Those who didn't want to be disciplined by the Ming dynasty were not allowed to go out to sea. Especially those who could contact the coastal people of the Japanese Empire to make profits together. It'll be fine after the Navy is established. The Navy serves politics. When they are needed to maintain trade, they will maintain trade. When they are needed to deter other countries, they will deter other countries. Even if people go out to sea to colonize, the Navy can still control them. When the imperial court makes mistakes and the national strength is weak, there will be problems. Otherwise, when they go out, they will be loyal to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi hoped that the people of the Tang dynasty would colonize other countries. He had a way to manage them. If they didn't listen, they would turn against the Tang dynasty and destroy it. Chapter 841. The Tang dynasty has a small population, so they don't have enough manpower to develop other industries. With a large population and little land, many places can no longer have 100 mu of land per person. Li Longji drank the mutton soup and thought of the problem of raising a large number of sheep. Li Yi took a sip of wine and slowly exhaled. The population is still small, but there's nothing to be afraid of when there are more. When the industrial structure is adjusted and the jobs are arranged, it's time to enjoy the population benefits, such as. Li Yi talked about another theory. The Tang dynasty had a small population, so there was a lot of idle land. It was because the production technology could not keep up, so it was not easy to cultivate. It seemed that there were too many people and no land distribution, but in fact, it was a problem of land annexation and desertion. If there were problems with the policy, it could be adjusted. Compared to his time, the 2 lakes and 2 vast areas had not been properly developed, and there were many mountains in Fujian and not enough fertile land in Zhejiang. The main grain production areas of the Tang dynasty were Guanyi, Jianghu, and Hunan. Yangzhou and Shu did not have the main grain production areas of the northeast, Hunan and Hubei, and pig farming. Guangdong and Guangxi sent officials there, which was equivalent to exile. Only Zhang Jiuling was willing to do something. There was also Song Qingli, who was admitted to the Ming school. He was the most down-to-earth person. After being sent to the south for many years, he worked there. His shortcoming was that he liked to do projects, such as water conservancy and civil engineering. Of course, it could be said that he was a good person. After all, he was always at the grassroots level. When the Tang dynasty is completed, the number of fields will be fixed, and the people will be encouraged to cultivate their own fertile land, and rent will be waived for some years. The court will not lose out by rent-free for 20 years, because the overall grain production will increase. The more grain there is, the less the farmers will get from the fields. The number of cash crops will be increased, such as soybeans, cotton, spices, and medicinal herbs. Li said slowly. The economy had the ability to adjust itself. Yes, when the number of farmers decreases, the price of grain will be high and everyone will grow grain, so there's no need to worry. Li Longji said. Li shook his head vigorously. No, the number of fields to grow grain must be set, just like now. In the set number, if the price of grain is low, the court will give subsidies. As mentioned before, the land to grow grain cannot be lacking. Li had never thought that growing grains would allow one to play a market economy. It did not exist. Any country that managed their grains well would have a grain planning economy. This included different modes of grain reserve operation. At that time, his own country was basically a state-owned enterprise. If it was a country on Earth, there were several types of reserves. The country's reserves, the grain merchant's reserves, and the farmer's reserves. The latter two enjoyed certain welfare policies. This was directly reflected in the bank loan subsidies. When there was a shortage of food, everyone would have to fork out the money. He felt that his country was not doing a good job in this regard. They were too dependent on foreign countries. There were always problems with the grain reserves, and the implementation of the country's policies was not in place. There was always a wishful thinking, and they did not consider the crisis. It wasn't that those in high positions didn't understand, but they felt that they would be demoted or promoted when the time came. The more official-oriented the society was, the less responsible the officials were. The position of an official represented power, not responsibility and obligation. An official. In a non-official-based social system, being an official was just a profession, and everyone was more willing to abide by professional standards. Right now, the Tang dynasty must be controlled by policies and not blindly engage in market economy. Third brother, both the extreme left and the extreme right are wrong. We should develop according to the actual situation, seek changes in the process of development, and seek stability when changes are made. The river moves easily but the tide remains. Good and evil change but people's hearts are unhindered. The sea turns into mulberry fields, but the sun and moon are hard to change. The change of dynasties but education lasts for thousands of years. After Li Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head to drink the soup. Princess Jianghu thought that the soup was cold, so she picked up a small spoon to add a little for Li Yi. Li Longji looked at his bowl, which only had dry food and no soup left, and wanted to kick Li Yi out. But in an instant his mind was no longer on the soup. He was thinking about what Li Yi said. What could be changed and what could not be changed, or there would be problems. It's delicious. When Tian, wait for the spring onions to be planted. It's best to use spring onions to deal with the fishy smell of meat. Pepper is not suitable for growing here. We have already arranged people in Liizhou and Cheongzhou. When the time comes, the price will not be so high. Pepper is better than pepper, chili, big sauce, and cooking wine for the fishy smell of meat. There are also many varieties of pepper. Some are very numbing and some are not. Generally, when making soup, pepper noodles can improve the taste, but some people don't like to eat it. Li Yi began to talk to Princess Yongmu about technical issues. He knew that she liked to listen to these things. The 11 people drinking mutton soup in the wing room outside were slightly relieved at this moment. They saw the floor-to-ceiling mirror. It was so big that it was in the hall of the wing room. They could see it when they turned their heads. It proved Zhuangzi's strength. The yamen runners had to give him face, there were many guards, and they gave him money as he said. The stronger the other party was, the higher their chances of survival were. Would a person make life difficult for a few ants on the road? Did he have to trample them to death? The other party was so powerful that he would not care about small people like them. The mutton soup is delicious and there are sweet garlic. Why did we come here? It's better not to come to the west of the city. The person who sold the pepper himself was annoyed. Where could they cheat? Why did they choose to live in the west of the city? The Li family Zhuangzi lives in the east of the city. If we cheat there, we'll die faster. The strongest person was more quick-witted, just like Zhang Fei. The Li family Zhuangzi can't be provoked. We have to avoid them. Another man who looked very thin and weak also cooperated to buy the pepper. If it's the Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi, do you think he can make the yamen runners avoid them? The person who was in charge of helping to carry the bags of pepper asked. As long as the yamen runners see him, I guarantee. The person who sold the pepper stopped and looked at the others. Everyone, they turned to look at the mirror together, and then lowered their heads to look at the mutton soup. It can't be, right? Why did he come here? This little Zhuangzi. They all have the same knife, military horses and yamen runners. They don't care about money at all. Then the beauty that Zhuangzi slept with is, don't say it, we don't know anything. We're alive, we're alive. If he says he won't deal with us, then he definitely won't. We're not worth him going back on his words. Let me try. Everyone said one after another. The person who sold the pepper got up and walked to the door. Brother, can you give us some wine to drink? We're scared out of our wits. Let's drink some wine to calm down. He talked to the guard who was standing at the door. Wait, I'll go ask. The guard left. Half an hour later, a glass bottle containing 500 grams of white wine was delivered. It's strong, 1 sip per person is enough. If you drink too much and cause trouble, your legs will be broken. The guard handed over the bottle and stood back. He hadn't eaten yet. Thank you, thank you. We're very honest. The person who sold the pepper bowed and said with a smile. He took the bottle back to the table. Look, a glass bottle with high alcohol content. Don't worry, we'll drink too much. This bottle and the wine inside is worth 100 grams. You can't buy it anywhere else, only the Li family Zhuangzi has it. Everyone keep your mouths shut. Don't even talk in your sleep. Come on, 1 sip per person. They finally knew who caught them and felt relieved. It's okay, they won't be dealt with again. Brothers and sisters, if you have the ability, please go back to Chitian to subscribe. Remember to vote after midnight. Thank you. Chapter 842. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Li and my name is Yi. I have a Zhuangzi. After eating and resting for a while, Li Yi found 11 people and introduced himself. Not waiting for him to finish, the person in charge of the operation of the pepper directly answered, "At the east bank of Ba River in Chang'an City." "We know owner Li. What about you?" Li Yi only asked one person. There were too many people and he couldn't remember. "Wei Yufeng. My name is Wei Yufeng. Jiangnan West Tanzhou. There is a big river in front of my house. It's called Xiangshui." Li Yi interrupted him. "Yes, there is also a river, Liang River." Li Yi knew where it was. Dongting Lake was in the north. It was a very remote place. The local economic conditions were not good and the people's lives were not easy. Li Dongzhu is indeed impressive. Wei Yufeng nodded vigorously. Look, this was Li Dongzhu. He was knowledgeable and knew about the river. "Where did you get it?" Li Yi did not accept this flattery. 5 years ago there was a flood and the house was washed away. Those who were alive ran away. They could not pay the rent and had to sell the land. No one wanted to buy it. Wei Yufeng recounted his experience. The Xiangshui flood was not ordinary. They owed the rent and wanted to sell the land but could not. The group of people ran south to Guangzhou. First, they helped to move things at the docks. Later, when they had some money, they bought goods from foreign countries and transported them to other places to sell. This year they were cheated. They said that it was pepper and that the price was cheap. They even saw the goods. In the end, they did not know what happened. After the delivery of the 500 grams of pepper goods and the ship left, they found out that there were things that were not pepper. Like green onion seeds. Green onion seeds were not the same price as pepper. They were cheated and could not find anyone. They spent all their money and brought the goods to Chang'an and had a high demand for pepper. They spent the new year on the road. A total of 50 people carried burdens and walked. Fortunately, the road from Guangzhou to Chang'an was being repaired by various places. Especially the Great Yu Ridge, the road there was well built, it was long and wide. By the time they reach Chang'an, the goods will not be easy to sell. Unless the price is lowered, no one will buy them. How long will it take to sell them in batches? They thought of a way to grind it into powder and sell it as pepper. They mixed the powder with scallion seeds. They saw something with grinding flour. This thing was good. It was suitable for making powder. Therefore, they gave money to a family in Xin County and asked them to help rent a hand grinder. After a few days of processing, he collected a batch and prepared to sell it near Chang'an City. The people here were relatively rich and they wouldn't meet any experts. In theory, they wouldn't meet any. We feel that the green onion seeds won't kill people and they can be used as seasoning. We can mix them together and sell them as pepper. Even if he sold it for 200 carvings and lost 300 carvings, he still had a chance. Who would have thought that after selling just 3 bags, it would. As Wei Yefeng spoke, he raised his hand to wipe his eyes. Tears flowed down. The Japanese knew that it was different from green onions, but when they arrived at Guangzhou port, everyone said that it was green onion seeds and that they didn't want it. Then they met you all. This was the last time they cheated you. There are many ways to cheat them. You all thought that you had bought it at a cheap price and neglected it. Your actions were indeed adulterated, but it did not cause any bad consequences. I forgive you all. Li Yi felt that it was inappropriate to send these people to the officials. If they were sent to the officials, they would be confiscated and flogged 60 times each. According to the law, the other party had 50 people and their lives were over. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. We will not dare to do this again in the future. Wei Yefeng and the rest of them wiped their tears. They were scared when they thought about it. They had lost all their belongings and were beaten to recover. How are they going to live? I guess you all can't remember the other party's appearance. I will write a letter for you all to return to Guangzhou and hand it to Zhang Jiuling. He is now in charge of Guangzhou's shipping department. They are all Japanese merchants and local businessmen. They know about the green onion seeds. If they ask about it, they will be punished to death the next time. By the way, I will bring some soap, toilet water, and a few exquisitely packaged mirrors for you all. You all help me to sell the green onion seeds and I will set the price. You all will get 10% of the profits and 50% of the profits. Li Yi does not want his people to suffer such losses. In the future, unless those people do not come, he will arrest them. At the same time, he wants to open up the overseas trade. The furthest he can go is the Strait of Hormuz. If not, where will he get the green onion seeds from? No. We will help you to sell the green onion seeds. All the profits will be yours. Wei Yefeng quickly shook his head. The rest of the men nodded. They felt that Li Yi was very kind and magnanimous. No, do as I say. At night, all of you will stay in tents outside. I will send you all honeycomb coal stoves. Remember not to get poisoned. Li Yi had already decided on this matter and did not give the other party any benefits. If they helped him once, would they help him again in the future? We are not afraid of the cold. In the winter there are no heated Kong beds. Now that it is spring, it is not cold. Wei Yefeng was worried that Li Yi would spend too much money. I know, sigh. Li Yi sighed. When he was in Changsha, Hunan, when there was no central heating, the temperature was... Interestingly, the houses in the northeast were around -10 degrees Celsius. The central heating was too cold and people had to resist it. Many people in the south also thought that the northeast was cold. Later they realized that the houses in the south were much warmer than their own houses in the winter. When the temperature was around -0 degrees Celsius, the southerners were used to it. In the north, when the temperature was -30 degrees Celsius, they could do outdoor work. If they were frozen, they could stomp their feet. If they were frozen, they could put their hands into their arms. If they were frozen, they could cover their ears with their hands. But in the south, many people fell sick in the winter. Later, people started to install central heating. If there was no central heating, they would use their own air conditioners. Some even bought small suns. In the village, there were clay stoves. Everyone was not stupid. Third brother, we need to promote the use of coal, especially honeycomb coal stoves. Other than the areas in the south, the other areas are also suffering from the winter. Li Yi turned to Li Longji. Li Longji had been listening and watching. In the past, Chang'an was also accompanied by cries when people woke up early in the morning in the winter. Li Longji recalled the Chang'an of the past. I can provide some coal mine locations. Some are open-pit mines and some need to be dug underground. If it is convenient to transport, you can directly mine the open-pit mines. With the current usage, it can be used for countless years. Li did not mind. He pointed out the coal mines in the Tang dynasty. If you can dig all the open-pit mines, then you are awesome. Brother Yi, you are not asking for anything in return. Li Longji sighed. Many people would dig secretly if they knew about the mines. Wei Yefeng and the rest looked at Li Longji. Brother Yi? This matter is settled. Go and rest or go out for a walk. Next time, remember not to let the woman rush in front. Li Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. We also don't want to, but we are not as good as her. Just like this time, the idea of selling pepper powder was from her. Wei Yefeng said helplessly. So what if she is a woman? Awesome. That's true. Wu Ziqian is more awesome. People with the surname Wu are actually very capable. For example, Wu Jiu in the palace. If she is not careful, she may become another Wu Ziqian. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He directly mentioned the people in the palace. Wei Yefeng and the rest. Chapter 843. From this, it can be seen that the foreigners are not fools. They know how to find new things to sell in the Tang dynasty. If they can't sell them, they will try to cheat us. After Wei Yefeng and the others left, Li Yi expressed his opinion on the foreigners. Princess Yongmu immediately supported him. The foreigners are very calculative. They should protect the interests of the people of the Tang dynasty. When Tian, we have the same idea. I still have something to talk to you about. Let's go out? Li Yi looked as if he had met a confidant. Brother Yi, I also have something to say to you. Li Longji said. Let's talk at dinner tonight. There's no hurry. Third brother, let's go. When Tian introduced me to Zhuangzi, Li Yi refused Li Longji's request to talk now. He pulled Princess Yongmu and ran out. Li Longji was taking deep breaths. Xiaolan looked at him and served him tea. Why are you looking at me? Go find your mother. Don't run around. Li Longji glared at Xiaolan. Xiaolan turned and ran. Guizi also ran away. He wanted to protect him. Hao Lingquan did not move. He asked in a low voice, will your majesty return to the palace tonight? No, bring Yurong and Jiner here. Li Longji thought for a moment and waved his hand. He wanted to see the lives of the people around him. After knowing that the Jiang family hired people to build the greenhouses and that the people helped Princess Yongmu run, he had a good impression of the people around him. He had ideas. Many of them could not be realized. Those were his own ideas. He could find Li Yi to realize them. It seemed that as long as he mentioned an idea, Li Yi would give him a solution. Li Yi, who ran away with Princess Yongmu, found wooden boards, paper, and charcoal. He and Princess Yongmu were painting the scenery beside the shed, painting together with the shed. The hut was a hut that provided free soup. There were people inside. Li Yi did not go far away. He was afraid of danger. He was sketching. When Tian, look, painting is a combination of freehand brushwork and realism. The two are one. It's not that I don't know how to be realistic. Everything I draw is freehand brushwork. It's also not that I don't know how to do freehand brushwork. I have no requirements in that aspect. Realism is the essence of painting. Li was talking about painting. The great Tang people's meticulousness was very poor, which meant that they could not be realistic. If someone deliberately emphasized a certain aspect, it could only prove that that person's ability of the other aspect. Look at the shed. It can be drawn with just a few strokes. It mainly reflects the road and the shed. It's a freehand style. Take a long time to write the practical aspect. Our great Tang's current method of painting doesn't have shadows, but the shed has shadows, so we have to portray it realistically. When the level of realism reached a certain level, and the technique was transformed into art, there was no need to talk about the basics. The pursuit of light was the most important. Abstract painting is a part of freehand brushwork. This is because the Tang dynasty is good at expressing emotions in the painting. At the same time, there are poems in the painting and poems in the painting. Li Yi's combination of Chinese and Western was like 3 parts of autumn water and 7 parts of color. Half of the lake was misty rain and half of the lake was sorrowful. It was a combination of painting and imagery. Brushwork was not realistic for these 2 sentences. Brushwork had to be used. The prerequisite was that the fundamentals of realism were good. Otherwise, look at the paintings of the Tang dynasty. They wanted to be realistic, but what happened to the characters? On the other hand, ink painting was a different matter. The artistic conception that could be drawn out by traditional Chinese painting was that of the distant mountains. Realism is like Chow Yi out of the water. Freehand brushwork is like Wu. Wu Daozi is in the palace now, right? He's still very young? Li was about to say that Chow Yi out of the water and Wu Daozi was the wind when he suddenly realized that Wu Daozi was a doctor in the palace. Li Qingqi in history should be changed to King Ning now. Then Wu Daozi was conferred the title of King Ning. But it didn't change. King Song was still King Song. Where did Wu Daozi go? Alright, let's not bother about him for now. I have to have a good chat with him when I meet him. He's a good person. Li stopped thinking about it for now. He continued to teach Princess Yongmu painting techniques and thinking patterns. Princess Yongmu had learned painting before, but she had never sketched before. She had always used a brush to draw. Now that she was holding a charcoal stick and listening to Li Yi's lecture, she felt that it was very interesting to draw a shed on paper. To her, this was happiness. Someone was playing with her, and she had never seen something like this before. She realized that there was a huge difference between being with Li Yi and being with other men and women. Other men and women would cater to one another. Take her aunt for example. It was the man who catered to her aunt. But at other times, it was the woman who catered to the man. When interacting with Li Yi, both parties seemed to be doing the same thing. There was no need to consider so many other things. It was fine as long as it was interesting. Li Longji strolled out. There was no need for him to look at the Hu merchant's residence. He walked along the small path. Once he was out of the Hu merchant's residence, he would meet his real neighbors. His neighbors were all living in their own courtyards. Some of them had dogs in their courtyards while others had chickens. The weather was still cold, so there was no one wandering outside. However, there were people working in the courtyards. They found sand from elsewhere and spread it on the ground. After the snow melted, the ground was muddy. The main path in the courtyard was paved with stones. The 2 sides of the path were muddy, and there was water in the gaps between the stones. When one stepped on the stones, water would splash out. With a shovel of sand, the water would be blocked. At the very least, it wouldn't splash out. There were also some villagers who were tidying up the fence. The fence didn't stop people, and it blocked the chickens from going out. Actually, dogs could jump out from the fence. They could even break the wooden poles. However, under normal circumstances, there wasn't a single dog that would jump over the fence. When it saw a stranger, it would bark. When the owner came out to take a look and reprimand it, the dog would return to its den. Li Longji listened to the barking of dogs and watched the scene of the people working. He felt happy. Life at home looks pretty good. The roof isn't broken, the courtyard is clean, and the firewood is piled with straw curtains. The ground in the courtyard has been turned over with a shovel? The weather is still cold and the soil is hard. It's better to turn it into water. That piece of land is planted with scallions. It looks like it's left for winter. We can harvest seeds this summer and autumn. Li Longji spoke as he looked. In the past, he couldn't say such simple words because he didn't understand. Now he knew everything. If he had something to do, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi. If he had nothing to do, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi would explain many things during meals, including agriculture and the lives of the residents. After listening and seeing more, he would naturally learn. Li Longji used to think that scallions were planted in the spring and could be eaten in the summer. In the autumn there would be seeds. Later he discovered that it wasn't like that at all. If he wanted to keep the seeds, he had to plant them in the autumn. Then he would eat the scallions. When it was almost winter, he would harvest some scallions to eat. In the second year, the scallions would come back to life after winter. At this time he would divide the seedlings and choose a piece of land to plant them. If he was willing to eat, he would eat a little. Usually he wouldn't eat it and would plant scallions to eat. After another year, the scallions would start to sprout and produce seeds. This meant that the management method of eating scallions and planting scallions was different. The timing was different and the taste was also different. When the scallions were harvested, they were very spicy. The scallions were not spicy. The first batch of scallions would be sweeter if they were buried in more soil. There were also radishes and carrots. Don't even think about planting them that year. Chapter 844. Li Longji said. Beside him, Hao Lingquan and Guizi were at a loss. They weren't farmers. Brother Yi hasn't taught you about this? As a general, you must be familiar with the growth of crops. It may be useful in battle. Li Longji knew how to do it now. He liked to give pointers to others. He had also taught the prime ministers before and they had learned to be smart. We haven't talked about this yet, but there will probably be later. Guizi was looking forward to it. He was willing to attend classes. Hao Lingquan nodded. His head hurt from attending classes, so he had accompanied them out today. Otherwise he would still have to learn. Before he became a general, he had been a very young general. After he became one, he began to learn. This included formation, troop placement, and attack timing. In fact, there was no fixed routine. When the enemy moved, they would move. When they weren't engaged in hand-to-hand combat, both sides would compete in defense and long-range attacks. When the shield soldiers and other close combat troops advanced, it meant that they had found an opportunity or that their side was at a disadvantage in long-range attacks. In a real melee, the crossbowmen would still be needed to suppress and attack the enemy's rear while providing support to the soldiers at the front. The operation of a formation was very complicated. A single mistake could cause the front to collapse, making it difficult to reorganize. The hot air balloon's function was displayed. From high up in the sky, they could see the ground's movements clearly and report back to the general. The general would then give orders to the messenger on the hot air balloon according to the situation. The order was given to the former general in Hao Lingquan's position. After watching, he would quickly command his own troops. When he was a general, he wasn't responsible for personally killing the enemy. He would wait for orders. How's your learning going? Li Longji seemed to recall Hao Lingquan's position as a general. Fortunately, I wasn't given the position of a general. Otherwise, I would have killed many of my brothers. I'm learning with all my might. Hao Lingquan admitted that he wasn't a general. After he learned well, he would find an opportunity to be promoted. Generals didn't understand the game. They didn't know how to draw maps, measure distance and height, and weren't familiar with the effects of soil on the battlefield. They didn't know about rain clouds. On yellow soil after the formation, it suddenly rained. The enemy seized the opportunity to shoot arrows, and their own movement was reduced. They couldn't shoot as fast as the enemy. He thought he was too weak. Li Longji smiled and continued forward. Li Longji knew that not all generals had to learn from the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi wanted to train the winged knights into special forces. They had to be good at everything. Hao Lingquan followed suit. Naturally, what she learned was the same. Li Longji was also aware of Li Yi's thoughts. Li Yi didn't give face to Song Jing and forcefully promoted Hao Lingquan to the position of general. If Hao Lingquan lost the war in the future, where would Li Yi put his face? Should he bear joint and several liability? They walked to the artificial river, which was also the place where the water network was. The river water had melted a little, and there were still places where there was ice. A group of people surrounded a sheep. The sheep seemed to know that its fate was not good, so it struggled and did not want to leave. Everyone simply tied them up and carried them to the side of the canal, where they used long poles to push the ice away. The person holding the big basin prepared to collect the sheep blood and put in warm water and salt. The sheep was slaughtered amidst the bleeding and everyone was in high spirits. "Old man, what's the matter with this sheep?" Li Longji asked an old man. "Xiaolan, didn't that Zhuangzi guy give us a lot of pepper? Let's pool the money to kill a sheep and drink mutton soup." The old man pointed at the place where the sheep was slaughtered. The person next to him said, "In the past we couldn't afford to eat pepper. The villagers took advantage of it to satisfy their cravings. We should give you some." The sheep hasn't recovered yet and it hasn't fattened up well in the winter. Li Longji felt that the mutton soup that Li Yi had people bring back was too little. It wouldn't hurt to give the neighbors some. The old man shook his head. You can't take more. You can't always count on others to give you things unless it's the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi gave us a chance to work. If they gave us a sheep we would want it too. We will remember their kindness. At home we have memorial tablets for Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Incense in winter is expensive. Give us 1 stick of grass incense a day. When the mosquitoes come out we can light mosquito coils to drive them away. Put them in front of the memorial tablets for a while and bring them back to the main house. That's right. Actually, 1 stick of incense for 3 days is fine. I believe they won't say anything. Li Longji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a simple and honest person. Just light mosquito coils as a token of appreciation. The winter grass incense was probably taken from temples or monasteries for free. It wasn't easy to be a monk or a Taoist priest. That won't do. We can't fool them. The old man said with conviction. Li Longji choked. The summer mosquito coils weren't fooling them? It's best to drink mutton soup with sweet garlic. When we go back, let Xiaolan Zhuangzi send some to everyone. This was the only thing Li Longji could help with. The Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of sweet garlic. He turned around and asked the 2 people beside him, we can get a lot of blood. Did we kill the sheep well? Guizi nodded. Hao Lingquan shook her head. Hao Lingquan whispered, I was there and watched them kill the sheep. There was no blood. After the sheep were killed, the blood was pocketed. There's such a skill? Li Longji heard of this for the first time. When we go back and ask Dongzhu we'll know. There are wolves in the grasslands. If we leave snow behind it will attract wolves. Moreover there's no water to wash it off. It's very difficult. Therefore we figured out a way to kill the sheep without bleeding. Hao Lingquan knew that her words weren't convincing. She had implicated Li Yi. Li Longji walked around for a while. When he saw that the sky was getting dark, he returned to Zhuangzi. Li Yi and Princess Yongmu had also returned. Princess Yongmu was admiring her painting. Li Longji shook his head and asked Li Yi, is there a way to kill the sheep without bleeding? Li Yi nodded, there's a way. There's very little bleeding. The blood stays in the abdominal cavity. If the technique is bad the sheep will be in pain. It's better to stab it. Li Lang, which one is better? Princess Yongmu frowned when she heard that the sheep was in pain. There's no difference. Kill the sheep for meat. Do people need to consider the sheep's pain? However, the way to kill the sheep without bleeding will easily contaminate the blood. Li Yi didn't have any pity for the sheep. Raising sheep was for eating unless the sheep were working. I saw them killing the sheep to drink mutton soup. I said that I'll send them sweet garlic. Li Longji didn't plan to take it from the palace. Send a few sheep to each family. Also, send the coriander in the greenhouse over. With the pepper, everyone can have a good meal. Li Yi immediately thought of what the neighbors were thinking. There was so much pepper they should try the mutton soup. He arranged for people to send the things over. Everyone took a bath in the small bath in Zhuangzi. Dinner began. Empress Wang arrived with her son. I was teaching them how to work. I was late. Empress Wang told Li Longji why she was late. She taught the palace maids how to use the sewing machine in the harem. The Li family Zhuangzi had just made it. There were a total of 2 machines. One was left in Zhuangzi, and the other was given to Empress Wang. Empress Wang taught others after she familiarized herself with the machine. When the Li family Zhuangzi made more machines the harem could form a team. In order to save time, everyone had more time to learn. In the future, even if they were old and left the palace they could live with their skills. Those who didn't want to leave the palace would die of old age in the palace. For example, the eunuchs basically didn't go out. The palace maids who were visited also couldn't go out. However, Li Longji didn't visit the palace maids anymore. He had no time and was busy. Chapter 845. When the little guy arrived, the chef made a plate of fried rice, mixing all kinds of things together and cutting them into small cubes. With a small bowl of soup, that was the little guy's dinner for the night. The little guy didn't crave the adult's food. He felt that the adult's food wasn't as good as his because there were so many colors in his fried rice. In fact, it was the same. Just the meat and vegetables alone took up 2/3 of the total. Rice was only 1/3. Uncle, are you planning to sell your sewing machine to others? Empress Wang asked during dinner. Not yet. It's expensive and others might not be willing to buy it. Wait until we make a few hundred of them, then we'll recruit workers and attack the 3 leagues. Li Yi carefully observed the combination of the various foods in the little guy's fried rice and the size of the cubes. He felt that there was no problem and answered casually. Li Longji also paid attention to his son. Why attack the E-Leagues? Recently the E-Leagues haven't been proactive enough. We should send people to inquire. For example, some families have newborns and bought new clothes. We have to ask if they need diapers or if they want to make old clothes smaller for younger children. Whether there are torn clothes that can be changed or mended is a business. The E-Leagues are sitting there waiting. They think that they have monopolized the market and that cooperation is more than competition. Li gave the answer. The E-Leagues were too arrogant. The workers' leagues weren't. They still sent people to inquire about renovation of furniture, changing the interior of the house, removing ashes from the stove and other businesses. The competition between the three workers' leagues was fierce, and the prices were very low. The commoners found that it was better to work with the workers' leagues themselves. This was called competition. How could the E-Leagues be so lazy when they made clothes? Princess Jianghu heard and said, "If you enter, you can't be home. If you leave, you'll be invincible. If you leave, you'll be invincible." "Look, third brother Arwen Tian knows," Li said to Li Longji. Li Longji took a deep breath and endured it. How much faster is 100 sewing machines compared to the previous ones? It's not proportionate. How can handmade clothes compare to a sewing machine? The same stitches are fine and even, but it takes a few days to make one piece. Sister-in-law, how fast do you make clothes? Li asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang had a sewing machine. Do it by yourself? I can only make 3 sets of clothes a day. The ones that are already tailored need to be sewn. Empress Wang was slower, so she spoke according to her own speed. If it was just sewing, of course it would be faster to use a sewing machine. Once the sewing area was found, it would be processed. Li shook his head. With 100 skilled sewing machine operators and 100 skilled manual operators, the speed of sewing machines can reach 100 times faster than manual operators. How long would it take to sew 100 stitches? The sewing machine clicked away. The longer the working time, the greater the advantage of the sewing machine. The sewing machine could also be equipped with an edge-locking device. In 2 breaths, the edge of a pair of trousers would be completely locked. The edges of the lock must be manually threaded. Embroidery is even more different, especially because of the consumer's choice of price. Li was talking about the same style of clothes. With skilled workers and equipment, it was completely handmade. The productivity per unit of time determined the production cost. Without considering the additional value of manual work, the appearance of sewing machines would cause an earthquake in the industry. In the Tang dynasty, people who bought clothes would not consider the quality of the sewing machine as inferior to manual work. They only looked at the price. The fabric of a set of clothes was 100 yuan. The cost of manual work was 10 yuan and 100 yuan. How could they be the same? Li Longji frowned. Can the difference be so big? The same stitch distance, but the difference is so big. Li was certain. Especially the trousers, the edge of the seam was pushed over in one breath. Sewing by hand, sewing slowly. It was more difficult to lock the edge of the trousers and cuffs. However, there was one kind of sewing machine that could not be done now, and that was traceless edge locking. The thread needed to be picked up step by step. The inner layer was picked, and then the edge locking was done diagonally. This way, the position of the thread could not be seen when looking from the outside. Other people's trousers had a bright thread, but there was no bright thread. Can the E-League still survive like this? Li Longji expressed his concern. The sewing machine can only operate on the same size. When changing clothes, it needs to be adjusted and divided according to the size. If the E-League works hard, it can adjust the customer's size to perfection. The ready-made clothes bought and the ready-made clothes made are different. If the E-League wants to get orders in the future, it can only improve the service quality and take the initiative to attack. This is called forcing the industry back. Li was very calm. The layout was almost done. It was time to let others see the power of the production technology. At the same time, it was to let people know that industrial clustering was the main model for the future. It was to give everyone a heads up. The newspapers would publicize it again. Big businessmen would either invest in research and development funds or buy similar production equipment at a high price. As for buying a machine to research and manufacture, was there a lathe? The Li family Zhuangzi had spent a lot of effort to manufacture a lathe. It was made by hand, one part at a time. After that, the lathe was manufactured and then the lathe was refurbished. The lathe was more and more precise. Finally, the lathe was used to manufacture the sewing machine. The sewing machine could not be any worse. It was so easy to manufacture. At that time, Feng Yu's country had also dismantled other people's engines. They knew the principles but could not manufacture it. In the beginning, Feng Yu could manufacture some things by hand. It was done by hand. Level 8 Fitters. Brother Yi, what do you plan to do next? Li Longji did not think that Li Yi had worked so hard to make these things to shock others and sell them for money. Cooperation. Find a businessman to cooperate. The businessman will make a request, and the Li family Zhuangzi will be in charge of manufacturing the equipment. The businessman will pay for the research and development costs. Li Yi finally revealed his purpose. Previously, the things that he had made had been copied by others. He could only stare at them helplessly. The structure was simple and there were no technical difficulties. Why didn't anyone copy the thermos and kerosene lamps? It was because they could not do it. Also, the bicycle will be released after the weather warms up. Why don't they try to copy it? Uncle, are you doing this for Zhuangzi to earn more money in the future? Empress Wang did not understand. This is to let them know that with investment there will be results. Technology innovation is the most important thing. Unless you are not involved in a certain industry. Li Yi remembered some of the brands in his time. Decades ago they started by assembling electronic products. Then they did not invest money to research their own technology. Instead they continued to assemble. All they thought about was how to make more money. They were not willing to spend money. The money they spent was used to buy other people's parts and advertise. The current Tang dynasty could not be like this. The big businessmen had to teach them how to invest in technology. Freeloaders could not last long. If you rely on a mountain it will collapse. If you rely on people it will run away. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. She found that the Li Lang now was not the same as the one when she played with him. When he played with her, Li Lang was like an ordinary teenager. He was frivolous and liked to show off. At this moment, Li Lang seemed to be carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders, pushing the Tang dynasty forward. For a moment she did not know which was better. Chapter 846. The next day the sun had risen for an hour. Li Longji and the others woke up. Li Yi also woke up early. The little boy Shang'er obviously hadn't slept enough, but he didn't want to sleep. He ran around in the yard with his little legs. Because a group of children older than him had come, he felt that every big brother and big sister was interesting. Just like when he came to the Li family Zhuangzi, there were people to play with. The neighbor children who came over did not dare to offend anyone. When they saw the little boy and saw the clothes he was wearing, they knew how big the gap between them was. Sichuan brocade clothes from head to toe, the patterns on it were bright and dark. The older children were sensible. They knew that this little brother's clothes could not be bought even if they sold their land and house. As the little boy ran, his left foot stepped on his right foot. He did not fly up but fell to the ground with a pia. The surrounding children were about to cry. It had nothing to do with them. They didn't touch it. The little boy climbed up on his own. He rubbed his little hands on his body and continued to run. How many times have I told you? Run slowly, run slowly. Next time I will wear protective gear for you. Li Yi came over, patted the soil on the little boy's body and held him in his arms. It hurts. At this time the little boy's eyes were filled with tears. He stretched out his two little hands for Li Yi to see. His hands hurt. Li Yi took a look. It was a little swollen. He patted the ground but it didn't break. Next time wear gloves and pat with all your strength. It won't hurt. When it was time to eat, the little boy washed his hands. He looked at himself and patted his hands together. When he saw Li Longji and Empress Wang he said that his hands hurt. You deserve it. Empress Wang, like the other mothers, said one word. The little boy understood and was unhappy. They wanted to comfort and brag. What did they deserve? When everyone was eating he forgot about this matter. He felt that a large group of children was very happy. He used chopsticks to pick up a small bun and took a small bite. He used a spoon to scoop porridge and drank a small mouthful. He didn't pick up the bun and it fell on the table. He reached out to test the temperature and grabbed it to eat. The other children also ate small buns filled with pork and scallion. There was also a boiled egg. You're not allowed to bring them home. Eat them yourself. Princess Yongmu gently said to the children. She saw that there were children who wanted to put away the eggs. The children hurriedly cracked open the eggs, peeled the skin and took big bites. They didn't need to dip it in any seasoning, and they didn't mind that it was yellow and not tasty. The little guy was eating fried eggs, cut into small pieces and boiled eggs. She was afraid that he would choke when he ate the yellow ones. But he smiled. Indeed, children from poor families were not picky about food. If it was him at that time he would not eat the yolk of a normal egg. He would eat the yolk of a salted egg but not the clear. When they were 5 or 6 years old they still needed their parents to feed them. If they didn't feed them they wouldn't eat. While they were being fed they still wanted to play. It was all because he had spoiled her. Look at the baby now. She didn't need it. She even took a boiled egg and wanted to take it home for her family to eat. The little fellow had never been spoiled. As long as she could use chopsticks and spoon, she would eat by herself. If she didn't eat, she could starve. At this time, a guard ran in with a bamboo basket in his hand. In the basket was a smoked lamb leg. The neighbor just came. He said that he killed a lamb yesterday and didn't finish it. There's something left. The guard lifted the basket. Brother E, think of a way. Li Longji glanced at the smoked lamb leg. The whole right hind leg smelled of pine. Obviously, it was smoked with pine sawdust. Looking at the color, it was obvious that it was smoked for a night and was smeared with sesame oil. So many people drank the mutton soup, but they couldn't finish a lamb? Only a lamb leg was left? The lamb leg was worthless in Li Longji's eyes. Not to mention one, so what if there were 10,000 of them? What he valued was that when his eldest daughter met with trouble, people would help her. It was a possibility of life and death. When they killed a lamb, people would smoke it and send it to their door. If he didn't reveal his identity wherever he went, Zhuangzi, would the neighbors be like this? The key was that people would help to smoke mosquito coils in the summer. They would smoke the memorial tablet for a while before taking it away. The memorial tablet was full of the smell of mosquito coils. Mosquitoes and flies wouldn't fall on it. Third brother, it's simple. Li was still answering every question. The previous tourism industry, frankly speaking, was to arrange accommodation and catering for the foreigners. Chang'an did a good job. Now we'll expand. Not only do we provide accommodation and catering, but we also need to provide warehouse services in the county, starting from. Li Yi was not in a hurry to eat, so he started to talk about his plan. With the increasing demand for goods in Chang'an and the export of processed products, more warehouses were needed in the 20 counties outside the capital. Li Qingqi had already chosen the location of the warehouses, including the one in the south of the city. However, the price of those warehouses was high. Once a commodity couldn't be sold in Chang'an quickly, or the merchants who came and went from Chang'an and didn't like it, they would have to pay a lot of storage fees. In the 20 counties around Chang'an, they could use the existing accommodation and catering services to build warehouses. The price was lower than that around Chang'an. Others didn't have to put the goods in the warehouses around Chang'an, because it was still a long way to go. For example, the goods from Shu County could be put in the warehouses in the counties in the west and southwest. The merchants from Shu County could enter Chang'an and find someone to negotiate in the trading hall built by the Ministry of Revenue. After the negotiation, they could directly transport the goods from the warehouses to Luoyang, Zhengzhou, Kaifeng, Chaozhou, Songzhou, Shuzhou, and other places, saving money and travel time. Of course, the people in the west of the city could do it too. Build a small warehouse here. To be precise, it's a display area. With accommodation and catering, the price will be lower than in the city. You don't have to look for an inn in Chang'an. Li finally said, it's just looking for a job to make money. It's hard to find it elsewhere, but it's not hard to find it in the capital. After that, he lowered his head to eat. If he continued talking, the buns would be cold. Li Longji showed a gratified look and ate without saying anything. He asked his neighbors how to improve their living standards. Brother E gave him the future plan of the 20 counties in the capital. What else did he need to say? There were so many officials in the imperial court. If there was someone who could give the same idea, he would be directly promoted to the position of prime minister. Unfortunately, there were so many officials. What if someone thought of it when he asked them tomorrow morning? Li Longji thought, it's just a dream. It's impossible. The 3 officials from the political affairs hall asked in vain. Before the meal was finished, the woman who left yesterday came back with many people. In total, there were 50 people. Pepper, onion seed powder, pepper seeds, and onion seeds were all transported over. Pepper seeds can't be planted anymore. Black pepper can only be planted with white pepper. Black pepper and white pepper are the same species, just like soybeans. When soybeans are not ripe, they are called edamame. When they are ripe, they are called soybeans. When pepper is not ripe, it is called black pepper. When it is ripe, it is called white pepper. Edamame will not grow seedlings if it is planted in the ground. The same is true for black pepper. The woman was in good condition, even if she was in a hurry. She directly came in and bowed when she saw Li Yi. Thank you, Li Dongzhu, for your kindness. On the way back yesterday, I guessed it and am relieved. Several older children stood up. Li Dongzhu? There is only one person who can be called Li Dongzhu in the capital. Sit down and eat. Don't worry about the adults. Princess Yongmu smiled and waved her hand. The older children sat down, but they couldn't eat. They turned to look at Li Yi. 2 clever children looked at Li Longji. They just heard that this person was called Li Dongzhu, Brother E. Li Dongzhu said that he wanted to help their family make money? Oh my god. Yes, it's not Li Dongzhu. Who would have thought that he was a swindler? Chapter 847. 100 pieces of soap, 500 pieces of soap, a small mirror, and 20 porcelain bottles of toilet water. Take them with you when you leave tomorrow morning. At night, Li Yi and the 50 people returned to Zhuangzi. They took out the things before dinner. Li Dongzhu, we don't have anything to pledge. Wei Yefeng looked troubled. The things were good but he couldn't take them. Don't pledge. Tell me your name, leave your fingerprint and take the things. You can't change the base price. We'll split the price 50 to 50. Li Yi waved his hand generously. He didn't believe in the other party's character. He believed in his own ability. If the 50 people sold the things and didn't take them back, they could only run to other places to hide. They would never be able to participate in overseas trade. When the time came, Li Yi only needed to issue a reward and say that one of them was willing to report. He would pardon the person's crime and even give them benefits. The 50 people would definitely be in chaos. Wei Yefeng looked at the others. Everyone had an expectant look in their eyes. They were going to make money. Someone was selling soap, and toilet water to the barbarians. They were all sold for 1 or 2 pieces. The bottles were replaced with smaller porcelain bottles and sold together. Every item was expensive. They could be exchanged for precious stones, corals, tortoiseshell, pearls and other expensive items. They would then be sold in prosperous places or Chang'an. I have something to say. As long as the seeds don't exist in the Tang dynasty like the green onion seeds you think are this time, you can buy them at a high price and let the barbarians look for them. Li Yi added. He knew that there were still things outside that hadn't been spread to the Tang dynasty. For example, cabbages, cauliflower, apples and bitter gourds. They weren't in America so they could be sent over. I'll draw a picture for you. You can show the picture to the barbarians. Li Yi thought of a specific point and specified the target. After that, he hurriedly finished his meal and went back to the study to draw. What he drew was still life. He thought for a while and continued to sketch. Then he used mineral gouache to color it. He didn't use oil paints. It took a lot of effort. Besides, he didn't like oil paintings. Well, to be honest, his oil painting was just a beginner. It was okay to fool people, but he didn't have time to practice. Other than those things, Li Yi also drew loofahs and bananas, which were different from the bananas in the south. He also drew coffee, bananas, and other African fruits as much as possible. In case someone had gone there by land or sea, they could bring them back and buy them at a high price. Even if they couldn't grow it anywhere else, Jianghu wasn't a problem. He painted until it was very late before he went to bed. Not only did he paint, but he also wrote an introduction. Of course, he would not write about the medicinal aspects. Before going to bed, he muttered, "Check the export goods and restrict the outflow of medical books." The next morning, Li Yi waited for the 50 people to finish their breakfast before he began to bring them food. There were instant noodles, fried noodles, and steamed buns that could kill people. It wasn't correct to call it a steamed bun. It should be called a bar head. It wasn't made with fire. It was made by rolling dry flour into the dough. The noodles were not made of dough. They were made with a little warm water and were called dead noodles. Then, after roasting it, it would be like a stone and would not mold when placed on the body. I brought some tea leaves for you. They are different from the tea you have now. Li Yi filled many bamboo tubes with second-grade tea leaves. The tea wasn't good, but the bamboo tubes were exquisite. I know. Wei Yefeng nodded vigorously, indicating that he had seen Li family Zhuangzi's tea. It was expensive and there were also cheap foam. Be careful on the way. Li Yi waved his hand and these people boarded the car and headed south. The car would be sent all the way to the south of Lantian County, and they would carry the rest of the way. Li Yi also gave them ordinary bows and knives. Their original ones were thrown into Zhuangzi. Each person was wearing a military coat. When it was hot, they could take it off and carry it. At night, they could use it as a quilt when they slept in the wild. After sending them off, Li Yi wrote a note and asked someone to send it into the palace. It was what he muttered before he went to bed last night. The medical books he copied were different from the current medical books. The system had organized them, and anyone who took them would be treasures. For example, the Japanese Empire could not be given away. As for Xinlua, Li Yi planned to occupy it first. It did not matter if he gave it away or not. The Korean peninsula could not be given away. They could connect on land, not necessarily through the Yalu River. The place where they connected was Changbai Mountain. They could just build a road. After giving a lesson to the nurses and having lunch, Li Yi walked towards the land he bought in the east. A group of people followed him. When they arrived, they saw a sea of flowers. Red, pink, white. It's too beautiful. Tao Hong sniffed hard, wanting to smell the fragrance of the flowers. Poppy flowers are so beautiful. Li Yi looked at the plant that should now be called Ingsu and said with a smile on his face, "This flower can bloom for 2 months?" Cui Lu followed. "Then you can cut the pulp and collect the pulp. After that, the dry shell can also be used as medicine. It's a good thing. It can cure many diseases." Li Yi knew how to use it. Even when he did not study medicine, he knew that his family had planted it in the courtyard. It was either to look at the flowers or to cut the pulp and collect the seeds. The pulp was cut and boiled in the pot. After boiling, a black piece was boiled. It was as hard as dry asphalt. When eating, he used a kitchen knife to chop it. When a child had diarrhea, it was as big as a match head. It was very effective to drink it with water. When he learned to smoke, he was curious and wanted to know how to get addicted to it. He tried to put some in the cigarette but didn't feel anything when smoking. Later, he brought some with him when swimming and ate a piece as big as a pinky nail. He felt something. His stomach felt warm. He didn't feel cold when swimming and wasn't hungry even when he didn't eat at noon. After that, he didn't eat it anymore. He also stopped planting it at home. After 2 years, he only needed to keep the ointment for emergencies. He didn't need to plant it every year. The donkey meat buns in the 1990s were still used when cooking donkey meat. Including some knife-shaved noodles, the poppy shell rolled in the soup. Sometimes, the poppy would be scooped into the bowl by accident. When people saw it, no one said anything. They just picked it out and put it aside before continuing to eat. They only ate the soup boiled with the shell to improve the taste. It was not addictive. After that, they couldn't see the poppy anymore. It was too strict. The internet was also developed. If someone saw the poppy, they could take a photo and post it online. The police would soon find them. It was fine as long as they didn't let others see it. They couldn't sell it, let alone take a photo and post it online. Now no one cared. Except for those who studied medicine who knew that this thing could be used as medicine, the common people saw it as a flower, similar to cotton. No one knew that this thing could be made into longevity ointment. The more one smoked, the more addicted one became to it and the body collapsed. Send someone to patrol. No one is allowed to pick the flowers. They have to be kept. After 2 or 3 months, they will be harvested and used for treatment. Li Yi ordered. The palace maids and eunuchs noted it down. As medicine, they couldn't let others pick it up. They could only look at the flowers here. Dongzhu, what disease does it treat? Qingsong was eager to learn. Diarrhea, nausea, and pain relief. Pain relief. When it came to pain relief, Li Yi hesitated. The best place to relieve pain was the battlefield. When a warrior was injured, the pain was too great. It would hurt to death. Eating this was okay. It was also refreshing. But once it was used, the warrior would know the effect of this thing. Would he eat it normally? Eat it when he wasn't injured. Eat too much and get addicted. Then it would spread. Go back and think about it. It's a pity if you don't use it. If you use it, you'll be worried. Li Yi hesitated. Chapter 848. Brother Yi, I heard that there are new crop seeds? When Li Yi returned to the courtyard from the sea of poppy flowers, Li Qingqi appeared. Big brother, when did you come? Why don't you go in and rest? Li Yi was a little absent-minded. He was still considering whether to give the soldiers opium. There was a quarter of an hour. I wanted to look for you, but I guessed that you would be back soon. As expected, brother Yi, your expression. Li Qingqi observed Li Yi and noticed something. Li Yi led Li Qingqi in and the palace maid made tea for him. Li Yi picked up a small pair of pliers to deal with the pine nuts. I went to see the sea of poppy flowers. It was very charming. In my eyes, the ornamental value is secondary, and the medicinal value is more important. Are you thinking about the prescription? Li Qingqi naturally attributed Li Yi's poor state to this. There is a prescription for anesthetics used to treat diseases. The drugs made from poppy are simple and easy to use. The disadvantage is that it will be addictive if you take too much. This was what Li Yi had been taught about opium. As a doctor, he did not dare to prescribe drugs containing opium, although there was the temptation of money. How addictive is it? Li Qingqi thought of something. Can a person who drinks all the time stop drinking? Li Yi asked. Yes. Li Qingqi thought for a while and answered. Can a person who gambles all the time stop gambling? Li Yi asked. Yes. Li Qingqi was sure. Can a person stop drinking when he is with a woman? Except for eunuchs. Li Yi asked again. It's difficult. Li Qingqi answered. He thought of monks. A person who drinks, gambles, and has women. He has to quit all these before he can consider quitting the opium addiction. Li Yi knew that as long as there was a channel, the probability of relapse was almost 100%. When opium entered the Qing dynasty, it was not used by the Westerners to harm the Qing dynasty people. The Westerners also smoked it. In addition to bloodletting, the Westerners also regarded opium as a miracle drug. They felt that it could cure any disease. There were so many infections during childbirth. In China, it was already known that children had to be sterilized and washed with hot water during childbirth. This showed that Western medicine was really backward at that time. But later, how did so many people quit opium in the Republic of China? Li Yi thought of a problem. How many people were using opium? Could it be that they all died because of the lack of opium? How could Li Qingqi know that Li Yi's thoughts had wandered? He frowned. Poppy was such a beautiful flower, but the medicine it made was so addictive? Does Brother Yi want to use it in the army? Li Qingqi asked. Of course. Li Yi still looked worried. Li Qingqi smiled. Don't worry, Brother Yi. There are various prohibitions in the army, such as the prohibition against drinking alcohol. Those who violate these prohibitions will be killed. No one drank the alcohol that was sent to the front line. Li Yi thought that someone would secretly drink the alcohol that was used for disinfection. Who would dare to drink something that can save lives? Even poppy medicine can be used to save lives. Release a little of it and execute it. Li Qingqi made a chopping motion with his hand. That's true. Li Yi felt that his worries were groundless. Who would dare to touch something that could save lives in the army? If they secretly took a sip of the alcohol, there was a possibility that one of their brothers would be injured. It was the same with opium. Is it edible? Li Qingqi asked. It can only be eaten now. If it's smoked, it's too addictive and it won't relieve the pain so quickly. It will be like drinking alcohol and getting slightly smoked. Li didn't know what it was like to smoke opium, but he knew what it was like to smoke for the first time. The first time it was coughing. Then he took a small sip and fainted. The world was spinning as if the brain couldn't supply blood. It was probably the same feeling when smoking opium, and it lasted for a long time. He couldn't make it for injection, so of course he mixed it with alcohol to drink. The big opium cream was alcohol and he would lose his life immediately. There are anesthetics, why do you still need to eat it? Li Qingqi wanted to know more. Anesthetics are used for surgery. After the surgery, the pain will be reduced after taking it. That's why it's addictive. Li Yi explained the difference between opium and anesthetics. One was used during surgery and the other was used after surgery. After the surgery, they couldn't give anesthetics to whoever was in pain. I see. You can't give it to them when the pain is small. You can only give it to them when the pain is too great. It's better than giving alcohol. Li Qingqi understood. If it was too painful, the pain would be reduced after drinking alcohol. Okay, when we harvest it, we'll use it in the pharmacy first. Take out a small part and I'll make it into honey pills. It'll be easier to adjust the dosage. Li Yi prepared to equip the soldiers at the front line. As long as the management was strict, there was nothing they could do if they were addicted. If they couldn't eat it, they could just tie it up. Do you want to plant opium poppies on a large scale? Li Qingqi knew that many medicinal herbs were being planted now, including mandala, which was mentioned in the medical book Li Yi gave him. It could treat many diseases and be used as anesthetics. Now, it should also be mentioned in the book. He had to find a place to plant it, such as the hillside or the river. He had to tell the people not to destroy it. It was a medicine used to treat diseases. They couldn't use it at home. If they didn't eat it well, they might even die. The people of the capital office were very obedient. When he said that it was medicine, not only would they not destroy it, but they would also look after it. You can ask the people to plant it in their courtyard. I'll provide the seeds this year and plant it in autumn. Next year it'll bloom and bear fruit. I'll teach the people how to deal with it. Li Yi also wasn't worried that the people would eat it blindly. As long as he told the people that it was poisonous and they would die if they ate it directly, the imperial court would spend money to buy it. The people would naturally take care of it. According to the records, opium poppies were called heartbreak grass. Wasn't this name scary? There's also heartbreak grass, the real heartbreak grass. Find a remote place and plant it. It's heartbreak for others. I can use it and even use it as a pesticide. There's no need for the juice of arrow poison tree. Once the heartbreak grass is refined, it'll still be fatal. It'll be too late to save it. Thinking of heartbreak grass, Li Yi prepared to plant it. Once it was absorbed, no medicine could save it directly. It could only support the treatment. Whether the person could survive or not would depend on how much they ingest. If they ingested too much, they would die. Since that's the case, why don't we designate an area and plant the dangerous medicine? When Li Qingqi heard heartbreak grass, he trembled in fright. We can plant it, but we can't let the bees collect the honey. The honey made from the pollen of heartbreak grass will be poisoned if people eat it. The bees will be poisoned as well. When Li Yi mentioned this plant, he felt helpless. At that time he was familiar with it and then poisoned others. The specific name of this plant was hook kiss. It's used to poison people. Li Qingqi thought of the use of heartbreak grass. Big brother, I have other medicines to poison people. It doesn't have to be heartbreak grass. I'll use it to make medicine. Li Yi didn't intend to poison the enemy. It wasn't easy. For example, how much dose would be needed to poison the river? The well water would also flow and dilute the poison. Of course he had the flower bomb. He could make poison gas bombs in the laboratory, but it was meaningless. Chapter 849. Brother E, I'm here today to help Baigu ask about some things. He's too busy. He needs to make a budget and the water projects of various prefectures. After Li Qingqi learned about the poison, he got down to business. Baigu didn't even have time to write a letter. Li Qingqi happened to go for a stroll and was seen by Baigu. He quickly said it and continued to work. Why is he so busy? Don't tire yourself out. It's not that I care about him, but I have to take care of him when he's sick. Li didn't understand how a prime minister and minister of revenue could be so busy that he didn't have anyone under him. I've asked the people in the Ministry of Revenue. Baigu is calculating the prosperous prefectures of the Tang dynasty and is preparing to set up a stall this summer. Li Qingqi said with a serious face. He wasn't joking. If many prefectures paid taxes together, the Tang dynasty would be able to push the Turks and Tubo to the ground next year. These two places were too disgusting. There was no end to it. Are you in a hurry? Li asked. He could see that Li Qingqi was about to take action. Yes. There are so many territories outside waiting for the Tang dynasty to help develop, and there are so many people who haven't been educated yet. When Li Qingqi said this, Li Yi felt that there was a halo behind his head. He was too holy. In fact, he was going to invade and help develop and be educated. What's the difference between this and democracy in the West? There was a difference. In the West, they would just give up after a beating. When the Tang dynasty took over, the people suffered and were beaten by others, and the Tang dynasty helped. If we can't solve this problem in 2 or 3 years, when the Tang dynasty accumulates more food and recruits 30,000 soldiers, we won't be able to find good soldiers anymore. Can't we wait for 5 years? Let's make a 5-year plan and push it forward bit by bit. Otherwise, the House of Subjugation won't be able to withstand it. The provincial governors and governors have too many private soldiers. Now that they are all beaten up, I'm worried that they will raise the enemy for themselves. Li advised. Just wait a little longer. The other party can't run away. There was no right or wrong in war. Li Yuan rebelled and became the emperor. In the beginning, the Tang dynasty was very chaotic. His son Li Shimin helped to fight. Li Yuan was very manly. He directly declared his allegiance to the Tujue, to avoid the Tujue beating him, and also to ask the Tujue for horses. Tubo, on the other hand, came out before the political system of the Tang dynasty. Why would people think that the Tang dynasty was older than them? The Turks felt that they had all knelt down in the past and now they were beating them up. No, the later Turks were very powerful. Tubo wanted to be on equal footing as a nation and not as a subject. The Tang dynasty did not give them the right to negotiate with each other. The Tang dynasty felt that since they had inherited the orthodoxy of China, the 4 barbarians should come to the Tang dynasty and submit to them. Now the imperial court officials felt that their lives were much better. They had so much money. Hit them and smash them to death with money. Things were that simple. It was just a matter of who was convinced. There were always troublemakers in kindergarten. They fought in primary school and junior high school. After graduating from junior high school, he stopped studying and watched those who were good at their studies go to university. Then, after graduating from junior high school, they would open karaoke halls and hotels after graduating from university and have close relations with the government. The cars they drove were all worth a few million. Whenever they met someone who got into a university, they would say, "I'm so envious. I'm not good at studying." The people in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty felt that they were not graduating from junior high school but building their own universities. Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the present. Li Yi knew the situation at the border. He wanted to stabilize the situation. After all, so many people had died, how were they going to continue fighting? If they did not prepare good things, it would be dangerous to fight India, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the other tribes in the north, annexing Bohai and Silla. Li Qingqi sighed. If someone else dared to say this, he would have slapped that person. Li Yi's words made sense. He mumbled softly, "No matter what, we have to win a good battle. That's simple. Let Guizhiyun attack Tubo's Juku region in autumn. I will provide him with all the supporting materials including weapons. The more ruthless the battle, the better the results. We have a lot of binoculars and hot air balloons. Tubo's defense will be even more useless. After the battle, Tubo will not have any troops to fight for the next 2 to 3 years. If they continue to gather the surrendered families and migrate, the Turks would not be able to pull in any cannon fodder and would be the ones fighting forward. I'm slowly reforming here. I was the one who nurtured the germinal organization. What should I do now? Li complained. I want to improve the country's strength and economic development. If you insist on fighting, I have to follow your rhythm. The newspapers are not finished, the dictionaries are not sent to the various prefectures, and the medical books are still being printed. I have to earn some money and invest it crazily. I have to fight on 2 fronts. Fine, Zhuangzi is helping you with the logistics. Everything is delayed. Baigu wants to ask if you want to buy land with 130,000 new surrendered households. Sheep. Just a token. Li Qingqi finally asked the question that Baigu wanted him to ask. Buy mountains. Continue to move up. A part of Tangzhou, a part of Danzhou, and a part of Huazhou. We can't resettle the surrendered households in Huazhou. The location is too important. Li regained his composure. He had to do what he needed to do. He was worried about leaving the surrendered households outside. Come and farm. It's just the beginning of spring. It's too late to plant normal crops. The terraced fields can't be plowed. When the terraced fields are done, it's almost autumn. It's better to plant sorghum or cabbage. Provide some vegetables. It's easy to store in winter. Harvest the cabbage and plant nothing else. Compost it and plow it one last time. We'll see if we can plant new rice next year. The rest of the time, teach them the Tang dynasty language and weaving. Can be used in winter. Li Yi started to arrange the work for the surrendered households. He still had the ability to do this. What about winter wheat? Li Qingqi wanted food. They don't know how to plant wheat. They have to learn. Cabbage is easy to plant. Continue to transport the vegetables to the north in the winter. They have a short shelf life and must be kept warm. Otherwise they will rot. Send the cabbage over. Dig a vegetable cellar locally. It's more suitable. It's okay to not accumulate pickled vegetables. Li Yi started to talk about the living habits of the new herders. Not everyone knows how to farm. They used to be herders. Okay, plant cabbage. Baigu also asked if the water network needs to be cleaned. There are melted soil and grass sticks floating with broken ice. When Li Qingqi asked this question, he really wanted to send all the people in the imperial court to the village. Then Brother Yi alone would be enough. What's the use of having all of you here and they're asking about everything? Put down the net and dry it immediately. It'll be too late to fill it in when all the rivers are full. There are some fish now. Put down the net and catch them with other things. Sprinkle quicklime to disinfect. When the fish from other rivers come in, they will grow in a certain area. Don't sprinkle too much quicklime. If there's too much quicklime, it will kill the moss and water plants in the water. What will the fish eat? Before the ice freezes this winter, we can catch a large number of fish. In the next autumn, use the big hole net to comb out the big fish. The main thing is to see if there are any black fish. Li calculated and said. The water network can be used to raise fish. When water is drawn from the river, the fish and prawns will also come in. The depth and width of the canal are limited. It's convenient to put down the net and catch a lot of edible things. At the same time, the quicklime will heat up when it comes in contact with the water. It will increase the temperature of the water and melt the small pieces of ice. At the same time, kill some fungi. When the water is boiled, it can be drunk. Chapter 850. Okay, I'll leave first. Li Qingqi stood up after he finished asking. Big brother, why don't you leave after eating? The small root vegetables planted in the greenhouse are packed in boxes today. Li also stood up but asked him to stay. Baigu is waiting over there. You said a lot of things and I'm afraid that I'll forget later. Is there any cat ear soup in the small root vegetable box? Cat ears were like dringers and had a different texture. When it entered the mouth, the tongue would feel furry. It was not the season yet. Li Yi planted them in the greenhouse just for his Zhuangzi. Including the dandelions, the leaves were dipped in the sauce. This was no longer a matter of money but a matter of the level of enjoyment in life. Who planted vegetables in the greenhouse? The Li family Zhuangzi planted them. Yes, you can send someone to get it. Li did not say that he would send it. Okay. Baigu is so busy. I really can't let him wait. Li Qingqi swallowed his saliva and turned to leave. When he was outside, he turned back and shouted, Fill the box with prawns, small root vegetables, eggs and prawns. Don't fry them with so much oil and don't fry them. After shouting, he left with relief. Don't put too much oil and don't fry them. Why don't you say that you don't need chives and eggs for the shrimp and 3 delicacies stuffing? Li Yi muttered and said to the palace maids and eunuchs who were holding back their laughter, prepare the pancakes. Wipe them with ginger slices and brush them with oil to fry the box. He had a way. It was just a matter of not being able to fry them with oil. He changed the tools and did not use the pan. The pan was thin and had edges. It was suitable for pancakes and frying things. The pancake was thick and had no edges. It was used to open pancakes and make pancakes. The heat transfer was more uniform. At the same time, due to the lack of edges, oil could not accumulate and could only be brushed with a brush. It was fine to fry the box with the pancake, but not with water and pan-fried buns. Okay. Jianghu responded. Oh, and ask them to roll the box thin. Otherwise, the small root vegetables will be watery after they are fried. Li Yi thought of something else. There was a lot of oil in the small root vegetable box. After frying it, the small root vegetable still retained its spicy taste. If the skin was too thick, the temperature would not rise. If the skin was too thick, the root would dehydrate and disappear. It was like stir-frying leeks, slow frying, and the leeks were finally. Jianghu ran to make arrangements and told the kitchen staff what the request was and how to deal with it. Not knowing that Li Yi was embarrassed, Li Qingqi hurried to Xingqing Palace. First he found Baigu and told him what Baigu had asked him. She turned around to look for her third brother. When she found him, Li Longji and Empress Wang were playing football with the little fellow. A normal football was very big for the little guy. He was surrounded by peach blossoms, green willows and green pines. The little guy's eyesight was not good enough so he could see things blurry. Only big footballs could be clearer. No matter who the football fell to, this person guaranteed to pass it to the little guy with the most suitable strength and speed. This level of control belonged to Kuju and not offensive football. The Kuju of the Tang dynasty was about skills. When it came to collision, it was polo, a game that could kill people. Kuju was the integration of man and ball, so the sense of the ball must be very good. People in ancient times were very skilled in this game. As for why the skills were not good at Li Yi's time, it was probably because he would not lose his head if he lost. When playing with Li Longji and making mistakes in Kuju time after time, others would think that he was playing with his majesty and bullied him to death. If he had a Kuju game with the Turks and Tubo, everything would be fine if he won, but if he lost, as soon as Li Qingqi ran over, Guyen No. 2 glanced at him and was distracted. When he kicked the ball, he found that he could not control the strength and adjust the center of gravity. As a result, his body fell backward and the ball rushed to the little fellow. The little fellow saw it and kicked the ball. The force of the ball was so great that the little fellow sat on the ground. The ball bounced high and crossed the surrounding people. Li Qingqi quickened his pace and ran 5 steps. His body was slanted in the air, and his head gently touched the ball. The ball bounced on the ground and rolled to the front of the little fellow who just got up. Li Qingqi exerted strength on his waist in the air and completed a side somersault. The little fellow swung his leg again and kicked the ball to the side. The palace maid next to him caught it and pushed it back. Brother. Li Longji stepped back and left the circle. Someone else took his place. I went to look for Brother Yi and he said. Li Qingqi told him everything that was related to the 5-year plan and other things. Well, let Guizhiyun fight once in autumn and catch more people and livestock. The Tang dynasty is not in a hurry. Li Longji thought for a while and agreed with Li Yi's plan. The people would have a better life and the Tang dynasty would have more reserves. Third brother, I have an idea. Let's transfer the people of the House of Subjugation from other places to the border and give them extra compensation. This will let the soldiers of the House of Subjugation at the border be relieved. Li Qingqi had his own strategic ideas. He never said it before but now he dared to say it. Li Longji immediately asked, should the soldiers at the border be withdrawn? No, the veterans are familiar with the battle. The newcomers have to learn from the veterans. If they withdraw they will be newbies. Li Qingqi shook his head. Li Longji thought it made sense. I have money now. Count the names of the soldiers who died in the previous battle and give them extra compensation. He planned to make up the money himself. The normal compensation was too little. The Tang dynasty had no money, so they could only give it to those who had made meritorious contributions. Unfortunately, there was no land to give. Just like the Qin dynasty, there was no land to give. Now that there was plenty of money, they had to give it to those who had died. Is it enough to raise soldiers? Li Qingqi was referring to the winged knights and the 30,000 recruited soldiers. There were a total of 60,000 soldiers and a large number of military horses. It's enough. If it's not enough, we can buy a restaurant or something. Ask Brother Yi how to make money. Li Longji was confident because he had Li Yi behind him. The earthly paradise was very profitable. It had been making money since the beginning. There was also the management fee and the bathing pool. He believed that if he asked Li Yi would give him a way to make money quickly. No robbing, no stealing, earn with one's own ability. Why was the position of the other officials inferior to Brother Yi in his heart? It was that simple. You can't do it. Moreover, Brother Yi's medical skills were superb and his morals were flawless. You think you're good because you're honest. Brother Yi doesn't care about honesty. He has so much money that others can't bribe him even if they want to. In the past, those princesses could buy an official position for 30 taels. What about Brother Yi? 30 taels? Add another 10,000. Brother Yi will probably help you get an official position. Brother Yi, Zhuangzi has delicious food today. I'll send someone to get it later. Dip it in a small vegetable box and eat it with garlic chili sauce. Li Qingqi looked at the little guy playing tirelessly there and felt hungry again. You're making a box today? Li Longji also knew. He asked, is there cat ear soup? Yes, there's everything. I told Brother Yi that it can't be eaten without oil. I believe Brother Yi has a way to do it. Li Qingqi didn't feel embarrassed. If it was someone else they would have knelt down. On the other side, Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi was personally making the stuffing. It was also a small vegetable. He cut it up and used a bamboo fence to scoop it in the water. Then he steamed it in the pot. After steaming, he mixed it with the soaked shrimp and eggs. He took out 2 thin slices of dough, put in the stuffing and folded them. The box was made just like that. His surgical hands were precise. Each of them was the size of a Kaiyuan tongbao. The small folds were pinched like a work of art. That's it. Fry it with less oil. These are for us. Don't steam it with too much water. It's too spicy. You'll have a stomachache at night. Li Yi made 20 small boxes and said with a smile. Chapter 851. The chefs were watching and learning. They were all taught by Li Yi. If he cooked like this for Shang, the same children in Zhuangzi could do the same. Children of different ages in Zhuangzi ate different things. Women who had given birth ate different food from others. The older ones would arrange food and drink according to the specific situation. As for the young ones, they could eat anything. So far, none of the pregnant women in Zhuangzi had any problems, and none of them had a C-section. The children were controlled in size. For unborn children, the pregnant women had a balanced nutrition, but they did not eat so much. The children in the womb did not pursue weight, such as 9 kilograms or 8 kilograms. About 5 kilograms was enough. Moreover, before pregnancy, women would undergo all kinds of exercise. Things like splits were simple. In addition to the midwifery equipment, sanitary conditions, and prenatal Dongzhu's observation, the success rate of natural birth was 100%. Children's gastrointestinal tract has a low tolerance for stimulating food. We don't have to use the same method to help the little ones eat well. Garlic has a sterilizing effect. Onions are also good. There are also ginger, leeks, garlic stalks, and garlic sprouts. How do the children ingest it? When it's cooked, it's the same as the processing of medicinal materials. The cooking process is not done directly. There must be corresponding processing. Li Yi personally fried the box for Shang and explained to the chefs around him. Some dishes had a higher content of a certain substance than cooked dishes. But so be it. Eat more and use other things to supplement. Was the same. If someone said it was different, it was definitely because they had other purposes. For example, buying medicine and going to the pharmacy to sell it. For example, roxithromycin, the expensive ones were 40 to 50 yuan, and the cheap ones were 4 to 5 yuan. The units of measurement were indeed different, but if you ate a few pills or capsules of 4 to 5 yuan, the amount was the same. Sometimes, in order to get people to buy the expensive ones, the waiter who sold the medicine would say that the unit of a low amount could not reach the level of a high amount. It could not be broken down or absorbed. In fact, it was not. Antibiotics were accumulated in units. If the medicine seller said that, did it mean that the unit was so low that no one would die even if they ate as much as they could? It was the same no matter how much they ate. An injection of 1.5 million units of penicillin was 1 yuan and 2 yuan. An injection of 3 million units of penicillin was 6 yuan. Could 2.5 million units of penicillin be equal to 1.3 million units of penicillin? Of course he could. The purpose of the other party's words was to get you to buy something expensive. There were also those who talked about compound prescriptions. They said that this was better than normal and that it was a new medicine. They were trying to fool people who didn't understand. A new drug was not manufactured according to the normal formula and proportions. If it wanted to be approved by the country, it would have to wait. How many new drugs could the country pass every year if they needed Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 clinical trials? Why were there so many prescriptions for treating colds? Because it was not a new drug, the prescription was the same. If the prescription was changed slightly, it would be a new drug. Just wait in line for it to pass the review. It would take a long time and they would need 3 phases of clinical data. For example, the ammoniaca huangmine capsules used to treat colds had a fixed composition. 250 mg of acetaminophen, 15 mg of caffeine, 1 mg of chlorpheniramine maleate, 10 mg of artificial bezoar. You can double it and double all the ingredients at the same time. Normally he would eat 1 or 2 pills. If he ate double the amount, he would eat 1 pill. Changing the name of a brand, something like Cold Tang, could cost a few times or even more than 10 times. Pharmacies liked to sell the latter to fool people who did not understand. If you asked them, they would tell you that this drug was much better than the cheaper one. It was much worse. What was worse? Daring to adjust the acetaminophen to 2,000 mg? That was too amazing. It involved a crime. Who approved it for you? Was there any clinical data? Who dared to approve it for you? This was a new drug. What was worse? What was worse was the price of the product name to get you to buy the expensive one. If that was the case, wouldn't it be possible to produce one? 8% of the normal saline for injection? It was twice as effective as 0.9% saline? If someone dared to make it, they would definitely be caught. It was twice as expensive. It contained so much salt. Did they want people to die of dehydration? It was the same for food. The intake was directly proportional to the amount of food eaten. The germicidal effect of eating raw garlic was 100%. Eating cooked garlic was 333%. It was fine to eat 3 times as much. The ratio of Chinese medicine herbs was not easy to match because the age of the herbs was different. It had to be calculated according to the content. Strictly speaking, it was a certain medicine that was produced in a few years, including how long it had been stored. It was still good to match. Otherwise, if the content of a certain medicine was too much or too little, the interaction would change. In Li Yi's pharmacy, the year and place of origin were written in each drawer. When filling the prescription, they looked at the ratio. Sometimes, when someone gave a prescription, the pharmacy staff had to look carefully. What if they made a mistake? At the same time, they had to consider the patient's situation and the purpose of the prescriber. If the age of a certain medicine was increased, would it be neutralizing or attacking? Different prescriptions for the same disease and different amounts for the same prescription. This was the real Chinese medicine. When it was time for everyone in the village to eat, especially the women and children who were breastfeeding, the chefs would make dishes for them individually. Li Yi had been instilling and teaching from the theory of Chinese medicine and supplemented it with the theory of Western medicine. Yes, Western medicine had to stand aside in terms of food therapy. From how to make a woman pregnant to the growth of the child in the end, there was a whole set of medicine. There were hundreds of medicines to supplement it. There were even medicines for dystocia. Why did people still die? First, it was because ordinary people could not find such a doctor. Second, it was because the situation of the royal family was beyond this. Did Li Yi not die at that time? The proportion of dystocia deaths in the royal family was much less than that of the common people, which proved that Chinese medicine could indeed reduce the mortality rate. Remember, you are not only the cooks who cook but also the existence of our Wuxia food therapy. There are medical books. Our Zhuangzi is not short of books. Read more, think more, and ask me if you don't understand. The dishes we make are different. Why stewed seaweed for pork ribs? Because of calcium. Why calcium? Is there a problem with the bones? What's the matter with the seaweed? Li was very patient. He added seaweed and shrimp skin to the cat ear soup prepared for the little fellow. He used bone soup, oyster sauce, and aged vinegar. Because he heard that the little fellow was very playful recently. It showed that the amount of exercise increased, the bones grew rapidly, and there was a possibility of calcium deficiency. He would not give calcium tablets, but comprehensive calcium tablets directly added vitamin A D. The diet could be adjusted. Why take medicine? After teaching, Li Yi thought for a while and made a fried egg. Then he took out the egg yolk and ate it himself. He replaced it with the oily egg yolk of a salted duck egg. It was prepared for the little fellow and sprinkled with some cherry sauce. When it was almost dinner time, someone came to pick up the food. Li Yi packed a box alone. This is for the little fellow. Don't make a mistake. I know Li Dongzhu. I personally brought this food box. The leader of the people who came held the small food box in his arms.